let's do just a couple quick things before we get rolling. Let's walk through the agenda, and then we're going to walk around the table and let you guys introduce yourselves, and then we'll answer any questions you have and be ready to go. All right. So we have a jam-packed agenda. This is probably the most material, most presenters, the most full agenda I've seen in my time as a board, right? So with that means we don't have as much time for discussion as we have in the past, right? We want to make sure that you guys get the chance to hear the presenters, everything they have to share, to interact and ask questions. But we're going to be really focused on how we ask those questions and kind of move with a little promptness. So especially on the second day, we've got some short windows, like 20-minute presentations, 30-minute presentations, and we're going to have to kind of get through those and do the questions and kind of move on to the next thing to stay on schedule, right? So for that, right, let's think about a couple things we can do to speed up the process, right? We're going to assume as a group that all of our presenters are doing well and that they're happy, and we don't have to ask, hey, are you doing okay today? We've already got that out. It's good, right? We're going to assume he's well, right? We're also going to assume he knows we're thankful for the presentation, right? So we don't have to start all our questions with, hey, thanks, I'm so glad you're here. It means a whole lot. This is, by the time all 40 of us say thank you, we've killed a lot of time and you haven't got any questions, right? So with that being said, also, and I realize this is, the pot calling the kettle black, like if you can shorten your introductory statements and just kind of get to the question. Because I know a lot of us like to put the question in context and lay out the statement. And I've even heard some of you provide a long statement and there not be a question at the end of it, right? Which is okay. But we want to make sure that while we have folks, that we are utilizing all their knowledge, all their insight. Is that fair? And in the event that anybody presents to us, shares with us, and they just have a wealth of knowledge and you guys want to know more, if we can't get to the questions in real time, we'll take written questions and we'll try to kind of follow up or schedule another presentation with them, right? So we want to make sure that is everybody good with that? Okay. So the other thing we need to do, probably the most important thing, is we need to make sure we are in our room, in the seats, time to go. It's because we have a lot to. Normally there's some wiggle room and it's a little side discussions that are really useful and the networking. But in order to make sure that we are honoring the agenda, honoring each other's time, we want to make sure that we're here when we start. Since the guy who showed up 2 minutes before the meeting. All right. Any questions on the agenda before we get rolling? Of note, you're going to see we have some time on our own for lunch. We come in tomorrow. Make sure that you're back in the building in time to get through security, to get reprocessed, to get back up. That just takes a little while. Okay. All right. So I have been talking for a long time, and I can keep going, but I'd like to hear from you guys. So why don't we start? Let you guys do introductions. Kind of start that process of talking with each other. So if you're okay, let's start with Kelly, and we'll just kind of go around the table and introduce ourselves. And then we'll look at getting, see if you have any questions, and then we'll jump into the actual meeting portion. All right. Kelly.
I'm Kelly Snyder. I'm the designated federal officer for the Site-Specific Advisory Board. I've been with the advisory board since 2001. I live in Las Vegas, Nevada, and the majority of my experience has been with the Nevada board, but I've been with headquarters for a couple of years now, and I'm excited you're here.
Good morning. My name is Mark Hilton. I am the vice chair. Our chair is in the middle of defense for his doctoral dissertation. So he said, okay, I'm going to do that rather than come here. So I'm filling in for him. Welcome. I've been with the board for this is my second 2-year term now.
Good morning. My name is Eddie Williams, and I'm a relatively new member of the Nevada Site-Specific Advisory Board since October of last year. And so I had the opportunity to be as a regular advisory board member. So I'm excited to be here and excited to learn.
My name is Mark Hayden, and I'm a member of the Northern New Mexico CAB. I've been on the CAB now for almost 3.5 years, and I'm representing New Mexico today. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amy Jones. I am the vice chair in Oak Ridge. I've been on the board for 4 years, I believe. Here with my chair, but this is my first meeting, so I'm looking forward to it.
Gil Shields, Chair of Oak Ridge, SSAB, 6-year member. Glad to be here.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Greg Murray. I am the chair of the Spanish Riverside Citizens Advisory Board, and I am in my 6th year.
I'm Phyllis Britt. I'm here in place of our vice chair who had personal issues. And I've been on the board since March of 2020, so it's been an interesting ride.
Morning, I'm Mike White. I'm the Department of Energy Senior Advisor for Environmental Management, and I've had the honor of being responsible for the department's environmental management program for just over 3 years now.
Jeff Avery, I'm the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for EM, and I've had the honor of helping lead DOE-EM for 2 months now.
Taking all the hard questions.
That's right.
I'm Jane Johnson, and I'm Vice Chair of Paducah CAB. And I am on the downhill slide on my term with the CAB, and I'm retired as Vice President of Paducah Area Chamber of Commerce, but not really retired. Anyway, I'm very busy. There you go.
I'm Don Barr. I am Chair of the Paducah CAB. This is my second year go around, but I have a unique opportunity, the fact that my wife served 6 years prior to me. So I attended these meetings for 6 years with her. And came on and still coming to these.
I'm Mia Burke. I am Vice Chair of the Hanson Advisory Board, and I just recently started. I think my packet was approved in November of 2022.
Susan Coleman. I am the chair of the HAB, Hanford Advisory Board, and I just started year 3.
I'm Herbert Potter. I'm the vice chair of Portsmouth South Specific Advisory Board, and I've been in the role about a year.
I'm Jody Crabtree. I'm the chair of the Portsmouth SSAB. I've been on the board for about 6 years. My first full year as chair.
Bob Skinner, vice chair, Idaho Cleanup Board. I've been with the CAB a couple of years. So.
Debbie Farber, Idaho Cleanup Project, on my 2nd year, just as a member.
Excellent. It's good to meet all of you. How many folks is this your first meeting with the SSAB? A lot of new faces at the table. That's really great. That's a big deal, right? And so we want you to jump in and be involved, right? Ask questions, right? I'm a huge proponent that there is no question that's off the table, right? We're going to have a discussion, and so if you're asking the question, you're bringing a new insight that somebody else here is. Is it possible we've discussed it in the past? Absolutely. But there are other people that have the same question. So we want to feel free. This is a very informal, not quite loosey-goosey, but pretty close to it, right? It's just a bunch of old friends sitting around talking about stuff. And so we want you to be engaged. If you do have questions, you do want to jump in, you can always yell, "Hey, Eric," and jump in, right? But if we're going through kind of formal process, if you'll just turn that up on the end and stand it up, we'll kind of know you have a question and we'll flag you down. All right. So I did notice a couple of you are more quiet than others. So if you'll make sure that you kind of deep breath and speak a little louder maybe than it's normal. We want to make sure the folks in the back here, want to make sure everybody can understand. All right. And then voices, questions. Any questions from you guys before we get rolling? You look so anticipatory, all of you. Like there's something good that's happening right around the corner. All right. So let's start. Let's go ahead and introduce. We're gonna go ahead and get ahead of schedule and make sure that there's more time, because I would rather be a little early and give you guys more time to talk with Mike and Jeff than to hear from me. Okay? So let's take a quick second and take a look at what we got. Obviously, I think most of you are familiar with Mr. Ike White. He's the top most senior executive for the Office of Environmental Management and has been since June 2019. Nothing really has happened in the world since June 2019, right? So it's been smooth sailing the whole time. He provides leadership for the safe cleanup environmental legacy brought from 5 decades of nuclear weapons development and government-sponsored nuclear energy research. He's joined at the table by, again, I guess new car smell still on you, right, Jeff?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, so we're glad to have Jeff with us. He's the principal deputy assistant secretary in the office of the EM. His role works to enable safe and successful execution of the EM mission while providing management oversight and activities and operations. And he's here to answer the hard questions you've learned. So, sir, floor is yours. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. And I'll start out by maybe by breaking all the rules, I guess, and saying thank you. That I really appreciate that you all are taking your time to visit with us here in DC this week. Hopefully we've arranged decent weather and lots of cherry blossoms. So your timing was pretty good. But you know, I've said this to a number of you when I visited sites and met with you individually. But I really do appreciate the fact that you've all chosen to engage in public service by being active participants with us in helping us shape the future of the cleanup program at sites across the country. It's a volunteer effort on your part. You've chosen to engage this way by spending your time to help us make the program better on behalf of all the folks who live in the communities. So I just wanted to take a moment and tell you how much I appreciate that, appreciate your willingness to do this and continue to do this. These advisory boards are important to us for many different reasons. A couple of them I'll mention very briefly. One, as we think about why we do the cleanup program, a large part of why we're doing the cleanup program and addressing the legacy of past environmental contamination is all about the folks who live around these sites around the country and who work at these sites. And on behalf of those folks, all of you are a vehicle for us to engage and understand and get feedback on priorities in the program and help us shape it going forward. So I really appreciate the fact that all of you take the time to actively engage and help shape the program going forward into the future. That alignment is important for a couple of different reasons. One, it helps make the program better. It helps us align our priorities with community priorities. And ultimately, that alignment also helps the program at large. One of the things I mentioned quite frequently when talking to different groups of folks, and I did this on the Hill recently, the cleanup caucus event, was pointing out just how important this alignment is for the cleanup program. As I look at sites across the country, one of the things that strikes me is the better the alignment is, the better we tend to be at making real progress in environmental cleanup. And I think you can just sort of go site by site and look at that and see that as a metric. And all of you and the boards that you represent are really important to our overall effort to get that alignment. So thank you for taking the time out. I think we're making great progress across the country. I'll let Jeff talk a little bit about that. I will leave as much time as possible for you all to ask questions by turning it over to Jeff. I am very happy to have Jeff on board as the new principal deputy assistant secretary for EM. He's only been with the program a couple of months, but he has fairly extensive involvement with EM over the past, I don't know how many years. I'll let him talk about that a little bit. But certainly at sites like Idaho, for example, where he was responsible for the naval reactor site and in working with him at naval reactors cleanup program at sites in New York. He's had very extensive involvement with EM and with the cleanup at different sites around the country. So he only gets a little bit of a break. Not as much of a break as I might have had coming over from NSA 3 years ago. So with that, thank you again. I look forward to our conversation, and I really do appreciate the fact that you're all willing to spend your time this week interacting with us. Hopefully we've got a great agenda for you to hear from, maybe some different cross-cutting program efforts that you don't always get to see and hear from at a site-specific level. So feel free to engage, ask questions, and give us something to think about. So thank you.
Yeah. All right. Ike, thank you for the introduction and appreciate the opportunity to not only represent you, but the EM team. And to the site-specific advisory board leaders, welcome. Welcome to Washington, D.C. Really looking forward to meeting with you today and discussing opportunities and issues facing the cleanup program. Thank you for traveling to Washington, D.C. Like I said, I think it's going to be a nice week, good spring weather, hopefully. And thanks for all that you do. Appreciate all that you do to help make our program better. And your views and your insights and your perspectives are absolutely vital to what we do as a program, make us better and make sure we understand the views within the communities that you represent. So really appreciate that. Just a little bit more on my background. As I said, I've only been on board with EM
a couple of months, but I've spent the last 26 years with the Naval Reactors Program in various technical policy and regulatory roles. I spent my last job there, started in 2016, was really the best way I can describe it was sort of the Navy's version of EM. So conducting cleanup work and infrastructure work and working with folks around the country to support the Naval Reactors portfolio of work. Also had an opportunity to work closely with EM as part of that last role that I had. And through that, we developed some pretty important collaborative partnerships, one of which involved utilizing the experience and the expertise of the DOE EM team to conduct D&D operations for the Naval Reactors Program. And it's very successful. If you take a look at what's happened thus far for that partnership, and you measure it on an environmental liability basis, there's already been a reduction of about $2 billion in the environmental liability for the Naval Reactors Program based on the methodology and the approach of the EM program. So I was super pleased to be part of that, and then just thrilled when I asked you to come on board to help lead. So I'd like to share some of my thoughts and observations with you as we kick off the couple of days here.
Jeff, I'm sorry to interrupt. The folks online are saying they're having a hard time hearing you. If you don't mind.
Okay,
sorry, I apologize.
Yep. So it is an exciting time within the cleanup program. Our teams on the ground really are delivering on reducing risks and protecting the environment. We're coming off a pretty productive year with great progress across EM, and that includes all of the sites that you represent. And so the work that's been done would not have been possible without the collaboration with the communities that you represent. And we are achieving great things, reducing risks, and setting the stage for a new chapter in communities like yours all over the country. When you take a look at what we're doing, we are contributing to national security priorities, investing in the future, aiding tribal and community efforts to build strong economies, and we're growing jobs to prepare for a clean energy future. So there's a lot there, and it's really, really exciting and rewarding part of that. But if you just take a look at some examples that cover those things I just said, the Oak Ridge land transfers contributing to NNSA future missions. The Portsmouth land transfers are contributing to the future of Piketon and Pike County. We're investing in the future of a workforce with the MSIPP program, and you're going to hear more about that later from Nicole. We've also launched a community capacity building program. And you'll hear about that in the meeting this week from Kristen. And these opportunities for the future are definitely not an afterthought. They're first and foremost and a driving force for our program, and they really do require your input. So really looking forward to hearing what you have to say and how we can help shape these programs as we move forward for the future. As Ike has talked about a number of times, we're really at a pivotal point in the EM program. We generally know what waste we have, and we know how to safely treat it. We have most of the cleanup capabilities in place, or very nearly in place, to deal with our wastes, and we're taking the necessary steps to enable mission success in the next phase of the program. And whether we're talking about investing in R&D, which you'll hear about today from Ming and from Kurt, analyzing disposal options, reaching decisions about remaining waste streams, or achieving alignment with the regulators and stakeholders, EM is preparing for the future. And we have a trio of outward-facing documents that are assisting us as we move forward in the future. And your input and perspective is critically important as we continue to develop and refine those and mature those for the future. And I think most of you have seen those, but there are annual priorities list, our strategic vision, and our EM program plan. And I have a copy of the 2023 priorities with me, which I love because it is a single sheet of paper, 8.5 by 11, but it covers a lot of ground. And so it's a great one-stop shop. And I use it often to kind of reflect on what our key requirements are now and into the future. So I'd like to talk a little bit about our priorities, things that we've accomplished over the last year, and what we're preparing for this year and into the future. And as I go through these, I don't think probably any of these will be a surprise or should be a surprise to any of you. But I think it's important to highlight, acknowledge, and celebrate what we've achieved and achieved together through our collaborative partnership. So just a few things to note relative to the priorities. So at Los Alamos, in 2022, we beat our waste shipment goals out of Los Alamos by over 70%. A huge accomplishment. And this year, we are initiating actions to support retrieval of the drums from waste control specialists, and ensuring no backlog of shipments from Los Alamos as we strive to complete 400 trans waste shipments at WIP this year. At Hanford, in 2022, we began treating tank waste through the tank site cesium removal system, and we cocooned a 7th reactor. This year, we endeavor to heat up Melter 2 and to treat another 2 billion gallons of groundwater. At the Savannah River site, last year, we treated more tank waste than ever before, and we initiated the Advanced Manufacturing Collaborative Construction Project. This year, we will complete Saltstone Disposal Unit 8, complete the steel structure for the Advanced Manufacturing Collaborative, and finish the environmental assessment to support contaminated process equipment, which is a very important regulatory effort for the program. In Idaho, last year we completed buried waste retrieval 18 months ahead of schedule. This year, our goal is to complete processing of 100 canisters of waste at IWTU and to complete the spent nuclear fuel transfer project from wet storage to dry storage. And on that latter point, I'm pleased to announce that we're actually traveling to Idaho next week to be able to celebrate and acknowledge that milestone that we've reached. So really, really pleased about that and the work that's been done to support achieving that important milestone with the state of Idaho. In Oak Ridge, we've completed transfer of the biology complex land to NNSA and finished the first ever demolition of a reactor in the central campus of Oak Ridge National Laboratory. This year, we began site preparations for the land-based disposal facility and conduct demolition activities for the low-intensity test reactor. At Portsmouth, last year, completed a very large D&D project involving the X326 processing building. So that was a huge, huge milestone. And this year, we worked to award our D&D contract for the site, which is focused on the in-state contracting model to drive the performance that we need for the future, including that work. At Paducah, last year we completed 1 million pounds of refrigerant processing, and we're going to do another 1 million this year. In Nevada, last year we prepared for the demolition of Test Cell C and the EMAD. And if you don't know what those are facilities that were associated with a historic nuclear rocket program. And we will build on that work this year by demolishing 4 of the Test Cell C buildings. So that covers some of the key highlights from 2022 and what we're focused on for 2023 within the priorities. From the strategic vision document perspective, I want to talk a little bit about that. That is, again, our second tool, and it outlines our intermediate term vision to guide those short-term priorities that we just talked about. And while it's not intended to be an all-inclusive list of all of our work, it provides a roadmap for achieving key priorities and opportunities for the future. It will be a living document, so we expect it to change. And again, we need your input as part of that process. And it'll reflect the updates as we learn and move forward on our programs, progress, and our budget profiles for the program. So again, your input is hugely important as part of that. And we expect that the updated version of that strategic vision is going to be issued sometime a little bit later this spring. So that'll be out relatively soon. From a program plan perspective, the original version of the program plan was issued last fall. Again, encourage you to take a look at it. It's available on our website if you have not seen that. That is a long-range planning baseline to identify, again, longer-term opportunities and challenges for the program. So what kinds of things does that document include? It's things like our remaining scopes of work, strategies to complete the mission areas, opportunities to accelerate and complete work earlier. And it's a framework for charting a path forward, complete the mission in a safe, timely, and effective manner. So broadly, that covers those three pillars that are helping guide the future. And fundamentally, foundational to all of those is engagement. Our engagement with you, our engagement with the communities, and the other stakeholders that we work with. And we are working hard to continue to strengthen our programs of engagement really across the country. We're working closely with you to help ensure that this is the most effective forum and group it can be. We are working to improve membership, recruitment, and approval processes. To meet our requirements and commitments for our recruitment responsibilities, and to ensure that the board makeup reflects the communities. And that's critically important because if we don't have that cross-section of diverse views and perspectives, then we're not gaining the full benefit of the input to help shape and drive the program forward really the right way. So that's very, very important. We have significantly ramped up our engagement in New Mexico starting last year, which was feedback that we got, and we've responded to that feedback, and it was the right thing to do, and we're continuing down that path. We have expanded our Justice Coordinating Initiative opportunities. And in Los Alamos, we now have a pilot project to have deeper discussions with the community about options for waste disposition and prioritization. Really, really excited about that project as it moves forward. We're endeavoring to partner more with NSA on potential for joint engagements. And we've done some of that in Savannah River, and we plan on doing more of that moving forward and scheduling some time to do that in the near future out in New Mexico. We are approaching the Savannah River site transition with the long-term outlook for the site and the community, really at the forefront of our minds as we go forward with that. Of course, we're engaging with your congressional representatives, and just last week or the week before that, I spoke at the cleanup caucus and provided some thoughts and observations and a bit of an EM orientation to some of the new folks that are supporting the work on the Hill. From a budget perspective, we have issued our budget guidance document to the sites, and my expectation, and certainly Ike's expectation, is that each site should involve stakeholders in the FY25 budget prioritization process. So that's extremely important. And I'm excited about the sessions here over the next couple of days that are focused on budget and budget development. So I encourage you all to please take an active role as part of that process. Steve Trishman's got some important sessions to cover this topic broadly. He will go over some of the highlights from the FY24 request, but he's also going to go through with you a budget exercise to help provide insight into the budget formulation process, which I think is just an opportunity to help bring us together and understand how that shapes up and comes together. So look forward to the meeting and to discussing additional ways that we can better engage as a group. So with that, thank you again for traveling to Washington, D.C. Thank you for being here. And I am breaking the rule on all of the thanks that I'm giving Eric, but I'm really looking forward to the rest of the meeting and to getting to know you and to learning better what your views and perspectives are and how we can improve the business. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff and Ike. We appreciate your time. All right, we're going to open the floor. We have 25 minutes or so for questions and discussions. So what's on your mind, folks? Yeah, Mark.
Mark Hayden, New Mexico. In DOE's opinion, what's the best groundwater modeling program, and is it available to all site cleanup operations nationally?
So short answer to your question is I'm not sure exactly what the best one would be. Right? I mean, I think there are a number of options. I think DOE's laboratories have some of the best capabilities in the world when it comes to looking at how we use those models. Certainly at places like Savannah River and PNNL, Oak Ridge. So a brief answer to your question, I don't know what I would call the best models. You sort of have to look at different situations and look at what models might be appropriate in those situations. And I'm certainly not an expert on the pros and cons of the various models.
But I would just add to that, we are taking a hard look at work that is conducted across the complex, across the EM program, and to understand and share lessons learned from all of the different models that are being used and all of the different approaches that are being used to support groundwater across the EM program. And so that's an important effort that we have to ensure that we're continuing to advance the state of the art really across the board.
Yeah, I mean, in that regard, Jeff and I got a briefing just yesterday, as a matter of fact, from one of our groundwater leads at Savannah River National Lab, because they're sort of looking at how we systematically look at this question of groundwater monitoring long-term at each site. And so they sort of walked us through some of the work they've been doing for the last 2 or 3 years, thinking about how you look at the whole picture of what's needed to be successful with the groundwater program and how we do that at each site. Also looking at how we might be able to make some of that information more readily accessible in a public space so folks can understand what we're doing and what we're using. Also look, to the questions of things like how do you identify what the key technical challenges are? How do you look at the questions about what maybe what model might be best in a given situation? So certainly something that when I think really long term, right? And I think sort of from a cleanup program perspective, groundwater is something that cuts across almost all of our sites.
Hey, great deal. Thanks for starting us off, Mark. Welcome. Yeah. Hey, and so just as a quick reminder, as we're going forward, Ted wanted me to remind you guys, these meetings are being recorded. So that way, if you ask Ike on the record what his favorite groundwater model is, he's not. He's like, what's your favorite child, maybe? So that's just for everybody's edification. Just wanted to know. Who else has a question? Yeah, Bob.
Bob Skinner of Idaho. Who has the ball on deciding everything for spent fuel is interim? Does anybody have a ball to try to decide what's going to be final disposal for spent fuel?
So our colleagues in the Office of Nuclear Energy are responsible for looking at the question of overall waste disposal on the spent fuel side. We certainly work with them closely because the cleanup program obviously has a very obvious interest in what that ends up being. So we're certainly working closely with the Office of Nuclear Energy, but they have responsibility for the department. At Idaho, one of the things we are doing at the moment is we pulled together the Naval Reactors team, the EM team, the laboratory, and NE to look specifically at our spent fuel inventory in Idaho to work on a comprehensive and integrated approach for how we deal with it as a group, not just individually. So we're sort of working on that together as well. But I think short answer to your question is the Office of Nuclear Energy has responsibility for the disposal pathway.
And I know if I could just add that they're working hard to have and initiate public dialogues on options for the future, approaching a problem from the standpoint of consent-based siting. So there are resources and materials available that office is sponsoring to have a dialogue with the broader community about the future with respect to spent fuels.
Other questions? Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to contextualize just like.
Absolutely.
I'll do it very quickly. So I'm in my 6th year on the cab now, and people always ask me when they hear about this, you know, do they actually listen to you? And I must admit, when I started on the cab, I wasn't sure at that point. Over time, I've grown more confident that they do and convinced that they do for a variety of reasons. One of the things that comes to my mind is the senior leadership at SRS. They come and spend a great deal of time with us at our CAD meetings. They'll come and sit through our CAD meetings with us, Mike Budney, the field manager, as well as Amy Boyette, the director of external affairs. And we really appreciate that. And that goes a long way to convincing us that they do care. I also want to compliment these two, Mr. White and Mr. Avery, came to Savannah Riverside a month or so ago, I guess they're 6 weeks ago. And they had about, I guess it was a 30-minute conversation with us. They actually spent more than that with us. They came early to the meeting and they answered all of our questions. So I appreciate that. I do think they make the effort to listen to us and to pay attention to us, but I do want to ask this question. Based on all this listening you're doing, in particular, I'm interested in what's going on at Los Alamos. What are some of the most surprising things you all have learned from talking to communities like you do?
Right. So, I mean, I don't know about surprising exactly. I mean, I did it's sort of, I mean, in a couple of different areas. One is one of the things I've actually enjoyed hearing is from different groups is some of the challenges that you all have in terms of getting involvement through the Citizens Advisory Board, right? And I think a number of those things I wouldn't have thought of if you hadn't pointed them out. So when it comes to, you know, engagement in the advisory boards, I think hearing directly from you all and what the issues of engagement, I found some of those things surprising just because I wouldn't have thought of them. Certainly, it helps me also appreciate perspective. I think when I got into the cleanup program, you know, you sort of think about risk and you think about the things that the community would want prioritized and that you would care about. And I try to put myself in the perspective of someone who lives around one of the communities and think about what I would perceive as risks and what I would perceive as priorities. And I don't know that 3 years ago, I would have had a really good sort of framework in my head for how I would have thought that through, right? And so hearing from advisory boards in terms of the things that you care about at different sites and understanding what those priorities are have helped me put the program at different sites into a framework that helps me think about what's important to the folks who actually live around the sites. And groundwater, for example, is something that's important to a lot of folks, and that's one of the things that we consistently hear about from different sites in terms of priorities, whether it's Oak Ridge or Idaho or Los Alamos or Savannah River. It's a fairly consistent theme, and so that is one of the things that I sort of picked up on as part of the program. There are some other cases where, as we talk to different advisory boards, one of the things that I do in the budget space every year to sort of go through, and we're going to start with this in 25 very shortly. We actually already started 25 planning process, really take it off in earnest in about another month or so. And so one of the things that I always do is as that process gets up to me to start looking through that, one of the things that folks like Connie sort of walk me through are what their perspectives are on what your priorities are that you've talked to them about. And so as I look through this at different sites, you know, before I would get those briefings, certainly before 3 or 4 years ago, I might not have had a really good understanding of what's important at each site from a community perspective and why necessarily. And certainly it helps me better understand that. So I don't know that the surprise necessarily, but sort of an enhanced understanding. Better way to put it.
If I could just add to that, I don't have anything that I would identify as surprising me, and I've got just a couple of months of runtime in the program. But one of the things that I've been excited to hear about is the enthusiasm within the communities to find nexuses of opportunity between the cleanup program and clean energy opportunities for the future. And just about all of the areas in the country and the folks that I've talked to, that's been raised as something that the community is interested in. And we are not the experts within the DOE on that part of the portfolio, but we can help make connections. And there's incredible opportunity there for the future. So that's something that I think is just been, maybe I'll say pleasantly surprising as I've started off here. Thank you.
What other questions do you guys have? Yeah, Herman?
Herman Potter from the Portsmouth side. I must say that there's a lot of exciting things happening at Portsmouth right now. I think it's pretty clear, much different than what it was in the past. But what do you see as some of the barriers as far as interfacing with some of the other agencies and other offices within the Department of Energy as far as reaching a goal, such as reindustrialization?
My own experience at working within DOE has a nickname called the Department of Everything, right? Just because there's so much that you do under the umbrella of the Department of Energy, right? Everything from naval reactors to cleanup to clean energy to compliance efficiency standards to whatever, right? And so you just sort of look across the spectrum of things that the department is responsible for. And when there's a particular thing that you want to get done that requires lots of those different pieces of the department to work together to make something happen, that's always one of the things that requires a lot of attention and focus is on that collaboration and communication, because everybody's sort of got a very, very, very challenging work scope all by themselves. And when you sort of set those work scopes that cut across a number of different programs, the ability for all those programs to manage their own work scope, but then also work collaboratively with lots of different parts of the department in order to pull off something that requires mutual cooperation is always requires a lot of focus and a lot of effort. Certainly there are also just general challenges right now, right, in terms of thinking about some of the activities that we might want to do. And it's always, just within the cleanup program, for example, one of the big challenges we have is workforce, right, in terms of being able to attract and retain the workforce we need. It's sort of a nationwide problem, but the cleanup program is not immune to the problem. And so as we look at ramping up or changing things, making sure that we have the right people to be able to do those things is something that I'm very much focused on as a particular challenge.
Other questions? Yeah.
Susan Coleman from Hanford. Right, we're doing a lot of really wonderful things, but there is one item that is hitting our screen as an area of concern, which is New Mexico's stance on shipping of transuranic waste. Because we're the long pole in the tent as far as how long our cleanup mission is going to go. Our board is starting to get really concerned about not being able to ship true waste to New Mexico. So can you give me any insight that I can take back?
Let's see, just a couple of thoughts. One is, when I step back and look, not just for Hanford, but for the whole cleanup program, right? If you look at what we do in the cleanup program, it's fundamentally, we take waste that's in one form, we do something to it, treat it, break it down, whatever, and then we end up disposing of it in a location, an engineered disposal facility where the environmental impacts are much better managed for a very long period of time. Right? And that's sort of really fundamentally what we do. And without that disposal capability, right, you don't have a cleanup program when it comes to the waste streams that you're talking about fundamentally. So for the website in New Mexico is extraordinarily important to the entire department, right? Not just Hanford, but sites across the country, Savannah River, Oak Ridge. Is supported to the National Security Program, Los Alamos, Livermore, supported the Office of Science programs. And so we are very much focused on working with the state of New Mexico on ensuring that we have a transuranic waste disposal capability. If you look strictly at the statutory limit for WIP, that's tied to the Land Withdrawal Act. So there's a number tied to the Land Withdrawal Act. And we're not in any danger of running into that particular statutory issue with WIP for a number of decades. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't be working with the state of New Mexico and thinking about what our long-term planning is on waste disposal for transuranic waste. So, right now we're part of our focus on an enhanced engagement strategy in New Mexico is about this question of transuranic waste disposal. It's important within New Mexico for Los Alamos, for example, because Los Alamos' national security mission will also be going on a very long time and will require transuranic waste disposal capabilities as well. So it's something that we're very much focused on. We're very much working with the state on this at this point in time, but I don't know that I have a whole lot more detail that I can share you because I don't know that I've solved the problem.
I haven't heard a solution yet, but yeah, we're the current stance, political stance of New Mexico. When it just came out, I saw an article on the AP about spent fuel that they're not taking anything from out of the state. So Los Alamos is relatively safe because they're inside the state. It's the rest of us that are non-New Mexico state shippers that have the concern under the current political environment.
Yeah, and certainly the department is very much focused on the risks that you point out, and we're very much working with the state, trying to look at what our strategy would be going forward.
All right, we have about 10 minutes left. Any additional questions?
Mark Hayden, New Mexico. This is for the DOE to maybe comment on, and that is there an example of a successful hydro wall in a cleanup approach? And the example I'll give you is at Los Alamos, they have a hexavalent chromium plume. And part of the idea is rather than pull the water out and then ship it somewhere else down that very narrow hill that they have to go on, they re-inject it after treatment back into the plume itself. The idea is a pressure wave against the plume. But there's some uncertainty on the science on whether or not that's proven technology or whether that can be used. It's a cost savings, that may be a safety concern, but does it work?
I would ask you to save the technical details on that question for our folks who are talking to you about technology development this afternoon. If you'll get a more in-depth answer on that question. But in short, I think part of what we've seen at a number of different sites is, I think we have seen progress at managing plumes through the pumping and then injection. So, I think there are some examples of that, Hanford in particular, that we could point to, but I would ask you to just save that for our technology folks. And hopefully they're behind me, so they'll be prepared to answer the question by the time now they know what it is.
Excellent. Other questions?
John Barger, Paducah. As you see the people sitting around the table, each one of us knows how important our site is. But yet we realize that we're having to deal with what I'm going to go back to my elementary teaching, the common good. How do you balance site specifics versus the common good when it comes to all of these decisions that have to be made? We'd say, hey, give us more money, because we're not looking at Hanford, we're not looking at Savannah River. How do you balance that in your decision making?
That is a really good question. I spend an enormous amount of time over the course of every year looking specifically at this question at a really high level, and then I'll let Jeff give his perspective on this. I look at a couple of things. One is the initial prioritization is about immediate risk, right? So the highest level of prioritization really goes, as you look across the country, to things where there is near-term, short-term, immediate risk, things you have to deal with, right? And when these come up, I think we've been pretty effective at doing that. The second piece of the question then gets down to program optimization, because we don't have unlimited resources, right? So we have to look and then just make conscious decisions about how we prioritize getting things done. And so with Paducah, for example, one good case of this is how we've managed the uranium enrichment D&D fund over the course of the last several decades, right? Which is, there's always a general prioritization that you went after Oak Ridge first. That was the oldest of our capabilities and among the more significant. risk issues. We're now focused on getting Portsmouth done, and then we're focused on keeping Paducah stable and safe while continuing to make as much progress as we can. Right, and so that's sort of a prioritization that came out of the process, understanding we couldn't ramp everything up at once within the resources that we had. And Jeff, do you want to?
I would just add that those trio of documents that I talked about earlier is also a tool that we'll be using as we move forward to help communicate the kinds of things that I talked about, because it lays out the overall vision for the program at large. The other thing I would add is we look at things like sensitivity analysis and life cycle cost trade-offs to help in making those priority decisions on where to put resources on the target.
That's a good point. So if you look at the program plan, part of what you see with revision 0 is simply a baseline for what we have now, right? But the intent is to use that to capture what we could be doing in terms of those options that you just talked about and how we're looking at those options. So one of the sites where we're actually focused very much right now is Paducah, because I think because of where we had put Paducah in sort of the overall schedule on the UAD&D side, there is a lot of variability when it comes to the life cycle costs at Paducah, just based on how quickly you decide to do it and what the funding profile looks like, right? So, we're exploring what that looks like now by going through different scenarios of what would the overall life cycle schedule and cost look like with different funding profiles that are realistic, and then finding a way to capture those in the program plan so that you all and others have a way to look at what options we traded off, right? What options we looked at and how we made those decisions, and the opportunities that might exist out there, if circumstances were different or funding profiles were different.
Thank you. I think if I can continue, I think one of the hardest things that as a CAB member that we've had to get used to is timelines. Because most of us, I'm looking down the age level here at this table, will not be around at that final date, whatever it might be. And so it's difficult to think in just now when we're really looking at down to 65 for Paducah and beyond maybe for some of the other sites. And so that becomes something hard to grasp.
That's a challenge for us too. I mean, I tell folks, you look out into the future and, we make projections about how long things are going to take that run into the 60, 80 year time frame, right? It's hard to characterize just how much uncertainty exists when you do that, right? Like an enormous amount of uncertainty, because you're essentially looking backwards the same time frame you're at the start of the Manhattan Project. And I can guarantee you, all of the folks sitting around the table while the Manhattan Project was going on weren't visualizing what all of us are sitting here doing now, right? Guaranteed. And so, as you look forward, that level of uncertainty increases every year that you go out from now, right? And so between now and 5 years or now and 10 years, you have some reasonable level of understanding and certainty. And as you get further and further past that, you're wagging it, right? You're doing your best guess, you're making your best assumptions, but that as you get to the next 5 years, the next 10 years, you're going to have to go back, and now that you have more certainty in that outlook, rethink what you assumed going forward. And that's part of the strategy for why we have these different timelines associated with these different documents, right? I mean, the calendar year thing is the highest level of uncertainty for our priorities. This is the stuff we absolutely know we want to get done. Because we're absolutely confident we know we have the funding, we know we have the workforce, we know we have the technology issues addressed. This is the stuff we really want to get done. Then we have a vision document which lays out, okay, in the next 10 years, here's what we think we can get done. And there's a reasonable level of certainty associated with that, assuming stable funding profiles, for example. And then you get out beyond that, and now you're into the realm of, here's our best guess at a program plan. Right, and here's what we think the options look like, and here's what we think maybe the scenarios eventually will look like. But you're right, the further out you go, it's sort of like a fog of war kind of thing, where you can see this stuff close to you, but as you get further and further away, it becomes blurrier and blurrier, and the level of uncertainty continues to go up.
So this is actually a really great question and discussion for us to bounce off and transition to the next portion of our meeting, right? As we talk about our individual issues at our sites here around Robin, right? Because I think collectively we come together and we want to see what's best for the EM program, and we want Ike and his group to be successful, or even more successful. And we want to see our nation be successful, but it's very much human nature, and it's good and right to want what's best in your backyard. Right? And so let's transition and let's talk about what's going on at our sites and what's important to you. As we go through this discussion, I want to encourage Ike and Jeff, if you have questions for the individual sites or comments you want to jump in, feel free. With that, let me encourage you as you're covering your round robin slides. Normally we take 4 or 5 minutes per slide. The quicker you get through your slides, the more time we have for discussion. Right? Just being honest. And sometimes the slides take a little longer to get through, and that cuts down on the discussion on the end. Per our agenda at 11 o'clock, wherever we are, we're going to take a hard break and public comment. And we've got about 15 minutes or so for any public comment, and then to finish up the discussion here. Does that sound good? And then I guess if it's okay, at the end of this, we'll let you guys put a bow on it, and anything you want to add if you
We also have a new website being developed for accessibility for the public. We recently resumed our tours. We had one of the landfill facility recently, a couple months ago, and we have another one at WIP, the Waste Isolation Pilot Plant, is scheduled for this fall. Some of the challenges we have, the long appointment process for CAB members, probably all of you have suffered from that. It's just, I guess, a resource issue for DOE, but we haven't been able to process new members very quickly. College students is a target that we're starting to do this year, and we have a few on board, but they're competing with other jobs and other responsibilities. It's hard to get students and hard to get their attention. Packaging might be helpful. And then lastly, we continue to meet in that hybrid format in part because of COVID-19, influenza, and RSV. But I think the governor is now concluding the COVID pause button by saying the epidemic is over at the end of the month and we'll all be returning back to work. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it. Any questions or comments for Mark and the folks in Northern New Mexico? Do appreciate it. All right, we're going to slide forward. I believe it's Oak Ridge. Leon Shields.
Oak Ridge Hot specific on the hot topics, ensuring sufficient waste disposal capacity to support the future cleanup activities of Oak Ridge National Laboratory, Y12 National Security Complex. The access facilities of risk reduction activities are at RNL and Y12. Our goal is to facilitate decision-making regarding future groundwater remediation activities at ETTP and increase board visibility and outreach to attract new members, as many of us in the room are facing. A couple other bullet points, as Mr. White has mentioned, the transfer of the biology complex back to the mission purpose and the mercury treatment facility that we're currently building. We have a great thing that RNL and Y12 is doing as far as the energy cast. Had a lot of great public feedback from some of the things that they're doing for the segments and posting that, and looking forward to the History Center being built at ETTP for the youth.
So have they featured Leon Shields on the Energy Cast yet?
Of course.
Nice. Get that out. Let's see that. That's neat. Any questions for Oak Ridge and the folks there? All right, I believe Savannah River is up next. Greg, you're on the floor.
Thank you, everybody. Had 3 points we wanted to bring up. First was the landlord transition from environmental management to NNSA. They're expecting to have this taken care of by fiscal year 25. It's part of this conversation that we're having on the CAB. We're basically wondering what is visible to us now as CAB members will not become visible or will not be visible after the transition to NNSA because of their security requirement. So we've been talking a lot about that. We mentioned that to Mr. White and Mr. Avery when they joined us in Aiken a month or so ago. And so that's important too. Membership and retention and recruitment. Now I promised our CAB folks that I would give up on my membership concerns And I'm going back on that. We also learned that we also have retention concerns. As you notice up there, we lose about 50, historically, we've lost about 50% of our cohort of new members every year, which seems strikingly large to me. This last cohort we recruited it, we've lost more than that. And I think that number is actually probably going to go up to where we'll end up losing about 70 or so % of them, as I'm understanding people's plans and stuff. So I think losing 50% of a cohort that those folks work so hard and people work so hard to recruit is a big issue. I have some suspicions on some of the issues regarding that. One of the things that we've been talking about in trying to implement, our meetings are quite long. We meet every other month on Monday afternoons from 1 to 4 and on Tuesdays from 9 to 4. So we have pretty long meetings every other month. One of the things that I'm thinking in my mind is maybe the meetings are long and arduous for people. So we've started just recently, and we can't really talk too much about whether it's successful or not. We started doing a little post-meeting survey for people to talk a little bit about, how are the presentations? You see the 4 questions we asked there to try to get some grasp on what's happening and what people are thinking. And we've done it. We did the first month in our first meeting in March, or no, I guess in January we did it. We just did it, and it's just running this week for our meeting just a week or so ago. So we don't have any results on that. But I don't know. That's just some suspicion. That one thing that we have come up with is one of the other questions is general comments about CAB and such. And one of the things that James and I were talking about a little bit, and he brought up, is there is concern that although we ask questions or given the opportunity to ask questions of the presenters, maybe some of the members don't feel like there's an opportunity to discuss amongst ourselves the presentations. And so that's something that will be thought about a little bit more. But those are our three primary topics. You can see a little bit of the data on the retention numbers there on the right table if you would like to take a look at that. So yeah, that's what we're thinking today at Riverside CAB.
Excellent. Hey, and let me commend you guys on being willing to tackle. That's a hard subject to jump into. It's as sometimes being self-aware and critical of the process that's going on can be daunting for an organization. And
well, I applaud our staff. They're willing to do it. We ask the questions and they're willing to help us do it. So
because you have the best staff. They're great.
We do have great staff. I agree.
Any questions or comments for Greg? Yes.
Quick question. Anyway, the Nevada Site Specific Advisory Board. With me still being new, when you go out and recruit members, I'm quite sure you probably explain to them thoroughly what's responsibility of for being a part of this committee, right?
I quite frankly do not know what pitch is that's made. I assume that that's made clear to people that listen, we have these meetings, they're long, they're during the workday. I'm assuming that part of the information is transmitted. Is it absorbed? I don't know. I mean, this is why it's surprising to me. Mm-hmm. I don't know what to make of that. And the CAB staff in particular works really hard to recruit people and try to meet some of these recruiting goals. And I don't know what happens. Oh, okay. Why people? I mean, I don't know why. If I assume they have all the information. I don't know why all of a sudden you quit. I think that some of our presentations I feel are very technical, and I wonder if people get in there and think maybe they're in over their heads and beyond what they can understand. That's one of the things I think that might be going on. So I don't know. That's what I at least would like to try to figure out is because too much work goes into recruiting folks to lose half of them every year. Right.
Just one other quick thing and I'm finished. Like I said, I'm new to the board here. And like I said, when I got asked to be on it, everything was explained to me, the time commitment that you were required to make. So I just cleared my calendar of specific times when the Nevada Site Specific Board what we're doing, make myself available because I want to be a part of it. And I was very grateful to the person that asked me to be a part of it. So that's really my question. Okay.
Thank you. It's a good question.
You're welcome.
So we figured out, we'll let you know.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I know we have some time later on the agenda today and tomorrow for kind of group discussion. And then we do have a recommendation that we need to work through. at least a draft recommendation. But I would really like, if Kelly's okay with this, if we come back to this and just hear what some of your thoughts are and ideas, and just kind of start the discussion collectively as to, because quite honestly, if we pull together the best agenda in the world, but it doesn't meet your needs and you don't feel like it is providing what's going to be beneficial to you and your community, you know, are we really, are we doing what's best, right? And so would love for, so think about your board, what you're seeing, how it's working, how the recruitment retention is going, engagement of board members. Right? So it's a lot of times we have board meetings where all 20 folks are there and 6 are discussing and everybody else is in the room, right? And so think about that and what we need to do and what are options, what are things we could do to. So this is better for you guys. It's better robust, because when there is better discussion, when the boards run more efficiently, we get better input and it improves the EM program. It improves the dialogue and the conversation. That make sense? Cool. Thanks, Greg. Appreciate you bringing that up. All right. So if we slide forward, the good folks at Portsmouth. Judge Crabtree?
Thanks, Eric. There, I'm breaking your rule. Anyways, they're here at Ports at the EMSSAB. We are, and Mr. Avery mentioned before, we're supportive and proud of the successful demolition of 326. The progress of that building finished ahead of schedule and safely was a major success for DOE and the community. And I want to toot the workforce's horn just a little bit. I gathered some stats on the demolition of that building I'd like to share. During the demolition, soil excavation, waste placement, over 850,000 man hours of work without a recordable or lost time. Workers downsized and loaded 108,000 cubic yards of building debris, excavated over 345,000 cubic yards of soils, transported over 40,000 truckloads of debris and soil to the on-site waste disposal facility, and traveled over 125,000 miles hauling debris and soil with 0 traffic accidents or vehicle accidents. 156,000 cubic yards of debris were generated and 2.6 million square feet of building were demolished. That was all just in calendar year 22, those last ones. So with this success, the skyline has absolutely changed at Ports, and the focal point, has been on the end state of reindustrialization. And Ports, all we ask is to turn this vision successful is the cooperation from the department and other parties to define the infrastructure and to continue determining property for transfer and reindustrialization.
Questions, comments for Jody? Yes, Mark.
Mark Hayden, New Mexico. What's not on there is the second slide. I think you had a second one, which appears to me like a Gantt chart that shows the beginning of each of the cleanup operations, the out years going to 4043. And my question is, how long have you had this and where can I get my hands on it? I've been asking for it for 3.5 years.
This schedule here?
Yes, sir.
I think this is recent this winter, an updated schedule, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a beautiful way of simply putting to the public what's being done at your site. I really applaud you for putting that together, and I think that would help all CAB members with our outreach programs. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Mark. So, Jody, you said 40,000 tractor trailer hauls with no.
Yeah, they're dump trucks, basically, essentially.
Sure.
Yeah,
Which seems
40,000 loads in just calendar year 2020.
right. Like we kind of expect that to happen, right? But as you were reading that, I was thinking of our good friends at Norfolk Southern, who have what should be fairly simple and routine can easily get out of whack, right? And then you have big problems. And yet, it's a small circuit they do in Portsmouth, and you're repeating and repeating and repeating and making sure you're on top of things and doing it exact and perfect so that nothing, everybody gets on the ball is a big deal.
And if I may, I should point out, with the site progressing the way it is, the local nonprofit does now have some optimistic interest in the site. You know, the port site is being turned over for resuscitation. And there are, and Herman, I can support that. There's more, there's definitely more optimistic views on interest in developing the site in the future.
Yeah. All right, any other questions or comments for Jody?
Just appreciate you starting with safety, and when you went through your statistics, that was what you started with, and that really resonates with me. It is fundamental and foundational to all we do, and so we need to make progress, but we need to make progress the right way, being safe and good stewards of the environment as we clean up the environment. So appreciate you leading that.
If we look ahead on the next slide, I believe Hanford.
So we actually had a pretty busy year last year, coming out of COVID, which was kind of almost surprising, but it was very positive. We issued 3 pieces of advice. We had fully operational hybrid meetings. And in fact, we started a concept of holding meetings in the evening. They would start at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and go till about 8 o'clock in the evening. So we would actually have the agency representatives and Brian Vance, our field office manager, would come in about 5 o'clock and provide a site update in the evening so that we could try and increase the public participation and availability. We instituted a brand new, totally revamped orientation program for all the new members. And we also invited our current members that had been kind of stuck in limbo land with COVID, because we also included a site tour. And so we got everybody out, and we had the opportunity for all the new members to meet with a lot of the existing members and build those relationships, as well as everybody got to get on the bus and go see Hamburg and see the site, which hadn't been done. We all understand how important that tour is, and how much you miss it when we've all been locked in our houses. Our board is kind of unique in the fact that we're not only a DOE board formed under FACA, but we are also formed, we have an MOU between the tri-party agencies that actually predated FACA, and that's between the Department of Energy, EPA, and Washington State Department of Ecology. So we have a tight relationship with all 3 agencies, and we actually took a lot of steps and improved a lot of the collaboration between the 3. So we're having a very we're going in a period of having a really wonderful, successful working relationship with all 3 agencies right now. Challenges, as everybody else has felt, our number 1 challenge was not getting the membership packages through. That caused us about a 3-week to a month gap of no real leadership, because the membership packages were approved in the middle of November, and we could not elect board leadership until our first board meeting and the end of January. So we kind of put some creative work methods into place and tried to deal with that. I'm cautiously optimistic. I've been told that our packages this year have been pre-screened through Ike, and thank you. So but it's in the cautiously optimistic category because of how extensive that process is now. But we're going to hope for the best. One of our other challenges is that right now, and it has been for the last couple of years, since end of 2019, there's been a lot of the topics, especially with the VIP plant, have been in what's called holistic negotiations between the state and the Department of Energy. And that kind of sometimes puts a challenge on what we can ask and what information we can receive, because those topics, as anybody that's been involved in the negotiations knows, we can't talk about. So it limits us sometimes. And then kind of similar to Savannah, membership participation in committees and work groups is a challenge. Our board is changing, so it's not just a whole lot of retirees. It's now a balance of retirees and people with full-time day jobs, which kind of limits time. Our goals for 2023, we're updating our foundational documents. We're trying to realign our subcommittee roles and responsibilities to where the site's going today. As Brian Vance puts it, the one Hanford model, trying to better align. We're improving our outreach and engagement activities between the agencies, board members, and representative constituencies and the public. We are a constituency-based board, not an individual board. So all of our members represent a specific constituency. I represent the public, Mia represents Hanford Challenge. So we are trying to improve the relationships and the outreach communication to better embrace the entire Pacific Northwest. And then we are just continuing to work with the agencies to understand the near-term and long-term risks to the public and provide relevant advice.
Any questions for Susan?
Yeah, of course, will ask this. So changing your meeting times and such and going hybrid, how has your participation improved?
Hybrid has improved. We actually do have more people. We're still, for the full board meetings, we're still getting pretty good participation in the room, but we're getting larger participation from hybrid, from the people that cannot leave their desks, or cannot travel. I mean, we are a board of the entire Pacific Northwest. We've got people from Oregon, the west side of the state of Washington, and tribes in Idaho. So we touch a very broad area. So hybrid has actually been embraced in that respect. The vote's still out on how the night meetings go.
You find that I think some of the concerns that at least have been expressed at our board with hybrid is that what it does, it ends up taking people who would have been in the room out of the room. So in other words, they decide to attend virtually instead of in person. Have you found that to be an issue or a concern?
I mean, it kind of depends on the individual. I live in Portland, for example, and I travel to all the board meetings because it's really important for me to meet everyone in person. I think it adds incredible value to the meeting. Whereas a lot of people I know who attend remotely, the reason is they don't have time in their schedule to travel from an area like Portland to attend a meeting in person, so they do it hybrid. So it really, I don't think it's preventing. Everyone has the option to go. It's just what's best for your schedule.
All right. I don't know. It seems like there's accumulating evidence that the hybrid model allows more people to participate. Certainly for the people who are supposed to be there, there's always the question whether they're, not going to be there and not building those relationships. What about the 1 to 8 p.m. meeting time? Has that you're still the jury's still out on? Do you have people who will attend the 1 to 5 online, and then after they get out of work, stop by? Is that sort of thing happening, or what's going on?
We've only done a couple. Okay. So it's still, the jury's still out. And then it's the public non-board members versus board members. So board members actually like and dislike depending on the person. And I'm going to say the age of the person, because some people don't like to drive after dark. So you have that factored in. We're still trying to tap into the non-board member public. And that's something that, like I said, the vote's still out. We're still working on our communication, how to get people to recognize that the meeting is available in the evening. Communication methods have changed with technology and with time. So it's like not everybody reads the newspaper anymore, but it's just, that's part of our outreach efforts. with us and the agencies to say, okay, how can we better advertise the evening meeting to get the non-board member public participation? That the biggest challenge from my perspective with the hybrid has been more the engagement, the two-way interaction. It's great for getting people to listen to what's going on and hear and absorb that information. But when you're working on a product or working on a topic of concern and trying to flush it out, you know, is this something we want to pursue for advice? That interaction is challenging in a hybrid environment. I mean, it works, but you have to really manage it a lot harder than those of us that are used to being in a room and just kind of brainstorming and spitballing, throwing it all out and saying, okay, what does people think? You can come to an understanding a lot faster and easier.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Other questions for Susan or Maya? Hey, real quick, Susan, I know that over the last 2 years, 8 months, turnover on membership in Hanford has been a bit of an, yeah, I heard when you were giving your presentation, the word cautiously optimistic, and you talked about building relationships. And I even sensed in your words and your voice some positivity as you're moving forward. So that seems like it's, change is always difficult, but it sounds like you're moving in the right direction, or at least get that feeling.
No, I feel great. Like I said, I have all 3 of my agency representatives that are at the meetings. They're supportive. They have their staff there. If you look at the numbers of how many meetings we've had and presentations we've received, no, we have actually, I'm very excited about where we are today because it's working. I mean, every organization goes through its ups and downs. You know, we've been in existence for 29 years. So, but we're in the, you know, the breath of fresh air. Things are going well right now. Still have challenges, but I think things are positive.
Good. Well, that's what I heard, and I just want to give you a chance to really kind of trumpet that because I think that's a big deal. That's something you should really be proud of. All right, let's see, who's next up for us? Maybe. Paducah, Don Barger, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing very well, thank you. I want to thank both Ike and Jeff for actually leading in to our slide. That'll be up on the screen. There it is. Okay. Because again, as Ike was talking about, the people with the Manhattan Project could have no idea, realizing where we are today and what's going on. Our 114 refrigerant, this wonderful colorless and odorless refrigerant, was first introduced in 1933. Very efficient. So when Paducah came online in 1952, this was the refrigerant that was used for cooling the process. But then along comes the Montreal Protocol in 1987, put into force in 1989. We've come to find out that this gas, even though it's wonderful at cooling, it also does disaster to our ozone layer. And so it was no longer able to be utilized. One of the things that we have found out over the time since then, and I'm not sure this is something you want to brag about, but Paducah probably has the largest inventory of this gas in the United States, if not the world. And so it's a matter of process of slowly getting rid of this particular gas as we've absorbed inventories from both Portsmouth and Oak Ridge over the years. 8.3 or 8 million that we had to dispose of. We've been able to dispose of 3.8 million at $1 million a year. To be able to do this, 25% of it is still in process equipment. It's being stored in that. The others are stored in rail cars and ISO containers, as you can see in the picture here as well. So it is shipped to Port Arthur, Texas to be incinerated. When we ask about the 1 million pounds a year, what's that limit? It's not just a financial limit. It's the limit on what the facility can handle in Port Arthur, Texas. Because we would love to ship more. They just cannot handle more for the incineration process. And so to be able to do that. And what our cab is really looking to is to ensure that the safety of our workers at the plant and for the common good as far as the environment, that we continue with the shipping up 1 million pounds a year, if that is the limit that we do, until this is completely removed from our site.
Good deal. Thank you, Don. Any questions or comments for? Just on a brief side note, I texted Don this morning to see if he wanted to walk over. He didn't respond. And we got a little nervous. Called his phone, he didn't answer. Then we got really nervous. Like, he didn't answer his phone. What's going on? So then we checked with the hotel, said, can you ring his hotel room? Didn't answer. Somebody from the hotel said, well, you need to like go check. Make sure he's safe and he's good. He's been kidnapped. Did he join a cult? Where's couldn't find? And so Don was like, no, I just left my phone in the hotel room because I was going to be in the meeting. You're going to be engaged in the meeting, and I had no idea you could walk away from your cell phone. So Don had us all worried this morning, and he was completely engaged with what was going on. And so
I was told that if we need to be here no later than 8:30, so if I wasn't here by 8, I was late. I came early.
No, I have no comment on that whatsoever. I appreciate you being on time. So. All right, let's see where we go next. Is that everybody? No.
Idaho.
Idaho. Bob?
Okay, all right, our cab hot topics is right at the top of the list is protection of the State River Plain aquifer. It's a large aquifer underneath the entire facility, almost the entire facility. Water is very important to the western states. Of course, we've got a little bit of water now with the 5 to 6 foot of snow, so that melts will be okay for this summer anyway. But that aquifer is very important to everybody in Idaho and everybody in the West. And so we're making sure that we're in compliance with the Idaho Settlement Agreement and other cleanup related regulatory and local agreements concerning that aquifer. And people ask us questions. It's always about the aquifer. You protect the aquifer because it's water's pumped out of that for irrigation, water's pumped out of that for drinking. A lot of water supply comes out of that aquifer. So that's an important part for us. Overseeing the safe startup of the steam reforming technology at what's called the Integrated Waste Treatment Unit. There's about 900,000 gallons of high sodium, high level waste that needs to be processed. The IWTU is basically almost ready to go. We're people that close. We run a bunch of simulant through it, and like you see there, almost 23,000 gallons of liquid simulant has been run. Had a couple of small leaks. Those things are going to be fixed to make sure that everything is exactly ready to go. And when we're really excited about, that's going to be happening very, very quickly. Member recruitment continues to be an issue like everybody else talks about. And when we talk about the Zoom meetings and those type of things that's happened, we think that's important for us because we have a big demographics, people 60, 80 miles away. And if we can get them on a Zoom meeting, it's better than not having them at all. So we use those avenues when we can. Of course, COVID dictated that we had to do that for a while, but hopefully we're kind of over that. Personally, I like to be able to talk to people face to face. You get to learn about them, and you can ask them other questions besides the cab stuff to get to know them and what makes them tick. And so we like the face-to-face meetings, but you have to do the Zoom meeting. You have to for our goals, we want to urge timely decision-making and funding support activities related with spent nuclear fuel repackaging and calcine retrieval. We talk about a lot of these things are pretty technical when the cab has meetings, and we tell people, please don't use alphabet soup when you talk in your meeting. We have a little cheat sheet that we give people that all these all these alphabetical things we talk about are listed so people can use them for reference. And so when people, we encourage our speakers to not use acronyms unless they absolutely have to. And of course, we talk to each other in acronyms, and so that's easy for us. But when you're trying to talk to the general public and get people on the Zoom meetings, we want to encourage them to make sure that they understand all of our acronyms. Encourage the development of a complex-wide plan to move forward to establish funding and opening long-term high-level waste repository. That was kind of my question to Ike. People keep asking me, well, is Yucca Mountain going to open? I can give them the, I don't know, are they going to try to do something like they're doing overseas? I give them, I don't know. And I said, what do you know? I go, I don't know what I don't know. So you get asked a lot of questions, but ultimately, if you're going to package something that's going to go to a repository, you got to know what the repository is about before you can package it, because if you want to package it one way, then have to have it packaged another way. So we got a great person from DOE that helps us with our cab. She's very straightforward with us. So we can ask her questions, and she answers them honestly and helps us through our difficult things most of the time. So we're very appreciative of her. We'll finish the transfer of stored spent fuel from wet to dry storage this month, completing an Idaho settlement agreement milestone 18 months ahead of schedule. Does that happen very often? No. And so we're pretty proud of that. We're pretty proud of the people that are working. And again, they're working safely. And the first thing that they tell us when we tell us about the status of their what they're doing on their job is their safety records and how they're doing and how it's going. And we're always very appreciative of that. DOE is in consultation with DEQ is getting ready to tear down at their naval reactors facility, the old nuclear prototypes. The first nuclear submarine was in the desert in Idaho in a big water tank. I qualified on that a long time ago, but it's kind of a historic thing that's being torn down. But they're in the process of doing that now. There's 3 prototypes there. The USS Nautilus had its first test there. The A1W facility was for an aircraft carrier, and then the S5G facility was for a submarine with natural convection, and the hull actually moved around, and people have to go out to the desert in Idaho and get seasick. So that was pretty interesting. I had a roommate that used to get seasick out there. So we're doing good things. We're trying to get our membership up. Membership is kind of tough. We try to keep a smattering of different people from different walks of life to make sure that our cab is well rounded, and I think we're doing that. And we look forward to talking with any of you who have a question for us. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for comments for Bob or Betty?
Yes. Thank you. Mark Hayden, New Mexico. Robert, you mentioned one of your last bullet points about continuing to meet goals for true certification and shipments to WIP. WIP is located near Carlsbad, New Mexico. New Mexico in the last legislative session just passed a law saying you can't deposit here legally unless the state agrees. Are you part of any negotiation to make that happen? And you also mentioned Yucca. Is that now on the table?
Well, we have to ask Ike that. I don't know if Yucca's on the table. It's talked about, and then it's not talked about, and then it's talked about, and it's not talked about. But
let me interrupt. I can answer for Ike on that
Okay.
particular issue. Given the current environment in Nevada, Yucca will not be open. Period. Now, that's likely to change the next time we have an administration. But as we speak right now, the answer is no.
Okay, and then as far as that, as working with WHIP, I don't know as we're doing anything with that.
So can I just, on the question of spent fuel storage, it might be useful if we, Kelly, think about a way to find a future opportunity to bring our colleagues from nuclear energy to talk about what they're doing and give a sort of an overview. It sounds like there's a lot of interest on that. I'm sure they would be happy to come in and provide a little bit more of an in-depth overview than I could or should provide. So why don't we think about how we might do that in the future? And we just make sure there's no misunderstanding on as I understand it, on the state law that you're talking about was specifically around interim storage of spent fuel, not around WIP and transuranic waste. It was tied to interim storage of spent fuel.
Well, and if you want to tag into that high level waste, because that impacts us, because we need to be able to ship the glass somewhere for ultimate storage.
Yeah, and at the same time, we can also provide an overview of what EM's inventory of high level waste looks like in terms of our current spent fuel inventory around the country.
Yeah. Any other questions for Bob and Idaho? All right. So we've heard what each of the issues and what's going on at our sites, things that we thought were relevant enough we wanted to bring to the group. It is our job to kind of globally as a complex kind of address those and talk about. So what did you guys hear?
We'll have Nevada.
There's a slide for Nevada.
I don't need to say anything.
I'm trying to wrap this up. I apologize. Sorry, Barb, wherever you are. All right, let's do Nevada. Sorry, Mark.
One of the advantages of being the last one to go is that I have had a chance to hear what all of you have spoken about. We are possibly the largest geographic advisory board. I understand and recognize how large the Pacific Northwest is, but for us, outside of the major population center of Las Vegas, it could take driving a good day and well into the evening to go from one end to the other. And because of that, the major population center is right there in Las Vegas. The rest of the area is largely rural. So in addition to the way that we have attempted to run our meetings, hybrid, yes, effective, it's been useful, and it's a good thing, and we're going to continue that. But we also have done some other things. We've moved our meetings, not just from our center there in Las Vegas, but we go out to the various communities and hold our meetings in those locations. We also have done some things called open houses. We recently had an open house on groundwater issues in a small community up in the northwest part of the Las Vegas Valley. Population there was about 1,000 people. More cows than there were people. But at that open house, we had 80 people come to through the open house. And it may sound like a small amount, but you look at the population of 1,000, 80 people actually coming out to go through the groundwater open house. Phenomenal. We're pleased with what is going on with us in our community involvement. I looked at past records, the historical record of previous boards. One of the things that came up in a previous session is how do we increase and improve the community outreach? And that is the issue for us. In Nevada, everybody's going to glow in the dark. We're going to die tomorrow because we're all radiated everything. Our media has just made us all bad guys. So it's important, it's critically important that we meet with our communities to let them have decent information, real information. The community outreach is probably most important. Outside of the actual cleanup things that we do, community involvement is absolutely imperative. One of the partnerships that we have made within the greater Las Vegas area is with the Atomic Energy Museum. They opened up a special exhibit just on what we do last year. And I came down and hosted the ribbon cutting. Okay, again, a small involvement, but it's a step in the right direction. That museum, by the way, has had picked up in its viewership. People come by quite a bit. So thank you for doing that, by the way. Next on my list is training. We have not had a real issue with getting members. And I don't think we have a resignation rate at all. You might be able to answer that. In my tenure, no, people are not resigning. So when we have the call for new members, people respond. And currently we have about 17 members. Is that correct? Yes, 17 members. They are involved. They are excited. Eddie is a new member, just came on this particular year. And we realize that he is behind the time, so we're trying to get him trained. We do a lot of informational sessions outside of the major portion of the board meeting. Site visits out to the old test site so that they can go around the area, see where we had a little less than 1,000 nuclear explosion tests over the years. And the chance to be able to go into the test site and see that gives real understanding of what the cleanup process is. And so I invite you all to come to Las Vegas. And this test site is about an hour and a half away from where we are, and you have to go through nearly as much inspection as we did downstairs this morning. Not quite as much, but close. But I invite you to come and go through the test site area just to see where all of this began. I'm going to put all of the blame on top of the Manhattan Project people. So it's their fault, but we're trying to clean up their messes. We have a wonderful relationship with the Department of Energy, the Nevada Department of Environmental Protection, the Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, as well as the county governments of Clark, Nye, Lincoln, and the various cities. And Las Vegas is the only city. Everybody else is a little town, probably more likely a village. But they're all interested in what we're doing. They are helpful. They don't put up any major roadblocks to the efforts that we are engaged in. So I am pleased with the response that we have from the other entities involved. There's various related agencies, such as the Desert Research Institute, and again, to mention the Atomic Energy Museum. These are all beneficial to us, and I encourage that you take advantage of what you have in your particular geographic areas and locations. One of the other things that I heard as we were speaking today is longevity for the programs. I think we are the closest ones to being finished. I think within a close handful, 20, possibly 30 years of the outside, we're done. And we've already begun to transfer a lot of the work to the legacy management agencies of the Department of Energy. So bye, sayonara. For those of you who've got 200 years or so, it's not an issue, but for those of us that are close, we have some information that we would like to provide and share with you as you begin to examine how you close down your efforts. We're close. Not quite there, but we're close. And so with that, how do we protect the area for future generations? One of the successful collaboration efforts we've had was the revegetation of the nuclear test site. No, we can't bring grass and cherry blossoms from the East Coast and put it out there in the desert. Just doesn't work. But we work very closely with the tribal governments, the coalition of the Indian tribes there in the neighbor area. We found out that native grasses work best. And that was tested and then put in, and it has been used successfully to revegetate a lot of the area. We like it, it worked, everybody's happy with what was done. So that was a happy collaborative effort. And then finally, waste inspection. Everybody's all excited about Yucca Mountain. The current politicians in charge have said, no, that's not an issue. But there's already new candidates who have expressed interest in opening Yucca. But as I speak to you today, no, it's not an issue, but it could be. And so the inspection process is going to be critical to the future of the SSI area and the Southern Valley of Nevada. Quickly done. So questions?
Thanks, Mark. Questions for Mark? Yes.
Yeah, Brooke from Hinford. I'm curious about the museum exhibit. It was on the CAB, on the advisory board.
On the advisory board and the things that we've been doing and have done.
Okay. And about how large was it?
Okay, not real large, but it's there.
Is it a permanent exhibit?
Yes, it is.
Oh,
Yes.
that's great.
Yes. And Ike was there to give a speech, well done, by the way, and cut the ribbon. And the amount of viewers and visitors to the museum with that particular part of the exhibit has increased. Because I think people are worried about what's going on.
Well, it's very interesting, very interesting.
We don't have submarines in the desert, but
Well, you can't visit that, but you can go to a museum.
Yeah, if you have a chance to go, the museum itself is a fairly large museum devoted to the whole history of the test site. It's just fascinating. But then what we're able to do is put in a permanent exhibit that's maybe several times the size of this room, specifically around the cleanup program. You know, and the role that's played more recently with the site.
Excellent, excellent. All right, so to stay on schedule, let me encourage you guys as we prepare, you guys break for lunch and you get away and you find small groups and you do whatever it is you're gonna do over the next little bit. Talk about where you found commonalities in what you heard, right? And then bring those back to us. And we'll find a little time this afternoon to talk about it, to bring it up. Because I'd like to, because I think there's a lot of threads that run through what everyone said. It's always good to have discussions, right? So it's a little bit of homework for you over lunch. We have about 6 minutes before we need to pause for public comment. And then we will do prep work to get ready for our group photo, give you a chance to do hair and makeup and clean up or whatever. Kelly, what are you thinking?
We have a list of restaurants that are in the nearby area available at the registration desk if anybody needs that information. And we ask that, just remind you to please return early because of the process to get in. So we start back up, I think 1:30. No, that's the other day. I'm getting my days confused because we're here tomorrow too. Yes.
What's the logistics for getting out?
I guess one of the escorts will walk us downstairs.
Yeah, so we're going to be on the first floor to take our group photo. So we're going to leave this building, use the elevators, go down to the first floor, take our group photos, and you'll be right in front of the security. And so you'll be able to walk out right there.
So take which badge with us, both of them?
Yes, take everything with you and make sure you have that to return.
Okay. We'll cover everything real quick before we break. But as promised, we want to give I and Jeff the chance to provide any questions, comments, put a bow on this for us. So the floor is yours, sir.
No, I mean, I'll defer to Jeff in a second. I just want to say really quickly that I appreciate all the input and the feedback. I mean, I think there's a lot of common discussion around membership that might be useful to have and feedback to us, what the department can do to help you all and us all collectively in that arena. You know, as I think about it myself and actually have this discussion with Greg from Savannah River, it's always very difficult to figure out what motivates other people, right? Because when I think about myself, right, I mean, the couple of things. One is I love history. So there's actually no better place than the cleanup program to be if you really love history, because that's what it's all about, right? And so for me, that's one of the things that's really motivating. And so maybe as you all think about what would be motivating and interesting to folks in your community, it might be useful to think about what would be interesting and motivating too, whether it's groundwater or whether it's history, or specifically what it is that really just makes people interested and want to participate. The way in which we communicate information is also important. You know, we're going to go through a little budget exercise this afternoon, which is our effort to make the budget process a little more engaging, because the way we presented it historically is very dry. And not really conducive to helping anybody understand what it's actually like. And so, this is our effort to make that a little more interactive. I know for myself, I hate PowerPoints like nobody's business, right? And so that's one of the hardest ways for me personally to absorb information. I find it difficult to absorb information that way. And so I was very much focused like I did with just PowerPoint, but taking notes and trying to do active listening just so I can keep that level of engagement for myself. And so if there are things we can do to help you all in that regard in terms of how we present information so that it's more engaging for the folks, certainly open to listening to that and thinking about how we do a better job of helping you all with that. We are trying to make the speed of our membership packages move more quickly. It makes you feel better. There's lots of packet correspondence stuff in the department that moves a lot more slowly than I wished it would. So, but we are working on this, and so hopefully you'll see progress and a continuing effort by us to do better in this regard. So feel free to continue to point that out to us. And so with that, I will leave the closing comments to yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Ike. Just real quickly, thanks again for taking the time to meet with us and the opportunity to share our thoughts with you and help us celebrate and acknowledge the progress that we've made and that we will continue to make together. Appreciate the updates going through the various sites and hearing the points that you wanted to emphasize. That's super helpful for us. I think this has been a great dialogue thus far, great start to the meeting over the next couple of days, and really appreciate hearing the interchange and the discussion back and forth to talk about lessons learned and best practices and different things that have been tried to deal with challenges like recruitment and retention and conduct of meetings. So I think that's extremely important. I am looking forward to getting to know all of you better. I know, as Greg mentioned, had a chance to go out to Savannah River, and we had a chance to chat there. I will be getting around for the next 6 months or so, as many sites as possible. So to see the work and talk with folks, and so I hope to have an opportunity to meet and see some of you as well when I get out and around the enterprise. So with that, thank you very much. Appreciate everything you do, and looking forward to a great couple of days.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. And like trained professionals, you hit 11 o'clock almost on the dot. Like, man, TV quality timing on it. I like it. So at 11 o'clock, we do have public comment, and I am not aware of any public comment. We have not received any, so we will go forward. All right, so let's talk about the process. We need to, anything that you don't need over lunch, you can leave here. You know what your agenda is, anything like that. That'd be okay. You will need your badges. We're going to take the elevators down to the first floor. I'm going to do a photo of just the chairs, and then we're going to ask for everyone.
Yes.
Right, so a couple photos.
If leadership's still available, we'd love to have you guys
Right.
in a group photo, but we understand you have a busy schedule.
So this is probably the first time any of you have ever taken a group photo, but shorter people step towards the front, taller people in the
Shorter
back.
people in the back.
And amazingly, like every time a group photo takes place, anywhere you go, like everybody's like, how does this work? I've never done this before, right? So if you're taller, kind of make your way to the back. If you're better looking, and vertically towards the front, right? So Leon and shorter people in the front, everybody else in the back, right? Any other questions before we head down there? We are fortunate to kick off this afternoon with, holy cow, one of our longtime friends with the EMS SSAB. Steve Trishman has 6, 8, 10 of these you've done. You've done several, it feels like.
Well, 6 years.
6 years. So quite a bit. Steve handles budget and financing for us, which is always a hot button issue, right? And we try to provide as much time, not to get ahead of ourselves and steal his thunder, but there's kind of a hands-on activity we're going to do here in a little bit, right? And he can walk us through a budgeting exercise. We want to make sure we have as much time available for that as possible. So I'm going to hand it over to Steve and allow him to walk through his presentation, kind of update us on some stuff, and then we'll get ready for our afternoon activity to kind of break up the doldrums that kind of hit. So Kelly, are we good?
You're good.
You really- All right, Steve. All right, cheers, sir. Hey, oh, by the way, folks online, we're having a hard time hearing, so I know some, your shots.
Speak up.
Yes, sir.
Speak loud. All right, I'll do the best I can. Thank you. It's great to see everybody. Welcome to Washington. I guess you guys could go see the cherry blossoms, but you're not going to get to go to the White House, but it'll be a nice, beautiful day for that. So welcome. So let me just go through the presentation. I'm going to go through it pretty quick because we have set up a exercise where actually you're going to get to experience what it's like to be EM1 and make the decisions about how you're going to fund your budget. You're going to go through the headquarters corporate review budget cycle. You're going to go through the OMB review cycle, and then you're going to go through the congressional budget interaction. So think about it. You're going to be on a team. There's going to be 7 teams, I think, and one of you gets to be an EM1 on each of those teams. And one of you gets to be even the better job. You get to have my job as the budget director. So if you're good with numbers, I recommend you take that job. And then the other ones are all important. They're site managers. You're going to be, advocating for your site. So because we're going to be doing that hands-on, I'm going to go through this a little bit more quickly to make sure we have plenty of time because that exercise takes about an hour and a half. All right, so as you're aware, here's the map of the U.S. and where all our sites are located. And how we're really leading away at that list of sites, and we're really 15 sites to go. And go to the next one, just gives you the sort of trend over the years. What I like to see is that this has steadily been going up. This really helps us to make progress on the cleanup. If you went back and looked at us from 1989, the first budget, all the way through now, you would have seen we were going up pretty steadily, and then we hit a peak of in the 7 billions, and then it dropped off, and it went as low as like 5.6 billion for a few years. So that's difficult to plan and maintain a program like this when you have those kind of fluctuations, especially when they're negative and you're dropping down. So when you see that increase, this is really helpful for us as far as making our long-term plan. If you see in the pie chart, you can see the bulk of the money is for defense cleanup. And then there's a small wedge for non-defense, which is sites like Moab, West Valley, ETEC, that weren't specifically defense program sites. And then there's the 3 gaseous diffusion plant sites that fall into the uranium enrichment D&D. So that's Oak Ridge, Portsmouth, and Purdue. All right. Flip over to the now famous dollar bill chart. This just shows you sort of a pie chart. It's an area chart, but it shows you sort of the bulk of where the funding is being spent. So when you look at this is the 23 enacted, which is 8.263 billion. The 24 enacted is almost the same as 8.279. So the chart would be roughly the same, but it shows you really where the bulk of the money is being spent, and that's in tank waste. That's our highest risk program. It's the largest amount of money being spent there. It's the largest piece of our environmental liability. The total liability to clean up the program is over 400 billion. The radioactive tank waste is about 240 billion, or 60% of that. That's our largest chunk. We're making a lot of investments in construction of the waste treatment plant in this budget. But you can see the other pieces too, and they're all important. Fortunately, they don't cost as much, but we have spent fuel and special nuclear materials. It's about 7% of the budget. We have true and solid waste at 13%, facility D&D at 21%, soil and groundwater at 6%, and then site services, which includes things like the program direction budget. So that's for all 1,150 some federal employees, both field and headquarters, as well as support contracts, all of the care and feeding of federal staff. Then there's also safeguards and security, which is also in the $300 million range. And then some of our sites have separate lines that break out their site services. So that's how we've allocated it. All right, so now to the exciting part, the 24 budget request, which luckily we got cleared last week to do that briefing. So
The normal budget cycle, we would be doing this in early February. It was delayed a little bit this year, so we were doing it in March. And so we had our House and Senate budget staff briefings last week. We have those are the appropriation committees. We have the authorizing committees this week. So it's we're right in the thick of rolling out the budget, the 24 budget. So if you look at the chart, you can see the 24 request, and then the column to the right is the difference between the enacted. So you can see there's some pluses and some minuses there. Well, let's start with the biggest plus. That's for river protections. You see 244 million. The largest chunk of that is for construction of the high-level waste treatment plant. So our strategy at ORP has been to do the direct feed low-activity waste plant. So that's the VIT plant for the low-activity fraction of the waste. That's completed. It's now going through commissioning and startup. And so when that'll start up, hopefully the plan is in the next year or so. The milestone was able to be split out a little bit because of the pandemic. But with that starting up and the cost of operating that is in the $450 million a year range, we needed additional funding to build the now ramp up construction of high level waste VIT plant. So that'll be the facility that's going to take the high activity fraction of waste, vitrify it in the glass logs, and that waste will go to a repository and something. So that's analogous to Savannah River. You have the Defense Waste Processing Facility, DWPF. It'll be a melter or two melters in that plant that do what DWPF does. So the construction of that plant, this is a significant ramp up in the budget. And when you kind of build a facility that's going to cost billions of dollars, you need close to $1 billion a year just to get a reasonable construction profile. So we're not there yet. This budget's about $600 million, but it's to ramp up the complete design and start doing procurement of long lead equipment, as well as doing some of the design work that would be low risk, like completing construction of that facility. That plant has been on hold for several years while we were working on the DF law, as well as negotiating with the state over the exact path forward for high level waste. So we work out the alternative with the state. We know in all of those alternatives we need the high level waste facility. So we're proposing this budget to resume construction. So the other increase you can see is for Carlsbad. And of course, Carlsbad is key to getting transuranic waste off our site so we can get them closed. This includes additional funding for completing there's two large construction projects there. One, the ventilation system, and the other is the new utility shaft that we're constructing. And also we'll be ramping up to be able to do additional shipments. So this would support doing 17 shipments per week. We also have an increase at ETEC. ETEC is where it's in California. It's where we've completed the demolition of the facilities there. The remaining work is to do the soil cleanup there, and we're waiting on the state to issue its version of an EIS, but they're going through and looking at the cleanup level that we need. So we've requested the funding, assuming we'll have that decision to be able to start remediation there. At Idaho, there's a slight decrease in the budget there to about 13 million. And this is due to the fact we've completed some of the work there as far as like getting all the test work to get IWTU, the integrated waste treatment unit that's going to treat their tank waste, the remaining sodium bearing waste. So we have a decrease in that, a decrease in because we've completed some facility D&D work, and with our remediation work, we have retrieved all the soil, the contaminated burial ground waste, but now it's a matter of getting that packaged and shipped off site. So the transuranic piece, we've prioritized doing that to meet the commitment we've made to ship that waste off site, and then we have some of the low activity waste we'll still be working on. We may have to defer some of that based on this budget.
At Los Alamos, the decrease there is primarily due to the fact that we had bumped up their budget for a few years to do the exit facility there, the NSA exit facility, the ion beam. So that one is now fully funded, so we can ramp their budget back. At Lawrence Livermore, also it's a site that, an NSA site that has excess facilities. We have we funded those excess facilities really several years in advance of being able to execute, mainly because we didn't have a contract mechanism when we first started doing the work there. We have now really a three-pronged approach. We have NSA is using their M&O to do some of the cleanup work and the easier demolition. We have the Corps of Engineers, which took down the pool type reactor, and then we have the third contract, our National IDIQ contract that we're using to do the remaining D&D, but they're funded at least 2 years ahead of how we're executing it. So we can take a little bit of a reduction there. Similar at Lawrence Berkeley, we have Lawrence Berkeley National Lab is a science national lab. We have finished doing the Coal Town facilities there, which are been removed, slabs and soil are done, and then there's another site where the old Bevatron is located, and that we're the Bayview site. We're remediating that, and we have funding from 23 for another site, another building. So at this point, we have sufficient money. We did not request it. So for Moab, steady as she goes, so 67 million there. We are now up to 13 million tons of mill tailing food. So we think 16 million total for 3 more years, so 23, 24, 25. Should get all the mill tailings off that site. With some of the extra funding we've got in the last 2 years, we started bringing in some of the demolition work, like the original, that was Atlas Mine site where they crushed the uranium ore. And so we're demolishing that Atlas building this year, and we're advancing the disposal cells. So the Moab mill tailings were right on the Colorado River, right outside of Arches National Park, if you've ever been there, literally across the street. So we're moving that mill tailings pile by rail up to Crescent Junction, which is up on the Interstate 70, several miles inland and away from the Colorado River. So we're advancing the construction of that disposal cell. The rest of those mill tailings that go there, so we can close that site out. So we're looking at just a few more years, and that'll be done. Nevada, also fairly level request. We're continuing to really just kind of split into 2 different pieces. Half is for soil remediation and facility D&D, and the other half is operation the on-site disposal facility, which a lot of our sites ship their complicated waste to this site because they have the ability to handle mixed waste and low-level waste, or waste that has certain security aspects to it. At Oak Ridge, also fairly level at 635. We have the budget's actually split into 2 parts as well. Part of it's the uranium enrichment unit, or the former K-25 site with the original gas diffusion plant, now called the East Tennessee Technology Park. That site is all of the buildings are done. We're just getting the final soil and groundwater remediation agreements in place to finalize that. We're looking at a few more years, and that site will be done and ready to transition over to legacy management. But in the meantime, there's land there that is in the process of being turned over to the community. It is going to be a reindustrialized park for the community to use for industry. And so there are already leases of companies working on the site, and we've been transferring land as it comes along. The remainder of their budget is for the cleanup at Y12 and ORNL. So we have excess facilities on both of those sites, and Oak Ridge actually has the largest number of excess facilities of any site in the complex. So we've been working those off both at Y12 and ORNL. Y12 has the large facilities were the original uranium enrichment facilities, but they've been repurposed multiple times. So they've all kinds of contamination, and they were left in probably the worst possible conditions. So we've been
Those are going to take a lot of effort and money to take down. Some of them are inside their high security perimeter. So we're trying to work on the outside ones, and then the plan is NSA is going to move their fence in a little bit so we can take care of the rest of the facilities and not have to have the level of security that would be required to do demolition inside the fence. We also have a mercury treatment facility project there. One of the processes that Y12 used, you had, I think, the world's largest supply of mercury at one time in these buildings, and then a lot of it leaked out into some of it leaked into the surface water and went off site. And so before we do demolition of the rest of the buildings, we need to have this mercury treatment facility in place. That's under construction right now, and that will capture and treat any surface water that has mercury contamination. We also are building a new land on-site surface disposal cell. So we had one original cell, and it's pretty close to full. That took care of all of these Tennessee Technology Park buildings. But as we go through Y12 and ORNL, we need more space. So we're building that additional landfill there. And then over at Oak Ridge National Lab, we have a project there that is taking uranium-233 that was originally maybe considered an asset, and now it's considered a liability. So we're downblending it and sending it offsite for disposal. That project is now in operation, so they're processing U-233, and then when we get that offsite, that'll help the Office of Science tremendously. They won't, that'll free up some facilities for them, and it'll reduce their security. And then we also operate for the lab the liquid and gaseous waste treatment system. So this is for any of their facilities, any of their labs that have ventilation systems that have to deal with radioactive gases. We collect all that and treat that gas before it's used. And we also take all the liquids, collect them in tanks, and then treat that waste. So those are there's kind of a long-term operating that facility, as well as dealing with some of the waste that comes out of it. So we have transuranic waste that we've pretty much eliminated their backlog of transuranic waste. There's still some debris and things that have to be carefully packaged and taken off site. As well as we have some tank waste there, this sludge that will be treated. So we're doing treatability studies, and we plan to build a treatment facility to take that sludge, and then that'll be explained. To Richland. So we see a reduction there, but a big portion of that has to do with the fact that we completed the long-term interim stabilization of the K East reactor. So of the 9 reactors on the river, the B reactor is a museum. So that one will always stay open it'll become as part of the National Park Service now. And then the other reactors have been consumed except for K West. So we completed K East. K West, we're still working on their fuel basins. So you may recall in the past, we had sludge in the basement. We containerized the sludge, moved the sludge out. Now we're cleaning out the remaining debris in that basin, and then that'll be grouted, demolished, and disposed of. And then we can do the final closure of K reactor in the next few years. This budget supports doing some of the higher priority things like groundwater, the pump and treat system there, where we treat billions of gallons of contaminated groundwater every year. We have in the closest to town, we have a building called 324 building. There was a hot cell facility and the faster hit. And so the hot cell facility that had a leak in it, so there's a kiln underneath the building. We're working on shoring up that building so we can use the hot cell to excavate the soil from inside the building and then take that off site. And then we are, that was the main thing. K area, yeah, the K area, the 324, those are the big things there as well. We're also continuing to prep some true waste to be shipped. They will be, once we get through Idaho and Los Alamos, Oak Ridge, Savannah River, then Tampa will be sort of the main shipper along with NSA. All right, Eric, to wrap it up here, so Paducah
is down a little bit. Generally, our request has been a little bit lower for Paducah, and we have been enjoying a plus up from them, which for them, we use that to do a lot of the infrastructure for the site to try to make sure, since when you look at the 3 gas diffusion plants, right, EPTP is almost done. Portsmouth has its first large GDP building down and is in the process of doing the second. Paducah was the third in the list, and so we're making sure that that plant has all the infrastructure to last a lot longer, since that one's going to be, way into the future. We are working on the C400 building, which was the first building or the building that had first one we're going after, but it was a decontamination shop. So when they brought their equipment in from the other building, clean it, they used the decon type things for trichloroethylene and all of the solvents and things of the 50s and 60s, which were created groundwater plumes. So when they decon it, that leaks into the ground under that site. So that building has one of the largest plumes. So once we deal with that building and the plume, and we get agreement from EPA on how that's going to go, we'll move out on that. And then we're also starting to take down some of the equipment inside the first gas diffusion plant. So it's a matter of taking out those cascades. And if you guys were on the tour out at Paducah, the last one of these, you saw the massive amount of piping and compressors and things in those buildings. Those have to be removed. They have to be, we can ensure there isn't any kind of criticality concerns as we take them apart. Those are classified pieces of equipment, so they be packaged and shipped off site for disposal. So that's a longer process. But at least we're getting it started at Paducah. Portsmouth, like I said, we're making great progress there with the first building down. There, it's a race between how quickly can we build the on-site disposal cell and how quickly can we tear the building down and get that debris into it. So they're always within our budget. We're kind of shifting back and forth to make sure we have the disposal cell. It's got to be ready so you can put the debris in it. Both Portsmouth and Paducah have the depleted uranium hexafluoride program. That's a non-defense program as well. Those are shipping. They're taking the depleted uranium hexafluoride tails and making that into a stable oxide form. And then those drums will be disposed of off-site. So we're also ramping up some of the shipping to send those, begin shipping those containers off-site. Right, I covered river protection, Paducah, Portsmouth, Savannah River. So Savannah River, we are processing the salt waste through salt waste processing facility. I've been talking about this for years, like, got to get this thing going, got to get it ramped up, because the idea is the faster you can separate that tank waste, the faster we can complete the mission there, right? And we're hoping to get it up to, eventually up to 9 million gallons a year. This past year, we did about 4.5, and it's ramping up. It just takes time to work through all the little pieces. It's a pretty complex process. Our goal is to do 6 million gallons this year, and then also install the next generation solvent, which is more efficient. That solvent should let us get up to close to 9 million. So do the math, 9 million gallons a year gets us on about 11 years, 10 to 11 years. That's our goal for Savannah River. This budget also allows us to process nuclear materials through H Canyon. So we have L Basin is where we store our fuel at Savannah River. We bring in fuel from Tulsa Science, the Hyper Fuel, high flux high speed reactor. It's super simple lab. They send fuel poured down. We get fuel from the NSA, from non-proliferation research reactors that are domestic and foreign. So that goes to L Basin. That basin, eventually would fill up. So if you don't take fuel out and process it through H Canyon, then you'll run out of space. So our goal is to keep going there. This allows us to do 10 to 12 batches of fuel through H Canyon. Things through. We're doing same as last year. We're doing our we have transuranic waste and low-level waste and stuff in drums there left over from the cleanup, and we're working with a private vendor to process that. So we're awarding a contract sometime this year to allow us to continue doing that. The West Valley, we have again about the same budget. We're doing demolition of the final really large building there, the main plant processing building. That was the commercial facility that
would reprocess commercial spent fuel. From the West Valley Demonstration Act, DOE was given authority to do the cleanup work there. We vitrified their tank waste, and that's all in stores and canisters, and then now we're demolishing those facilities. Defense disclosure site activities, those are left really legacy liabilities from Rocky Flats, Pernal, and Mount, and we're ramping down those as we close up the liabilities. Program direction covers all the federal salaries, so we're at about 1150. We're trying to get up to 1250 by the end of the year. We feel like we should have closer to 1400 to manage this program effectively and to plan for attrition. So that's our goal. If you're interested in a job, let me know. We are hiring. And so mission support activities covers things like our cross-cutting issues, technical issues that we support the sites on, as well as like our minority serving institution program. Technology development, a little bit of a reduction from the inactive, but consistent with our request to continue doing TD. So this is part of the TD budget, but there's also TD that's sort of inherent in some of the cleanup. For example, Oak Ridge has some to deal with the mercury. Torquay has some to deal with some of the tank waste issues. The excess facilities line, that is funding we get to deal with some of the smaller facilities Office of Science has. We did not, actually haven't requested money for this. Is usually just an additional funding that we get from Congress. Use of mercury receipts is in the anticipation of us finalizing the mercury rule, where we would take storage of mercury for the commercial sector. This allows us to take funding from them as a payment and then use that funding to cover the cost. So it's if you see, there's also an offset underneath that. So it just gives us authority to do it if we need to. Then uranium thorium reimbursements is payback for uranium thorium facility lines or facilities that process those materials that are still active. Companies that are doing their own cleanup, and we reimburse them as they do the cleanup. And the final line is our UED fund deposit. So I mentioned they took 3 sites in the uranium UED account. Well, they're funded from its UED fund, and the fund was originally set up so the commercial nuclear industry made contributions and DOE made defense contributions to cover the fact that the uranium that came from those gas fusion plants served 2 purposes. One was the weapons program initially, and then second, then the second half of its life it was to make commercial uranium for nuclear power. So that fund, as that fund goes down, we have to continue to make defense contributions to it, keep it in a positive balance. So with that, I think those are the main highlights of the 24. I think if you look at the other pages, it gives you the where we are in the budget process. So about the 24 budget for the bill. We're starting the 25 budget process this April with the field manager and workshop. Then we'll have briefings to the secretary and CFO in September. That budget goes to OMB. Hopefully by September, we got a 24 and active budget at the end of the year, but sometimes you go into continuing resolution. The rest of this is stuff that I believe kind of just highlighted for them to the statement. So with that, let me see if there's any questions. Yeah, real quick, Rob.
There's someone who does the budget, he's so up to date on all the nuts and bolts of all the stuff.
Well, we had
Bible.
So each of the sites does a quarterly site briefing. So we go to those and keep those briefings just to know what's going on. And then we also have to prep, my management team. So Mike White, you met earlier, but he's got to go over and be able to present this and also testify. So we have a lot of planned practice to go through it. And then we also impromptu call our site managers on the cell phone and go, hey, what's the answer to this? Like I did yesterday when she was at the airport. So So it's a lot of just trying to keep the interactions going and you know,
That's amazing that someone who's the budget guy never met somebody that knew all the nuts and bolts.
well, thank you.
That's
Very impressive.
very impressive, yeah.
It's sorry to go so fast, but
No, so, and to that, you know, I'm gonna give Steve a hard time because he went a little over, but it was well worth it. Because to what Bob said, and I think I heard Leon chime in as well, but it's to understand all the major projects going on at all the sites, how they impact the local sites, but also how they interweave and they impact one another. And you're the best at explaining all of it in a very digestible way. And you know, you and the cool kid next to you is very good at it as well. But it makes it,
That's all the training.
but it makes it so much easier to understand how we all fit together, and you look over and you go, why does the money go there? Like this is, you just get the picture and understand. So,
Well, I think I did the point from earlier, you know, the balance that's had, I mean, you can kind of tell all the different things in order to do this, you have to give up some stuff.
so Steve, thank you. And sorry we put you on the time limit. I usually love to let you go.
actually I get you guys for another hour and a half.
Perfect.
When we do the.
Let's go ahead and start that. Do you want to
All right. So
start us with the?
yeah, let me just say, so we were asked actually for our intergovernmental meeting to come up with a simulation so people could see how the budget process works, because it's, I know, well, it's mostly embargoed, so you don't really know kind of the specifics, like we can't tell you about the specific discussions that we had. So we came up with a simulation to kind of represent what it's like. So you're gonna have a subset of the sites, so we couldn't get them all in. There just isn't enough time to do the tech side in an hour and a half if you have all the sites. So we picked, you know, representative sites to have. So we'll have, so one of you will get to be, you know, or 6 of you will get to be site managers. One will be the budget director. Like, seriously, take that job if you get the chance. But and then there's the EM1. EM1 job, yes. 1 year, the budget director is like 3 years for everybody else, you know. It's
Like all years.
But and then if you really EM1, that's a great job. So you ultimately are going to be making the decisions. So you're going to get the budget. It's at the point where it comes to headquarters. So we've already had the field workshop. We've already sat down. The field has already met with different stakeholder groups, tribes, you know, community, and laid out what the priorities are. That priority list has been brought up and sort of integrated for headquarters, and the budget has been submitted to secretaries who are waiting to get our number back from the secretary. And that's where you guys are going to take over. And believe it or not, the number is going to be a little less than what you asked for. I'm just going to spoiler alert. So you're going to have to work together to come up with some reductions. And this is the hard part, because as a manager, you're going to want to advocate for your site, right? And you're going to want someone else to give it up. But, you know, at some point, everybody's going to have to probably give up something to get there. And remember, you're a corporate team. You're working for EM1, the site manager. So you're going to have to work together on that. So you'll go through that. You'll get your budget done from the secretary. Then you're going to present it to OMB. And when we go do that in the fall, one of the things that Connie and I have learned with OMB is to make sure there are no surprises. So try to brief them on everything, every possible issue. If you think there's complicated issues, try to get those up front. Don't make it a surprise. I mean, you can't tell them what the budget request is going to be until it's there, but at least make sure your technical issues or programmatic issues are written around. And then OMB, you present the budget. OMB will have several follow-up meetings, so it's not just a instant thing. Gives them, they have several months to kind of figure out what they're going to do, and then they'll come back, ask you questions, do additional briefings. And they'll issue the PATS back, and that comes this year. Maybe not like 11 o'clock on a Friday night. I don't know why it's so funny to do that, but it is. So we stayed up, or my team back here stayed up until 1 a.m. to try to figure it out, because EM1 had to go meet with the secretary the next day and let them know what the budget was like. So we had to tear this thing apart, figure it out, and then decide if we were going to appeal things. You have a limited number of appeals, but the whole department has to combine its appeals, and they only want the highest priority ones. You're going to get to go through the appeal process, then you get your budget, and then you submit to Congress. Congress generally is gonna be, you know, if you plussed up the budget for their state, you're gonna, you know, they're gonna be happy if you cut it, they're not gonna be happy, so you'll explain that, and then deal with the result of that. So because you're competing with, you know, other administration priorities, right? Defense Department, things like that. In any given year, if you look at EM's history, there's years where our budget request was higher than what Congress enacted. Then there's also years where the congressional budget is higher than our request, right? It goes back and forth, it's cyclical. So to represent that, we've used some sort of game of chance type elements in there. Like there might be a spinner where you spin the wheel to get your number, or there's some dice you roll to see how many OMB passback cards you get, or how many congressional cards. But, you know, that reflects the fact that there is some uncertainty every time we present a budget. You don't know exactly how you're going to be competing. So it's not a game to us, but we did put game-like things in there just to make it more sort of random in the sense of knowing, you know, you can't predict exactly what's going to happen, right? So with that, I think we have a list of what rooms you're going to. If you're table 1, stay here. And if you're the other tables, you're going to go with Jocelyn, and then you're going to go down to the collaboration center. And then the rest of my team folks are going to go.
Can everyone see the board? We good?
Wait, do you want to read the names off?
Yeah, sure. So table 1 staying in here, Amy Boyette, Jody Crabtree, Susan Coleman, Bridget Maestas, Melissa Noe, Mark Hilton, Connie Floor, Don Barger. Solid team. Table 2 heading downstairs, Sherilyn at City, Kelly Green, Sarah McNamee Johnson, Heather McWilliams, Mia Burke, Zach Boyarski, Jennifer Woodard, Eddie Williams. Table 3 is Debbie Farber, Julie Galloway, Mark Hayden, Carrie Meyer, Barb Ulmer, James Tanner, Amy Jones, Tiffany Artis. Table 4 is Charles Hilton, Frank Johnson, Mariah Porter, Tom Griffin, Greg Simonson, Laura Wilkerson, Herman Potter, Evan Knapp. And then table 5 is Leon Shields, Bob Skinner, Charles Love, Lindsay Summers, Daniel Toshin, is that right? Bud Smith, Frank Bonesteel, Greg Murray. And go. We need you guys back here, 2:30, is that right?
No, back here at 2:35.
2:35. So if you're heading downstairs, if you'll find one of the escorts and make it to the elevators, yes, sir. While we're waiting on folks to trickle back in, real quick, Steve, I think Justin said you guys have been working on this for a while, like 2 years, kind of working through the process of how to develop this experience and games. Anything you want to share with us on?
Yeah, we actually started before the pandemic, because we were planning on doing it at like the next intergovernmental meeting, and then the pandemic was set off about, well, maybe we'll do it virtually, but it's hard to do it, you know, like that. And then Jocelyn kept, you know, reminding us, I'm not a huge media schedule person that kept it, and then we started finding different versions of it. So we first thought we would just do it as generic sites, you know, that we have funny names or something, but it would be similar to our program,
sure.
Not exact. But the feedback we got was the folks that were going to do it really wanted to do the real sites, you know, so we did a subset of the sites, but it had the more real impact, I think, you know. It helped if you picked a different site for you to get to know it. I think originally we thought, well, maybe we'll have people volunteer to be OMB or Congress, but you know, the idea of just making it or you know, something that was more of the roll the dice made it more less objective. You know, you just have to deal with those things. So,
Jocelyn said it's close to being ready to roll out to the sites, because I had mentioned that I would love to do this with my full board.
Yeah.
She said we're close to being, and that we can order the Steve Trishman getaway weekend, and you can come run through the.
You can come right and see. It's during the quilt.
Perfect.
Oh, so we could schedule a quilt off the quilt.
Yeah. Actually, we were out there. It wasn't during the quilt. Never gone to do that.
So before we get started and we start walking through, Do you want to introduce everybody to the folks that helped guide us through this, because they were fantastic, right? And they're going to be
Absolutely. So we have Connie Walter, been in the budget team for a long time and he knows it inside and out, right? And Faith, who's been, you knew her, came right before the pandemic, right? And but it's been an integral team member and she jumped right in. She got to go to New Orleans and do the simulation there. Robin Othick, who's now within 1 year of retiring. Like when I started this job 6 years ago, just like, just so you know, I'm leaving in 6 or 7 years. I'm like, oh, that's a long time. Yep. Let's see. Alexis Bunn, who's on detail from Office of Science, has been helping us out. Josh Rubenstein. And Tracy was hiding in the. Tracy does the program direction budget for us, and so we thank her since she covers our pay.
So thank you, and thank you. We got great. All right, so what do you guys think? Was it helpful? Yeah. What'd you learn? Eddie.
I better understood the process
Okay.
on how the budget is developed and presented.
Okay. Do you like the process?
I really enjoy it. I played the EM1 in my group.
Right.
All the site managers, made it my job very easy.
You want us to go ahead and start packing up Ike's stuff and moving in? Do it today.
The site managers made your job easier. That's good to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah. So good corporate. We were talking about that earlier when we got done, but the fact that having EM operate corporately and not each field manager independently advocating for the budget, but working together really helps. So that's something you had that experience.
Yes, yeah. Anyone else? What are your initial takeaways? Thanks, Bob.
It's clear to me that the bigger sites probably have a little bit more pull than the smaller sites. Because of the size of the budget, et cetera. But they also have more to give away. Sure. Got it cut, but I think there's probably more influence there for the bigger sites than there's the smaller.
So typically when we discuss budget, we see the slide like Steve walked us through that shows the entire site and breakdown by site and the budget enacted, requested, other made up words that budget people use, right? And it's just kind of, does it change how you look at the budget system and your site walking through this exercise? Does it?
I've always played around with it anyway, because being part of labor, budget was always a big issue. So of course we would. I don't know
And Herman's part of the union.
I don't know if I should say it like this, but we would lean on politicians to set appropriations up a little bit.
That's a separate presentation.
Yeah, I know. So I understood that part of it, and I knew you had to. There was always. You had to I'll say this: we had to understand our site levels of what we could do and not do, in order to ask for what to ask for reasonably. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you want to explain that a little more?
Well, at one time we had the barter agreement,
sure,
uranium barter agreement, which is a disaster at times, and because there's limitations on how much you could sell and stuff, and that was just another variable there. But I know it was always, hey, where do you cut this? Do you have? Are we really going to need? Are we going to be ready? Well, one thing I can honestly say this: one thing happened was the on-site disposal cell wasn't ready, so we could slow down on some of the preparing the 326 building before start putting stuff in there, just because it just wasn't ready. So that was something you could take into account, and we recognize that, so we can move money around internally, and then internally with contractors, and then we would know what we could ask for or not ask for.
Sure. Anyone else? Yeah, Mark.
Question for Steve. Did all the teams have the same secretarial and OMB letters that we did?
Yep. Yeah, it was a standard
So everyone got the same guidance. The only variations would be on what you spun on the spinner and how many cards you picked and which cards you picked. So everybody had a different outcome, I'm sure.
So did you get, Donovan, who's OMB, a copy of the spinner and he put on his wall? No, no, okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, our crew was really good and all of that things too. I can't imagine it being like that in real life, but.
It can be hard, but everybody has to be a quick player and figure it out. And we try to work it together. So we do a workshop in April, the field managers. We'll do that in a couple of weeks, where they'll come in and we'll lay out those priority lists for the 25 budget. And then we'll put that together, and I try to do that in the workshop and say, well, this is kind of our first cut based on what everybody said of the priorities, and then we'll see what's at each level, so at our request level, down at the decrement level, or a little bit more, kind of where we are, and try to figure out what so we all can kind of agree on what the priorities are, and then what where we think we can make the best cases for our budget, because we have to convince the secretary, and we have to convince LB, and then enacts what we they look at what we request and then they enact the budget. So trying to lay it out in a way that we think will advance the program and do the best that we can with minimal impact. But as you can see from that exercise, and I can tell you from real life, no matter how much we ask for, it's never enough, right? It's always not enough for one thing. There's always something on that. If we could fix this, we would.
Yeah.
But yes.
We'll go Bob and then down to Don.
I asked my facilitator, I said, how well do these different site managers know each other? Well, the dynamic with them. And she told me that they talk and they know each other, so they probably know what each other's priorities are, and of course the EM1 tells them what the priorities are, but they know each other, then they know what person's hot button is. And I think that's probably important, that they not only know each other business wise, but maybe a little bit.
We meet every other Monday together. There is no real leader right now. Mike Budney sort of took the stick. It was Jay Mullins for a while from Oak Ridge, but we meet every other Monday for 45 minutes or so and just share thoughts. Sometimes we share challenges that we have and see if somebody else has cracked the nut on how to solve something so we can share. Other times, if we have a drill from headquarters, we'll say, what are you guys assuming for this? I was going to do that. What do you think? But I would say, yeah, I think we're very close.
A lot of synergy there.
Yeah. And again, I was talking in our session, I think there's very few things that Steve went through when he was going through that whole big list of activities that were surprising to me, because again, I don't know every little nut and bolt about every other site's budget, but I know enough about all their activities just because of the way that all of us as field managers engage with each other. So we're all very, very familiar with priorities at each site, and everybody knows the challenges we've had with IWTU, and I knew about salt waste, and so we're pretty engaged.
Huh?
What I enjoyed about it very much so was the realism. As I was reading the fine print for each one, I was hampered, and so you see their total budget, and so you're very much, but when you see what are the implications if you don't do this, because that's a part of that game that I don't want to give up that money. And so there are the implications that go with that, and and then you say, well, I guess I'll give up some money, but it's a hard sell. And nobody wanted to be, in our group at least, I didn't think we had anybody who really wanted to be first at giving up.
Don was
we got to get this going. Only play money.
You were here, but you had all of it.
And then, you started, and then it's almost like, okay, we can't nickel and dime everybody to death, but you start borrowing, and then the luck of the draw of the cards and the spin of the wheel, and life is good as we know it. And so I realized, and that's the way it sometimes feels. You know, it's not, and Steve, thank you, but, for you, it's not a game. It is reality, and we deal with it, but I thought that it just gave a whole level of understanding that we didn't have before. I've watched your presentation, enjoyed them, but this year helped a whole lot more.
Good. That actually leads me to the next, Fran, go ahead.
I was gonna say, to me, it's like a poker game.
Everything's like a poker game.
Like my budget. But it really was, and I feel for you guys. That's a hard thing to juggle because everything and all of the sites are very important to me. And I had Idaho, and that was really difficult to see, where can I give this up? And you see, the reason, the comments, and so it was just very difficult. And we commend you guys.
So we're closing in on a break, right? We'll get there. And I told Mark he would have a chance to ask a question to Steve before we do, right? So, no? Sorry, Mark, not Mark, wrong Mark. But Connie, before we do that, question for you, right? So this was a really good exercise, right? But it was numbers on a spreadsheet, right? And we know that when you look at your site, and if you guys don't know, she's the site lead at Idaho, right? So when you look at your site and you give up money on a project, that means somebody's not buying product from a vendor, somebody's not hiring a subcontractor, or a project's being stepped back, and heaven forbid they're actually laid off. Like, there are real world implications that can cause, heartaches in the community, people you see at Walmart or at church. And I know a lot of your counterparts, and you might fall in this group, it's a very stressful situation. It's emotionally difficult to know that you are impacting people's lives. Is there anything you want to share?
Yeah, I was thinking about it when Fran was talking. It's sort of two sides though. For me, I have to look into talking to the mayor, talking to the governor and the attorney general and the director of DEQ and the folks that are local to Idaho. But at the same time, again, in this sort of corporate mentality that I has challenged all of us to keep, and we're preparing, sending things up to Steve's office. Ike has to talk to Congress and Congress's staff, the actual decision makers who appropriate money to us. So the message that he would necessarily need to sell is not inconsistent with what I'm talking about locally, but it's not exactly the same. Because again, I'm talking about people who have the same emotional attachments that I do, which is separated from the different people that Ike has to talk to when he's dealing with people on the Hill. So it is challenging for us to be always thinking about message. I think people think it's like storytelling. When I first moved to Idaho and I had this mentality, because it's the way I think now, but my folks were like, oh, all you're doing is making up a story, like the people that work for me. And I'm like, no, I'm not making up a story, because the story, sounds like it's totally made up. This is messy. How do you sell the fact that we just went through this exercise that's very hard and everybody can't win? But we have to sell it to people who are going to give us money, why we're still going to get a lot done for it, why it's not great, but it's good. But at the same time, convince our local delegation that we've done all we could do to represent the right position, and we're going to do good things with the money that we get. It's like standing in an elephant on a thin minute. I think that's the hardest part. The messaging. The decision making is what it is. We all know consequences, what life's all about, right? And it's just the way it is, impacts and things. But it's keeping all of it straight, keeping all the messaging in line, and not changing your decision. Like the story I have this year can't be completely different than what the story was we told last year, because then you really get caught, right? Because people carry the thread, especially OP. So it's tough.
I was going to say, one of the things when you're talking to the delegation is if they don't really have the background and the understanding of what the real is. So it's difficult for them to understand the importance of each site and what's on the site, because they haven't got the education on it.
And it really is you know, as a site manager, I feel like in the back of my head, the sentence I resist saying all the time is, you just gotta trust me on this. Because, you know, in the embargo space of OMB Circular A11, we're not allowed to talk about that. Like, I can never go back and tell the governor, well, you know, I asked for $550 million. And I only agreed to this, and the secretary agreed to that, and OMB allowed this, and now the Hill gave that. You know, we're never allowed to talk about any of, you know, the sausage grinding. We can only talk about the sausage. So it's tough. It's tough.
Hey, thank you for sharing that. Steve, anything you want to add before we have this question for Mark?
No, I appreciate everybody being willing to participate, and hope you got a lot out of it.
Mark, you have a question, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. And Steve, this back to the presentation, most of it's on page 9, has to do with what is a payment in lieu of taxes? What is a community capacity building grant program? And was there any savings from a COVID slowdown that could be added somewhere else?
Let's see.
Yes, no, and yes.
The payment in lieu of taxes is, so under the Atomic Energy Act, the Atomic Energy Commission, and now DOE has the authority for communities where DOE took the land from an existing tax district to pay those communities the equivalent of what they would have gotten in property taxes for the land use that it was at the time, for the number of acres that was taken that was in the tax district. So we budget for, so for Hanford and Savannah River in Portsmouth, we pay help. Other sites get help from an NSA or NE or Office of Science, depending on family exact size. So, so it's just it's help those communities compensate for the fact at the time, at least, we might have been the only, you know, business in town. And if property taxes was how that community raised money to pay for infrastructure, schools, and things like that, then that's how they would get it. So that's why we pay build.
And for small sites, it's not that much, but like Idaho is 890 square miles. So we took almost 900 square miles of land that 3 different counties could have used for something. Now, granted, some of them might not have been something that would have been used, but Butte County is a big site, a big portion of the site. And in their mind, they would probably, you know, populated the houses and things, schools and stuff. So they're losing a good bit of money, they think.
All right, so that was question 1. Question 2 was the community capacity building.
And we have a briefing on that at
We have a
3:30.
briefing on that, so I'm gonna let Kristen Ellis talk to that.
We did pass on that one. Last one was the COVID offset. Was there a slowdown? Was there a savings? And where did it go?
There was a slowdown, there was no savings, basically, because we continued to pay workers. We didn't want to take a chance of letting go, nuclear qualified workers and then have to rehire. So when people couldn't work, we continued to pay them that. And then, it did slow us down. We get behind schedule on stuff, and now we are experiencing higher costs, due to supply chain issues. And labor is going up. So I mean, there really isn't a dividend or anything from that at all. Yeah,
the deferral effect. Okay.
Yeah.
And oddly enough, I'll just add to that, like in Idaho, we had a lot of our folks actually couldn't get a lot of work done. They kept going to the site, same people that once we were able to go back to work, and a lot of people were deemed essential, so they were able to go even through the very, very beginnings of COVID. Where we found the suffering was supply chain issues of getting materials and equipment in, or if work was being subcontracted out, because say the governor had closed down the borders and nobody could come in or out of Idaho unless it was for straight through commerce. You couldn't bring subcontractors in from Utah or something like that. That kind of work slowed up, but the actual prime site workers, we didn't really see a whole lot of.
Yeah, if you were doing, outdoor work, a lot of the probably excavation work or demolition work, large scale things weren't as impacted. Whereas like if you're a small facility or inside, where you're close contact, that just didn't
progress as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Always one of the best parts of the meeting is to have the budget discussion. I'm so thankful. All right, so let's take a short break. We're gonna be back at 3:10. Right, so if you just a little over 10 minutes. Hey, while you're taking your break and you go back and you grab your coffee, tea, water, for the new folks in the room, sometimes it's hard to provide really nice things for you under a federal government. Like there are some hoops you have to jump through, right? So in lieu of jumping through hoops, the really nice lady in the front row, by the way, she provided all this, right? So and all his folks that helped you with the budget exercise and you're thanking them for all they did. Make sure you get Jocelyn a special thing. That is so kind and so nice. So we're thankful for her. All right, 3:10 back in your seats. All right, guys. Right. 3 20-minute presentations where we're going to go kind of quick and hit you with some really neat, one of the great opportunities we have of being in DC is that we get access to so many more people than we get to when we're out on some of the sites. And so we're going to introduce you to some of the really exciting projects that we've done all over the So first up, we have Ms. Nicole John. She is the Associate Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Field Operations. All right, so what that means?
Title ever.
Right?
There is an acronym.
Who would have never guessed, right? Dealing with an acronym, right? So her primary responsibilities are developing strategies, policy, and guidance for the 15 EM field sites. She oversees nuclear operations, safeguards and security, technology development, and she is the sole star of each and every one of the EM 101 site videos. Right? So, boom! That's off the screen. If you haven't seen her, she's one of my favorite people in the EM programs. Nicole, the floor is yours, man.
Thank you so very much. And thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today about one of my favorite programs that, we don't talk about a lot necessarily from the perspective of the portfolio in EM3 that I'm in is so large. But when I came on board to EM a little over 2 years ago now, Ike White, who is our great leader of this particular program, asked me to focus on a couple of things. One, from an operational perspective, our overall operational activities and what we're doing in that area across the complex. Also, our technology development activities, particularly in our areas of robotics. And within that portfolio, we had a program that's been going on since 2014, which is our Minority Serving Institutions Partnership Program. And since 2014, that program had operated at about $5.5 to $6 million. And the goal of the program is really an outreach effort to minority serving institutions in the United States to support students, undergraduates, graduates, and let them know about EM and our mission and our activities to hope that they'll be interested in one day having a career here at the Department of Energy and specifically here in EM. I'm sure you've heard from Ike's briefing and Jeff and other briefings, all of the success that we've had in EM, particularly over the last couple of years. And at some of our sites, we can actually, see the horizon. We're making great progress, but we still have a lot of work to do at some sites, decades of work. And frankly, it's the workforce that does that work that helps us get those successes. So we want to ensure that our workforce looks like the rest of America. And my big saying in all of our programs, particularly when you're talking about diversity, is you have to go where they grow. And where diversity grows in the United States is at our minority serving institutions. Now, many people are not aware that we have almost 700 minority serving institutions in the United States. So that's everything from our HBCUs, our historically Black colleges and universities, where I came from, Grambling State University, a historically Black college in Grambling, Louisiana, to our HSIs, our Hispanic serving institutions. We have Asian American institutions. We have tribal colleges. A lot of people don't know we have over 30 tribal colleges that are accredited within the United States. So there are many, many schools that we could be reaching. Well, that was sort of hard with a almost now $8 billion program, and we only had about $5.5 million in our MSI effort. So with that charge, we got to work with the team within our other offices within EM4 and EM5, the budget shop within EM5, and then our stakeholder outreach group and others within EM4. And we revamped the program and really started looking at what can we do to grow it. So you have in front of you and in your booklet a little sort of flyer that has our program. So I'm going to talk a little bit first about the programs that already existed, that were created in 2014 in the program that we have. So we already had a competitive research awards program. And again, with we stretched the 5.5 million as much as we could for that program, but schools actually had to apply to get this cooperative competitive award. And it's actually a contract with the school. So they sign a contract and we focus on certainly research and technologies within EM that we need with the university. And students participate, we partner with our laboratories. So it's a really fantastic program overall. So that already existed. We also already had traditional internships. So think summer, students comes out of school, they go to a particular laboratory or location, primarily Savannah River National Lab, which I should mention is our national laboratory in EM. They run this program for us. They go to that laboratory and other laboratories in the complex during the summer, 10-week program, very typical internship. That already exists. And then lastly, I'll mention our Savannah River Environmental Sciences Field Station. This is where students really got to get hands-on opportunities and working out in the field and also at the laboratory. But again, this was done all at Savannah River National Laboratory. So that's primarily where the students went from across the country. And I will mention in our internships, we had with our program about anywhere between 20 to 30 students coming through our program, through our internship program. So we had a great response, but again, we can only support so many students with our budget at that time. So we started, when I asked me to look at the program and we put the working group together, we started talking to other programs in the department. I came from the National Nuclear Security Administration, like Ike, so I was very familiar with their programs. But I wanted to know what science was doing, what NE was doing, what other parts of the department. So we actually put together a almost like an education workshop where all of the programs within the department came together and said, hey, can we do other things to grow our program? What other things are you doing? A bit of a lessons learned. So we did that, and we created some other opportunities for students to try to do some outreach. And those are the expanded programs that you see on the flyer. One, of course, I'll actually come to our STARS Fellows program last, because that's something that we're hoping to get off the ground very soon. We first realized in talking to all of the universities that we were already working with, that many of the universities, which makes sense, are very used to dealing with grants and not necessarily contracts. And so the mechanism for understanding how to pay invoices and things of that nature with the government agency was a little bit more unfamiliar. They were used to a grant process, and many of them had grant proposal write-ups and things of that nature. So we wanted to try to infuse somewhat of a grant process into the system. So we did that. And through that grant process, we identified a couple of different areas. One is a grant for curriculum development. Some universities just need help developing curriculum that supports our mission space. So we wanted to support that. We also wanted to support technology. Some universities and colleges they had labs and they had space for labs, but they didn't necessarily have the funding for equipment to actually purchase the equipment to support our mission space and our mission activities. So we wanted to support that as well. And the third area that we looked at was faculty development. Many universities said, you know, it's great you're focusing on the students and we're really excited, but some of our staff need support too. So we identified that as an area of proposal that you could also get a grant in. So that was one sort of pot that we looked at to support expanding the program and also working with more universities. Another area that we looked at was directed research on particular areas that were important to EM. So that was a place we focused on as well. And then of course we looked at our overall professional development program, again, for the universities. So that was one space that we looked at. And then we said, okay, that sort of covers our grant space. What else can we do? Well, we didn't have a graduate program within EM. And we found in talking to the universities that they have many graduate students undergraduate students that came through the program, but didn't have a space with their graduate studies to support EM and work with EM, even though they enjoyed working with us in our activities. So we started a graduate program. We did the same thing with the postdoc. We started a postdoc program as well. And what was great about working with Savannah River National Laboratory is that these programs actually already existed. So we didn't have to spend the funds re-upping and making and producing a brand new program. We just added the MSI component to the programs that already existed based on our funding that we received and were appropriated, saying that the funding had to go to an MSI. So we utilized that knowledge that was already there. And lastly, I will point out our STARS Fellows program. Our STARS Fellows program is something we're still trying to get off the ground. We're partnering in understanding how the Department of Defense has used a program very similar to this, where we actually fund students from their sophomore or junior year with their books, tuition, and internships, potentially all the way through graduate school. And after that, they make a commitment year for year back to federal service. Again, this is a program that's already been developed and being executed at the Department of Defense. So we're trying to figure out how can we have a program like that comes to the Department of Energy, specifically to EM. And part of the reason why that program was developed was because many of our students, when they came out, we were really excited they were able to find opportunities. But most of those opportunities they were going to were within our contractor workforce, which is great. We're really glad they found a great opportunity, but we would love for some of those students to come into our federal workforce as well. I'm sure someone earlier may have mentioned, again, in the federal workforce, we have many vacancies within EM that we want and are trying to fill, and we would love to do that with the students that we've supported through their educational journey. So that's what we tried to do with our STARS program. I do want to throw out, it wouldn't be a DOE briefing if I didn't throw out some numbers, because I'm really excited. As I mentioned, you'll see on the top of that little pot of gold. We're so close to St. Patrick's Day, it fits. So that little pot of gold up there. So we started this journey of trying to expand this program in 2021. And we briefed our stakeholders, congressional members about what we wanted to do. This program was up the first year after really getting the assignment by $50 million. We had a plan. We knew how we were going to execute the plan. We presented that. And frankly, I'll tell you a little bit about our success and what we've been able to do with that funding. We received the same amount of funding in FY23, and we're really excited to expand this program. And I can actually say, interestingly enough, that in every one of your locations, we have been able to have students intern and or work with a university directly through our cooperative research award program, except for one. There is one state we have not been able to crack, and we've gone to the schools, we've asked them to please apply. So it's Kentucky. It's the only place where we have not, Kentucky State and Simmons. We've gone to both schools and we just actually reached out to them again 2 weeks ago and asked them to please apply to the program. And we're not going to stop our outreach there, but every other location, we have had students that have participated in the program or universities, but we've not given up. We are going to keep working to bring Kentucky into the program. But let me just give you a few numbers and I can open it up for questions. So as I mentioned, when we started in FY21, we had about $5.5 million. We had within our MSIP internship program about 30 students. And our Savannah River Environmental Sciences program, we had 19. And we didn't have any new contracts in 2019 for our Cooperative Research Award. We continued the contracts we already had. Well, in 22, when we received this $50 million uplift, we had 32 brand new awards to universities. We had 62 interns that came through our program to laboratories across our complex. This isn't just the Savannah River. This is labs across our complex. And we were able to bring 40 students to the Savannah River site as opposed to 18 previously. And with our postdoctoral research program, we already have, and this program has been, our postdoc program has been in existence for probably about 11 months because it took a little bit of time to get the applications out because you have to apply to the program. We can't just choose. So we already have 5 postdoctoral students that are in the program. These students are working for and at laboratories. For our graduate program, we already have 25. Again, same amount of time, 11 or 12 months. So it's not that the interest isn't there and the students are not there, it's having the space available for them to come into. So we're really, really excited about that. And our expectations in 23 are similar, if not higher, to what we did in 22. So we're really excited about the program. We've had great success. There are certain things that we are doing now that frankly, we didn't do before. Last year, we started tracking our students. We weren't really necessarily tracking exactly where they were going after they left the program. So we were creating a database to be able to do that. We now have a LinkedIn page that you can go to where students can talk to each other through the LinkedIn page and connect with students that have already been through the program and are interested in the program, which is really great. And that was a recommendation from students. This is a great map. It shows you the green is where we have sites. The stars identify where students have come from and where we've been able to pull students from, either again, working directly with the university or a student has come from the university in that state. So we're really excited about where we are going with the program. I do have one ask, since you all are in the communities, please, 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 again, we have a live website for MSIPP. We have the contact, I believe, it's not on here, but we can definitely get it for you. Talk about the program and what we can do. These universities are doing awesome things within the state. We can work with the universities to work with K through 12. We do not directly work with K through 12. Obviously, our funding is specifically goes to the institution, but many of these institutions work directly as a part of the grant or the contract with K through 12 to tell them about our program and really introduce some of these schools to the sciences and to staff. So please, if you can, and if you need our help, we have a little QR code. I can get that to you so you can share it with them, because it's really easy to text a QR code about our programs. So that's the way they, talk these days in QR codes. So we made sure to develop one and we can get that to you as well. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Yeah, we got time for just a couple quick questions.
Debbie Farber from Idaho. My question was you had touched on it, but it's sort of a new program, and I was going to ask how you gauge your success and what kind of metrics are you planning to track, and
what you're hoping to see?
Sure. So with each of our grants, there are metrics specific to the schools. So there's that metric that's already built into the system with our grants. And then with our cooperative research, so each one is distinctive depending on the school. For example, some of our schools have how many kids come into the program, their engineering program, their sciences program, depending on what it is, make it through the program and actually graduate, who've participated in the DOE program. Those are specific to the schools with our grants and our cooperative research awards. We in turn are going to have the same types of metrics. How many students do we attract into the program, stay through their matriculation all the way through, and then come back into either the federal government or go to a contract partner? But what we're not only going to track whether or not they come into EM, we are also going to track whether or not they come into the DOE complex. For example, we've had some of our students go to NNSA, they've gone to science, so they've gone to other places and stayed within the DOE family, but didn't necessarily come to EM. And frankly, we talked to the students about that. You know, we have opportunities, why did you come here versus another university? One response we got back, for example, was for our field research activities, our internship program and our field research activities. Frankly, the other program was paying more. It was $500 difference. So guess what we did? Okay, well, we'll up ours. Do the same at least, so that we can attract. We don't want to lose a great student over $500. We should up our program to match, particularly if we're on the same site, which was the case in some. And it was, NNSA was on the site and EM was on the site. It just makes sense that we would match from an internship perspective what they're getting paid. So, but those are the type of metrics we'll be looking at. Mm-hmm.
Time for one last question.
I don't have a question, but I have a statement. Kentucky is embarrassed. Yeah, because I knew when you said that it would be Kentucky. Don't ask me why. But
we're going to keep trying. We are going to get Kentucky State and Simmons to participate. They have shown interest. We have done a Teams meeting. We've had people physically go and visit and tell them about the program. So we are going to keep trying because we are focused, frankly, on the states where we have sites. That's our focus. But as you can see from the map, we have students from everywhere that participate, but we are not giving up.
Well, please don't. It is embarrassing because that's a great opportunity. It really is.
Mark, real quick.
Thank you, Eric. Nicole, is there a way to recruit students for the CABs from your pool of students? And if so, how can we best strike a good hit to their heart on joining us by packaging it properly?
That's an interesting and very good question. I don't know. Yeah.
We just, actually, I just reviewed it on the airplane coming out yesterday. We've been going around and doing some very deliberate, because we're having concerns about not having adequate diversity on our advisory board. And so we've been specifically going after youth and then certain other groups, but we actually have somebody that proposed to come on from BYU. So, I mean, I'm elated. Like, I'm just giddy over the fact that we have a person, but I think it gets back to some of the discussions that you had earlier. Time commitment. Some of them just think, I don't know anything about nuclear energy and I'm not old enough to know about the history and I don't know this, that, and the other thing. I think a lot of them discount themselves without coming on to see what they do and don't know. And I think that's where, again, those of you in the advisory board, if you could help us put that out there, because you don't really have to be a nuclear engineer to serve on an advisory board. Frankly, the people that are not, in some instances, come up with some of the best ideas because they're not wedded to, a past job at the site or something like that. So, yeah, but we're finally starting to get some of the youth in on ours too. So she's absolutely going to make it.
Yeah, well, one of the things that it's interesting because I guess I didn't think about it from a student perspective, but I know Amy from Savannah River, we have talked about it from a professor perspective, professors at the universities participating on the CAPS and actually, but I never thought about it thought about students. So that's an interesting twist. We'll have to talk about that, maybe that opportunity as well, and professors, university professors that we're talking to.
And one of our sites has been, a couple of our sites actually have been pursuing applicants from the MSIPP program. And one of the things that we do behind the scenes is the staff have a quarterly staff meeting where I meet with all of the staff members from each of the advisory boards, and we share lessons learned. And so this is definitely, I mean, most of the staff is here right now, but with I have a staff meeting for everybody in 2 weeks. And so we'll talk about this again, and I'll ask the groups who have already been engaging with the MSIPP organizations at their site to share information so that we can continue to broaden this as an avenue for recruitment.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, let's thank Nicole, and I'm so glad she came.
Thank you.
Glad you were
Thank
here.
you. Great to see all of you. Thank you.
All right, so as Nicole steps away, we're going to bring up Kristen Ellis, and she can walk us through. I guess a program we've been looking forward to having all day. It's come up a couple times already. The building community capacity, and what that means, and why that benefits us. So, you guys, Kristen has been with the Department of Energy for a few years. I didn't want to say ages, but and she is actually the same age as the HAB, 29. So that's really kind of interesting. That's really kind of. So she's the Director of Regulatory, Intergovernmental, and Stakeholder Engagement. Kristen, you've been coming to these meetings off and on for 10, 12 years?
Probably since 2009.
Yeah, so it's been a while. Regulatory Clients and Intergovernmental and Stakeholder Programs. She was acting in the role during the 14 months prior to her appointment to the Senior Executive Service, SEF. Big deal. Kristen, floor is yours. We got like 20 minutes to talk about building community capacities, and we're going to do kind of an open roundtable. We'll transition to that. And right.
I'm on after that too, right?
You are. You just get cozy.
Thank you for that introduction. It's a little easier to keep track of all the acronyms. I think I have the best acronym in the organization, which is RISE. So you can remember intergovernmental and stakeholder engagement. And so that means I get to work with Kelly and Jocelyn and all of her team, and really appreciate all the work that went into having this meeting. And it's good. I think we're still a little rusty on in person. We keep saying that, every year after the pandemic, and people keep saying it until we get everything perfect. I'm joking. It is not perfect. But want to thank everybody for coming in to DC, and I really enjoyed the discussion this morning, and we'll keep based on some of the things that we talked about in either this session or the following session. Just want to thank you all for being here. I did address the chairs, I believe it was in the Paducah meeting, on the same topic. And, as we were kind of waiting to see what was happening with the budget, and now you all are budget experts since we got to participate in budget simulation this afternoon. We were waiting to see what happened with funding levels, and now I do have a little bit of an update for you. So I'm sure we can finish that in less than 20 minutes and keep us on schedule. So just to kind of give you an overview, as I mentioned, it was part of the 23 budget request, and what we received appropriations for in the omnibus bill that was passed a few months back was $19 million to stand up a community capacity building grant program, which is quite an acronym because all the letters come with each other. So maybe I'll just call it community capacity building for our conversation, and we can try and stay focused that way. And so the purpose of this program will be to provide resources to areas of high or persistent poverty that are not benefiting from the significant economic activity that was generated by EM in or around those communities. And in certain cases, these communities were moved, or portions of the population were moved out from where they were located originally when the department and its predecessor was doing the activities during the Cold War. And so, the program is designed to enhance existing activities or develop new activities in response to what we hear from the communities on what their needs are. So, and again, the potential,
future recipients of funding, I think we're thinking about this pretty openly. It could be tribal governments, it could be community organizations, it could be, local municipal organizations of some form. But I do think, it will be some sort of nexus to our EM locations. It doesn't make sense that we would give funding to somebody from Wisconsin that, studied cheese or something. So, obviously we're going to be looking for a nexus to our activities. But I do think that, there's a lot of different ways to define impacted communities or make the case that, different community organizations may be eligible for this type of funding. So, and again, I don't think we want to have, it's got to be these two things, but, we could give 100 examples and then that gets to be kind of difficult also. So I think some of the things that we've been talking about are things like site reindustrialization, land transfer for community involvement and investment and reuse, community restoration projects, infrastructure projects for tribal nations or impacted communities, educational capacity building for stakeholders or particular populations in our communities. And maybe it's capacity building to do better participation in EM decision making, or capacity building to participate in projects associated with EM cleanup. I know we've done in the past, cultural resources activities with tribal nations. Nevada was talking a little bit in their presentation this morning. So again, I think there are some examples that we've looked at over the years, but now we've got a dedicated line item where we can kind of look at doing additional projects. With that in mind, we have a couple guardrails that we need to take into account as we're forming this program. And one of them is that there was some direction in the legislation that we need to award the funding in a competitive and merit-based process. So we'll be incorporating that into how we make our decision making. And then also Congress has asked for us to report to them on what we're planning to do, and they'd like to hear from us before we finalize everything. So that will be part of the process as well. So before we started building this program, we thought it would make sense to kind of look at similar programs that have already taken place at DOE and other federal agencies, so that we can learn and benefit from the hard work that other people have put in before us, and maybe hopefully avoid some of the landmines that I don't know what they are because I've never run a program like this before. And so we wanted to make sure we were being thoughtful about best practices. And so we've looked at a variety of them, and some of these projects may be familiar to some of you. I know for the Savannah River site, our Office of Legacy Management has administered environmental justice grants for a number of decades. And so that was one example that we took some time to kind of benchmark and see how they were awarding their funds. You just heard from Nicole, who gave a good presentation on the Minority Serving Institution Program. And, given their increase in funding, certainly, I think we have some lessons learned and, things that maybe sped up the process or slowed down the process that we're going to want to incorporate in how we set up the program. Additionally, there's other DOE programs that we've had, loan guarantee programs that were targeted for tribal governments. We've had our Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy Office administers grants to state energy offices, and they administer smaller grants to community organizations. So we're in the process of reviewing those types of programs. Our Economic Diversity and Impact Office has a technical assistance program. So we think there's things to be learned from them as well. And that's a limited list. We're also doing some work with EPA because they have a brownfields program specifically for tribal nations. So we think that will be helpful. And then I'll spend just a minute on another program that the EPA is getting to roll out fairly soon. So stay tuned. And once we get the final notification that it's gone live, I'm going to make sure we share that information with Kelly, because I think each of the boards who may have audiences that are interested in this. And so the EPA received a large amount of funding, and the numbers listed in the moment, so we can follow if people have questions about that. They're in the process of setting up the Thriving Community Technical Assistance Center. And I really love their acronym too. It's called TICTAC. So who says government bureaucrats can't be creative? And we have another office in DOE that was formed under some recent legislation. We call it OSED, the Office of Clean Energy Development. If you all remember Todd Schrader, who was our deputy, he went over to that office and is helping them with some of their projects. But so the OSED office partnered with the EPA. And so OSED is sending, I think it was $14 million to EPA to help them stand up these TICTACs. And so the concept of these TICTACs is that they're going to follow the regional structure that EPA has, you know, either region 1, region 2, region 3. And these resource centers will be available for anyone. It doesn't have to be, you know, potentially somebody from DOE. It could be from any organization who's looking at receiving federal funding or any other kind of grant. And it's capacity building and training and, you know, helping people access federal government funding sources. And so I think, you know, that program's already set up in place. We want to make sure we share the word broadly about it so that people can access that. And maybe as communities are thinking about applying for our funding for community capacity building, they'll be able to use this resource to make a better proposal or build some capacity among their community. I think our expectation is that people don't have, you know, staffs of 8 full-time people who are just waiting around applying for funding. And so, you know, hopefully these technical assistance centers will provide some resources to help people, you know, have better access to, you know, develop proposals that hopefully we can review in the near term as part of this new program. So, like I said, as we are, as those are getting finalized, we'll make sure to share the word with you all. The EPA, you know, the folks who could be participants in their TICTAC, they have an even broader list than what I wrote up already. Local, tribal, state, government units, community-based grassroots organizations, underserved communities and organizations, rural and remote communities and organizations, nonprofit, philanthropic organizations, faith-based organizations, educational institutions, disadvantaged businesses, you know, utility providers, healthcare providers. So it is a wide list, and so I think a lot of opportunities there, and would encourage you all to share the word when we have more news about that. So as we were kind of finalizing our plans on what this program will look like, we thought it was important to hear from our communities, and so I hope I can hear from you all today. And if this is too quick, you need some time to think it over, you know, encourage you to reach out through your boards to Kelly. We can have follow-up conversations as appropriate, and maybe what topic that you're very important. But in addition to what we can talk about here today, we have conducted some listening sessions, first with the Energy Community Alliance, who represents a lot of the local government, and they're one of the 6 national organizations that Ghislaine and her team engage with on kind of municipal issues, community use organization issues, and I'm sure all of you are very familiar with those in your community who are probably members of EPA. We also, I have one more meeting tomorrow. We've had one session with the State and Tribal Government Working Group, which is another one of our 6 organizations. And that group includes state government officials, but also representatives from the tribal government that have ties to our location. And so we wanted to make sure that we spoke with them and heard their viewpoints before we made final decisions. Because we didn't want to be, you know, deciding the program, telling you here's where it is. I hope you like it, kind of scenario. So we, I think as far as near-term steps, and that's the question I probably get the most. You know, what's coming? When do I apply? How do I apply? All of that. We're not quite there yet, but I will keep you all apprised. I think what we're working towards is finalizing the criteria, the selection teams, all the federal procurement things that happen behind the scenes before you issue a funding opportunity announcement, but that's what we're working on. And I'll also emphasize that, as you heard Steve give the budget presentation today, I know it was very intensive. I don't know if he mentioned what was in the 24 request for this program, but we've requested $40 million again. So we'll wait to hear what happens with fiscal year 24. And we're looking forward to getting this off the ground. So with that, I know that was a lot. Eric,
Are
I'll
there
turn it back over to you. For
questions you have for Kristen at this point? Yeah, Mark.
Kristen, as a fellow budget collaborator from this afternoon, I'm going to capitalize on that intimacy. Do you have a printed fact sheet or a website that I can use when I go back and talk to my board?
Not yet, but once we have one, I'll be sure to share it with you. And what we do have now, I could make available the budget information, but from last year's request and this year's request.
Other question, Mark?
I got one from our CAB from New Mexico. And the question is, can the EPA partner with the DOE at a local office similar to our CAB access for community outreach? Otherwise, it goes to the regional offices and the communities in need either don't know or can't easily access those community grants. And then secondly, for a grant proposal, have you ever heard of combining low-cost housing needs with a hydrogen energy source test pilot project similar to they have in Glasgow?
Okay, the second one, I will answer first because that would probably be the one the furthest away from our equities. That same office I was talking about, the OSED office, I know they just recently released their first set of funding on hydrogen hubs. So I think that's something we might be able to get additional information on. As far as how that relates to housing, I don't know, but I'm probably not the best person to ask anyway. But we could follow up with the OSED office. I suspect, there's a lot of activities happening outside of environmental management in the larger Department of Energy. And, if you've been following the news, there's a lot of legislation that has added a lot of energy scope and projects and things like that. So, and I know that there's a lot of interface between the two, multiple federal agencies. There's work with Department of Transportation. I'm not as familiar with if there is new activity with like HUD or other housing equity. So I will put a pin in that one because I don't know more than that. And then your first question about as far as these thriving communities technical assistance centers, I believe will be using the regional structure that EPA is familiar with. As far as it sounds like you're saying like sub-region or other activities for the New Mexico area. I think as far as getting the word out, we're going to be dependent on our sites and our CABs and other organizations like that to make sure we can share the word. I think, we do a lot of engagement with EPA. DOE does at local levels and regional levels, just as part of our normal everyday business. If there was a particular issue with tribes trying to have access, I'd encourage you all to work with the site leadership at Los Alamos. I know Mike Salinas has been spending a lot of time with the Los Alamos and additionally with the activity for the Justice 40 pilot out there. That's been another area where I think they're kind of building new approaches, new synergies. So I'd encourage you to start with Michael and his staff, and if they would like some assistance from us, we'd be happy to do some interface with EPA because we have a lot of engagement with EPA through some other activities. And so it's always easier to find someone in a big federal agency when you have someone to call first. So if you want to explore that further with your site first, and then, we'd be happy to follow up if you're unsuccessful there.
Thank you, Kristen.
You have someone from EPA on your CAB? We actually have an EPA person that sits. Not
We have
on the
guest
CAB, but
speakers,
they're,
but not on the CAB, no.
yeah, we actually have one that's a sitting member of our advisory board.
Great idea if they do it.
I think Hanford has that as well.
Yeah.
The Hanford one doesn't sit on the board. They are one of the tri-party agencies.
Yeah.
We call them liaisons.
Right, they don't vote.
Same at Savannah River.
So those are liaisons. They're non-voting members that provide their perspective and their experience.
That's the term liaison.
Yes.
All right, so what if we do this? What if, while we look for any last questions for Kristen, Julie, will you roll a chair up and we'll let Eric make his way up to the table and we'll start getting ready to transition to the next piece. What other questions do we have for Kristen? Yes,
So
sir.
what criteria are you looking for determining what determines a poverty stricken area?
That is a great question. So there are multiple available schools out there, and I think we want to have as much flexibility as we will be allowed to, but since there are multiple schools out there, I would think that we would make them all available. There are things like the Council on Environmental Quality from the White House has a tool that defines I think it's called the EJ screening tool. There's some census data that we relied on in the past. There's a EPA, EJ. There's another EPA tool, and I'm forgetting that. I'm gonna go on that. But I can try.
I've heard you.
There's a EPA, EJ screening tool also. And again, I would like us to be as inclusive as we can with those. And I know we've heard from Energy Community that they have used the term frontline community, meaning a community that is in proximity to our EM activities. So again, I think we don't have any one criteria now. It would be my preference to have as many of those types of tools available to be as inclusive as possible, but I will caveat everything I've said with, only if the procurement general counsel signs off whatever we finalize.
So is that the big hangup at this point?
I think it's, we want to make sure we integrate all sorts of listening sessions. I don't like the word hang up. Under the Anti-Deficiency Act, we're not allowed to start a new activity until it gets appropriated. So we didn't receive the money. The omnibus was in December, right? That's how we all, so hang up is, I think, a negative connotation.
It was meant that way.
Okay, we're trying to be thoughtful.
You wanted clarity on that.
Yeah, we want to be thoughtful and we want to make it as accessible for our potential recipients. We recognize this isn't going to be, billion-dollar contractors bidding on money or national labs kind of thing. This is going to be communities that need help. So we need to make the process as straightforward as we're allowed to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Any final questions for Kristen on this before we slide forward? Yes.
Okay. Kristen, anyway, from Nevada. I know you say you hadn't gotten the program ready to roll out yet, but once you do get it ready to roll it out to the different community, what is the primary mode of communication to make those communities aware that the programs exist?
So I'd like to, and this is perfect, our communications director is here, so you can help tell me what gaps I've identified in here. But, I think we'd like to be as inclusive as possible. I think there's people that still get government news from things like a Federal Register notice or Fed Biz Ops or whatever the appropriate procurement things are. But I would also think we'd be very thoughtful about a communications plan that includes all of our normal stakeholder groups, our elected officials, our tribal governments, our advisory boards, our social media outlets, our newsletter. I think our newsletter distribution now is at almost 100,000 subscribers. So I think all of the above, and we'd be counting on all of you to kind of carry the word out to the communities as well. I know the staff boards of all of the advisory boards do a lot of engagement in the communities through things like Rotary clubs and all of that, all of the above, I'd be open to reaching out to, and again, counting on any additional suggestions from you all. I think it's going to be a big press to get a lot of publicity on it.
Good deal. All right, so let's slide forward. Thank you for that, Kristen.
You're welcome.
I look forward to angry public comment tomorrow from cheese researchers wanting in on the grant that you're not listening to. We open the floor for them. Hey, so earlier today when I met Eddie for the first time, we were talking and he mentioned that he had been with the Nevada site board for 6 months, give or take. And so as I was introducing to other folks around the room and just kind of, making acquaintances, and he told everyone he'd been there for 6 months, they were like, ha, fuck you in 2 years when you get this figured out. Like, it's like, it was like this, it was kind of a joke, but it kind of wasn't, right? Getting new people on board, up to speed, and what we're doing here is, it's tough. Right. And it's something we have been fighting for 29 years, trying to figure out how to make this work. Right. So we've set aside some time on the agenda to kind of have an open discussion on this. And we're fortunate to be joined at the table by Eric Olds. Most of you guys have probably seen his stuff and his work, even if you haven't been able to yet put a face with the name. Right. So initially the Chief of Staff and Director of Communications at Richland and ORP, and then came to headquarters where he was Chief of Staff here, and now is the Director of Communications. So he's got this tremendous background and truly an expert in this field, and we're glad to have him here. So
Truly.
that's what it says on the bio, right? It says clearly.
Quite the build-up.
So, Kristen, Eric, how do you guys want to start this?
I think I'll kick us off and
Yeah.
we'll kind of tag team. We are discovering, I think, a lot of joint activities between stakeholders. So we're trying to take the best of both worlds and make it even better than what we started with. So the first time I heard this kind of topic discussed was probably the Paducah Church meeting a year ago or so, and then it came up again in the fall meeting. And this is, I think we're moving at speed government, but I know that it's also, there's a lot of content out there, and I know it can get overwhelming to review. I know Kelly was able to share some content with you all, between last week and this week. Hopefully you've had a chance to look at that, and that's a good starting point. But we heard some of those same things this morning about how do we get people engaged? How do we get them staying on the board? How do we get them able to give us good input? Because they may be a little overwhelmed with what we're about, and how do we make the program more approachable from a lay audience perspective? And you all are like expert lay audience people now, even if you only have 6 months with us. But I think much broader, you've heard about our workforce challenges, our recruitment challenges, our succession planning. We've got decades to go. And from my experience, just as someone who lives in the Northern Virginia area, it's maybe 1 in 100 people who've never heard of our program. If you did like a Jay Leno on the street with a microphone, have you heard of the Office of Environmental Management? So that's part of the challenge. We're not, how are we bringing people to us to help us solve our challenges? And I fully believe that, we're going to do that better if we have information to give to the public that they can understand. So with that in mind, we have, I know some existing products. Eric's going to talk a little bit more about that. I heard from our Nevada board that they have a pretty formal onboarding process that I think I've heard lots and lots of good things about over the years. So that might be something that some of the other boards might want to steal from. So throw that out as an idea. And I do think this will be kind of an organic, ongoing conversation. And I also heard a couple things this morning that I think are worth following up on. I think it was the Portsmouth board who had the Gantt chart with kind of the out years and the funding. I liked that visual setup a lot, and I can understand why other people responded positively to it. I heard Ike talk about the need for you all to get a briefing on, the nuclear energy office, how that overlaps with the high level waste mission, the nuclear fuel mission, and where all of that is going.
And then, I hope you had fun with the budget simulation exercise. I enjoyed being in the room and pretending to be a site manager. But all of these sort of tools are, I think, where we would love to hear from you all, because I know your site management, they're the experts on the site issues, but I think we could be doing some connecting of the dots of some of these more kind of corporate issues. We've talked about, WIP and how does WIP impact the whole complex? And we don't have a WIP advisory board. So, but all of the boards think about how the role of WIP in our other disposal facilities like at Nevada. So I think, that's I enjoyed the conversation this morning. I think we can take it lots of different places. I know you guys have some time today to talk about, where you want to provide some thoughts and recommendations for us. So I encourage you guys to continue to think creatively on that. And with that, I will turn it over to Eric to give a little more detail on things from the comms perspective.
Thank you. Did you all have a chance to look at the products that we sent ahead, or that Kelly was able to send in advance? I'd love your feedback on some of those products. And it occurs to me thinking about this discussion today and just working with Kelly kind of on the list of things. We have a lot of information, a lot of materials that we produce, and I can understand probably in that context, it's not easy for people to differentiate between what they should really pay attention to on a regular basis. And there's probably several levels of this issue. It's how do you get people up to that level of proficiency and information that you need them to be at? And then how do you stay there, right? What initially gets them there? And then what things do you pay attention to on a regular basis? So that you're staying up to speed on your sites. And as Kristen said, broadly about the complex. It's interesting. Most of my background, as Eric pointed out, is from Hanford, and I can tell you, I'm sure it's true of all of your sites. It feels like we just produced an immense amount of technical DOE documents. And granted, they're all fascinating documents, but I think you all agree it's very difficult to stay up to speed trying to get through all those materials, whether it be compliance documents or NEPA or regulatory safety, other types of things. It's a lot of information to follow or to get through on a regular basis. And on top of that, from a comms perspective, each of our sites are producing fact sheets, their version of 101 type presentations. We've got by the numbers that really try to break down each site into the big numbers. We've got videos for every site. And then if you roll that up kind of to a headquarters level, at this level, we're putting together more broad documents that really take all of that information and put it together. If I could suggest anything for people really coming new into EM and just kind of starting out and trying to get that broad, complex-wide perspective, I would actually start with things like the EM vision, which I think is a great document for people to start with. I mean, believe it or not, there is a ton of really good history and context in there. And the site-by-site descriptions are really interesting. And they're really kind of boiled down in a way that's easy to get through. And as Kristen said, you get all that connective tissue between the sites. You really understand how the complex works as a whole and why it's important that you understand your own site, but you also understand from what's happening in other sites too, and how things happening at other sites are going to impact the site that you're at. I think some of the documents that we actually do at the end of the year, we call it the year in review. And we also do a report card where we grade ourselves on our progress against our key milestones that we set at the beginning of the year. I think our year in review is another good document. It's a great way to capture all the progress that happened at each of the sites in a fairly compact format. And we're really trying to boil those down more and more. We've got Kristen, who is probably the biggest advocate on plain language and just communicating with people as simply and straightforwardly as we can. So coaching us through getting those documents to the right level, but we're really trying to get those boiled down. As I said, the scorecard at the end of the year is good. At the beginning of the year, we publish our priorities, and it's a simple one sheet of priorities that has all of the priorities across the complex. It's not all the work we're doing at every site, but it's the thing we choose to watch and basically to grade ourselves on throughout the year. So we really try to come up with a mix that represents the entire complex. And we actually status ourselves against, each of those priorities throughout the year. And that leads us to the report card that we do at the end of the year. But, having that priority list is a good way consistently orient yourself through the year, to go back and say, that's what EM's focusing on at Paducah or Savannah River or Henry. And again, not everything that's going on at those sites by any means, but the big things that we're really trying to focus on in terms of work that's getting done. There's a couple other documents. EM just recently issued its first program plan as well. I'll say it's a little more dense in terms of information, but it's also very useful because the program plan is actually connected to the vision as well. I would consider the program plan to be the next level document from the vision. The vision really stays when up there at 50,000 foot level. The program plan starts to get into a little more detail of how we're actually accomplishing work at the site. And it starts to explore some of the opportunities for acceleration and other things that we could do at those sites in the future. That document is going to be updated in the future as well. We update the vision yearly, so it's an update. It's already got fresh information on it. The program plan is also going to get updated. Again, it's a little thicker, but it's a good read for folks, and you'll find a lot of the same history and background and context, not only on the program as a whole, but on specific sites. And then, it also occurred to me thinking about this and even talking with Shelley, Kristen mentioned it. We've got the update newsletter, our EM newsletter. We put that out weekly. It goes to almost 100,000 folks, and our list keeps growing. On top of that, we have social media and a whole bunch of other traditional tools. But the newsletter itself is a really good tool. All of the content comes from the sites. So the sites are constantly feeding into the newsletter. And even if you're not necessarily interested in looking at what's happening across the entire complex, you will always find something of interest probably from the site that you represent. So there's always something useful in there. And we really cover the spectrum of cleanup work that's being done, some things that Kristen just talked about with various programs and how we're working with community safety, just a little bit of everything. So I don't want to make this too long. I could go on and on and on, but that just gives you an example. We have a lot of information at multiple layers. And as Kristen and I were talking leading up to this discussion, I don't know that the issue is necessarily the availability of information as much as it is packaging it together in a way consistently that we're getting everyone up to that level of proficiency. With that.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Debbie.
I have a question. Thank you for sending out the information. I did browse the content that was in the zip folder, so thank you. And it was all, I liked how there were different ways of kind of different presentations had different levels of technical content or the overview, and they were very helpful for different levels of interest. And there was one presentation that was, it was like I think a PowerPoint. It was like 5 or 6 slides summarizing, I think, the EM mission or something like that. And I was hoping that there would be something similar to that, like just a few concise slides that show the relationship between the CABs and the EM, like FACA, and then sort of now how does that manifest in what we're actually doing and kind of the expectations and how that relationship should work and what the expectations are for the individual members. I think that was that's been kind of my goal for learning more about how we work together. And does that already exist?
Kelly, do you want to start on that?
Sorry, I was taking down what you were saying. We have like fact sheets about the boards, and we have some of the things that you're talking about, but I can't think of one central graphic that articulates what you just said. And so that's something that we could definitely pursue, because all of the parts of the information that you said we have. I just don't think that it's in one central graphic location.
Is there an SOPP on the advisory board?
Yes. And there's also, we have a lot of different things. We have a DOE manual. We also have a policies desk reference, and then we have a charter, and then each of the boards has their own operating bylaws. So we have, a lot of the things that you're asking for, but you have to poke in all these different places to pull it together. So I think that was a really good question. Mm-hmm.
All right, so we have about 15 minutes left in this section. So why don't we start with, let's always start with something good. So did anybody else have a chance to look through the materials that Kelly forwarded from Eric? What did you like about it? What were your favorite pieces? What really resonates with you?
The short ones.
The short ones?
No, I think folks have dedicate a lot of time to cabs as it is, asking them to do 3 and 4 and 5 hours of reading. It's probably pushing people too far. I'm a big executive summary kind of person, so executive summary, and I can kind of pick up pieces there. I remember, I think it's hard when you're doing complex wide stuff. It's hard to attach it to what's going on for us. I was thinking about the newsletter y'all send out. It's trust complex. I try to look at it, but I admit I only read the SRS stuff. And it's a lot of happy news. And I think everybody realizes it's happy news, and that diminishes its value. We talk about, I can't remember if it was us or some other site, had College Bowl winners. I mean, that's fine. I don't really consider that an EM issue unless you're really planning a long pipeline, a long game for EM in place. But maybe that's what you're doing. I don't know, as a CAB member, I'm interested in College Bowl winners, and I'm nice to contract. I think it's great to contract to fund that stuff, I guess. But I don't think that's of any interest, at least it's not of any interest to me. I think one issue is knowing where there's so much information. You guys provide so much great information. I think it's hard for people to always go find it and know, okay, here I'm a CAB member. Here's the focused place I need to look to go find what I need, maybe for the upcoming meeting or something like that. Because there is a lot of good information, you can pick it up, but it's not always easy to pick it out of the haystack and know what to do with it. So there's just a few thoughts that I've got from it.
Anyone else? Yes, Mark.
Yeah, Mark Hayden, New Mexico. Eric, there's a comment that you made, and also kind of reflecting back. New Mexico is the only state that has 3 complexes in it. And oftentimes we're relegated to the northern part of New Mexico. Like, it doesn't piece together the success of one area relying on another. An example of that is this cross-complex view of integration of sites where the success of, let's say, Lannel's transuranic waste shipment goal and Hanford's remediation effort are tied together because they all wind up in WIP. But we don't know the capacity. If everybody's doing it all at the same time, what is that? Nobody's ever said it. I've asked the question a number of times and they haven't done it yet. Hopefully we'll find out more this year.
Mark, did you raise your hand, Mark Hill?
Just a comment. I want to say thank you. Your newsletter came out in the morning that I had an appointment to talk to the Defense Nuclear Facilities Safety Board coming out to visit us that evening. And you had a piece in there about them presenting an award for safety. So your information made me look good, made me look like I knew what I was talking about that evening. So thank you.
Anyone else? So I'm reminded of a meeting that we had in Hanford, and you were probably out there at the time, Eric, where one of the big pushes from the advisory board was that the EM program did not communicate their success as well, right? And so they spent a lot of time working on recommendations and what they wanted to see and things that they thought that the EM program should be promoting to gain credibility with Congress, credibility with their communities, to celebrate their success. The board members were like, we're really proud of this, and no one else knows. And so to see such a plethora of materials to the point that we're kind of like, this one works, this one doesn't, that's a tremendous amount of work. And I hope you guys are can appreciate where we came from just a handful of years ago, where we were on the other end of the spectrum, where we were like, please give us something, and now we're like, we get to pick and choose what's best for us. So that kudos to you and your group.
Well, and I think you raised a good point. I mean, the vision that I talked about, the
the program plan, the annual priorities that we do, and even the newsletter are actually all connected together. I mean, there's a reason we identify those specific issues, right? Getting IWTU started is a big priority, right? And you're gonna see that. And so we purposefully communicate that. We're telling you broadly, Idaho and broadly in the complex, that's a challenge we're going to focus on. And so we want to be very clear what our priorities are. So when we have those dialogues, whether it's within the boards, or even this group, or in communities, or wherever we're at, people know consistently, those are the priorities that we're focused on. Doesn't mean we're not going to have a discussion about the challenges and the hard things that are happening. Inevitably, that's always part of the discussion, but we do want to focus on those things that we are trying to accomplish broadly across the complex.
Well, I haven't pulled the string on it, but I would bet you $10 that if somebody sat down and went back to the day I came to work in this office and laid out those markers of, I'm gonna put out the objectives, the priorities. Then I'm gonna talk about it throughout the year. I'm gonna grade our program at the end of the year. And you lay that beside the funding profile for this office in the last 3 years, it's substantially different. When I left headquarters 6 years ago, we were in the probably low $6 billion range, and now we're what, 8.5, 8.3 or something last year. There is absolutely a correlation between accountability and appropriations, because the Congress sees that we are a good investment, and we have a guy at the helm that is laying out these markers that says, I'm gonna say, we're gonna go do these things, and we're gonna grade ourselves. We don't hit all the priorities. I think frankly, if we ever had a year that we hit all those priorities, we'd all look a little silly, frankly. You know what I mean? If it looked like they were too easy. But I think there's a correlation between that sort of accountability, I think. And so again, I think just highlighting the successes, I don't think we were very good at it before. And I'm with you. I think that the newsletters are pretty positive, but that's their intent, because the rest of our operations are looking at the challenges and figuring out how we're gonna solve the problems that we have. But yeah, I mean, I would see us not putting those things out in the newsletter necessarily. But one of the other things I was gonna comment, for my cab, we actually have a round robin at the end of every cab meeting. It's like a half hour, 45 minutes to an hour, depends on how much people talk. And they give me direct feedback right then and there on their presentations. And one of the things that we found was people said, we want a little more detail. So then that manifested itself as more technical information. And then that wasn't where they wanted it. They wanted to know more about the subject, but not the techno speak of the subject. So I think in these last couple CAB meetings we've kind of hit that sweet spot of giving lots of information, but it's still at a high enough level that it's digestible by laymen. So with that, we kind of fell in the trap that more detail equaled technical, and that's not what they mean. They just want to understand a little bit more background about a particular topic, not the techno speak about the topic. So.
Hey, so I saw a hand go up in the back. Kurt, you want to make your way up this way?
Oh, yeah. I just want to say one thing about the EM update newsletter. I'm Steve Clutter. I'm the Director of External Affairs, and the kind of folks that do that newsletter are part of our shop. But we have actually made a more conscious effort to go ahead and run stories that aren't, we like the positive story. If there's a setback or something, we know it's going to get noticed anyway. We use the EM update to convey and try to be transparent. So we are trying harder on that. Thank you.
Good deal. Good deal. Good deal. Don, what you got?
This is for both of you to answer. Well, thank you for, our board always gets the newsletter. And, you pick and choose what you want to read. And I give you kudos for trying as much as possible. It's because it's as much as possible to get rid of all the technical jargon. But let me ask you another question, because our boards are changing over the years. We no longer have all the retired engineers from the plant on the board, because that's the goal is to reflect your community. Do you ever look at the readability and say, okay, boy, this is way up here and everybody's down here and that's not going to work? So are you constantly looking at that? And how difficult is that?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
I'll start with that one because Eric kind of alluded to my passion for plane writing, and anyone on my staff can attest to that. And they can tell you afterwards when I go out of the room if we
rather. But I think it's a challenge in a department like ours, but also anywhere. And I have a law degree, so I can techno speak like the best of them. But that doesn't get you anywhere unless you're, talking to that exact audience. And I think this is always going to be a continuous improvement type of construct. And I think from the stakeholder portfolio, we've been doing some work with EPA, who's a little more expertise on kind of the community involvement side of things. We worked with them jointly to build a new kind of communication strategy when we were going through the process of the NEPA process for the disposal facility at Oak Ridge, the second one that they're in. We mentioned it in his comments earlier today. And I think that we certainly learned a lot from them, and we're trying to incorporate that into our future communications. And it's things like, we talk a lot about digital media. I think, federal agencies are not positioned to be the most flexible and, turn on a dime using the latest and greatest social media things. That's fine, but we'll accept that that's what we live in. But things that we heard from the EPA were things like, making materials available in Spanish. And, a lot of the conversation that I've heard you all have about hybrid meetings, virtual meetings, how do we get an uptick in participation? Where do you have the meeting? What time do you have the meeting? How do you make the meeting information available to people beforehand? Are you mailing them something physically in your mailbox? Which social media, which community organizations are you interacting with before you're having a conversation? And so we learned a lot from that one little exercise that we did in Oak Ridge. And I think, we'll take some of those lessons learned into the community capacity building program that we're developing. And I do think certainly there's a lot of great practices out there. We spend a lot of time, engaging on working with some of our colleagues, like in Office of Nuclear Energy, and how you communicate about radiation and radiation risk. And I don't know if you all are aware, but the latest Miss America is a big nuclear advocate, and she has a nuclear engineering degree. And people know who Miss America is and what I think she's a great champion for nuclear energy, and she's going to reach a lot more audiences than we ever could. So just being open-minded to, those types of opportunities and incorporating what works in each community. And, we have heard from other communities. No, our community wants to get something in their mailbox. That's how they get their information. They don't rely on the internet. So we have to be not one size fits all. Yeah, adaptable. And I think that, that's the vision that I have for our portfolio. Eric and his team certainly share that. And so, we're always open to feedback and recognize it. I make the joke often that we're never going to be advertising our jobs on TikTok like maybe some of the other companies do. But, I don't think that means that we can't make new changes and get good results. The newsletter is a perfect example. At one time I was in charge of that when I first started, and the numbers were nowhere close to 100,000. So I think that's a pretty good footprint. And we've seen a lot of local media, print newspapers just take stories straight from the newsletter, put their byline on it. And I think you're okay with that.
Absolutely. Well, and each article that goes in the newsletter is probably reviewed by, at least there's the newsletter came out today, the first article, and it's about spent fuel completion in Idaho that just got done early last week. And I know that article alone, probably in Idaho, got reviewed by about 12 people before it came up here. And it probably got reviewed by another 6 or 5 or something before it goes out. So I think the plain speak thing is certainly on everybody's mind. We might not do a good job at it, so certainly open to feedback on that, but we try.
But I appreciate the help because, Eric and I are carrying a big stick of, no, you really do have to make it understandable.
Eddie, you look like you're raising your hand.
Yes, sir, I am. I guess I want to follow up with what Mr. Barker just said and go straight to the site management article. When you mentioned that your memos wanted more information and detail, and you got it, but it was still more technical detail more than what they expected. So have you ever thought about your presenter sometime, kind of like understanding the knowledge level where your members are and kind of tailor their presentation down and make it a little bit more in layman language so that they can better understand it also at the same time. And I understand it's important for each one of the board members, or not board members, but advisory board members, yes, that we have some individual homework that we need to do in order to help bring ourselves up to speed at the same time.
Yes, that's exactly what we did. And again, I think the last two meetings, we finally hit the sweet spot of giving the amount of detail that the members wanted without it going into technical speech. And again, in my shop, for every one of our meetings, it's probably a day-long meeting, and we have about 6 to 8 presentations in a given day. So we have a lot of topics, and my team writes them up. We actually do dry runs in the office, and we go through and have the presenters walk through exactly how they're going to present it. And I can kind of listen. And then I have people come into the office that have nothing to do with the presentation, just so other people can kind of serve as a CAB member, and just see. And so we work really hard to get it, to give them good data without being technical. But one of the other things we found in these last couple, we've actually had some really good videos that we've done at the site on different things that have happened. And we found that those resonated quite well with everybody. That way the person doesn't have to say everything. You just show the video, and in 6 minutes, they get more out of that 6 minutes of visual than they ever would have out of 20 minutes of talking to them, right? So I think, again, you're absolutely right. Some of it is just figuring out what the right mechanism is for the thing you're trying to say.
Right. And I think one of the quick thing is that some of the technical detail is important. So that's part of what the process is about. So you got to have some of that technical detail in there, but it's kind of like explain it or be able to relay it to something that your audience can understand.
Exactly.
Well, and if I could add to that, Don, I think you made such an excellent point when you said, talking about the boards changing, and we could say it's a generational thing. I don't want to use the wrong word.
It's a multi-generational, and my kids are grown, but now I have grandkids. But I was watching something the other day that because of these things, I think the average attention span now is something like 4 seconds. I mean, yes.
Are you done?
Are you done? You all think about that. You all look at my phone and you're like, oh, I better check my email. And so, but yeah, I mean, you're already probably really to make that point. It is so, our attention spans are so shorter, so much shorter, and we're just bombarded by more messages in more channels. So finding a way to work kind of in that space and the way that people take in information now and process it, and the channels that they pay attention to, which are constantly changing, right? They're never the same. People just aren't picking up the newspapers and what they used to do in the past. And so it is kind of a constant process of always trying to find that right message, that right length of message, and that right channel to deliver that. So, and I think that's going to change over time.
My grandkids tell me I tell them I'll send them something email. I said, no, grandpa, people don't do email anymore.
I just copied that.
So the purpose of the EEM SSAB in your individual sites, right? Provide advice and recommendations to DOE, right? That is what we're here for, plain and simple. However, to make a recommendation, you need a baseline of knowledge. You need to understand what's going on the site, what DOE's plan, what their path is, how the project's going, what they're working on, and communicating that information to you guys is difficult in a lot of ways, right? So finding that right, you can ask any project manager, subject matter expert to come in and then give you all the nth degree and details on anything you want. But if it doesn't relate, if it doesn't resonate, if it doesn't answer the so what at the end and tell the messaging and the story, it doesn't matter. right? Because I've heard all of your boards say, we did 1,000 technical presentations. And then we go on to the next one. You're like, so you spent 45 minutes and you did what, right? But understanding the messaging and why it's important and how it impacts you and what you as a community, what your thoughts and feelings and opinions are, so you can provide advice and recommendations back to DOE is really important. So I appreciate Eric and Kristen for being here and talking to us about the efforts they're putting into communication, right? But we're going to use this right now to jump and kind of put a little spin and look at it from the purpose that what we're called to do. And that's to look at recommendations, because we have one that actually has to do with how we communicate and how we follow up with DOE and how DOE follows up with us. So with that, thank you to Kristen and Eric. You guys were great. Come back and eat. All right, so we do have a recommendation to look at from Savannah River. Is that correct?
Tab 8.
Tab 8, it's in there. Mr. Greg, you want to walk us through this?
Sure, I can. Let me see what y'all put in binder compared to what I've got, which is the thing.
Okay, so we have, give or take, what, half an hour, kind of walk through this. We'll take however long we need to have the discussion on what to do with this recommendation. We'll start 20 minutes. If we get through it quick, we'll talk about something else for a few minutes, and if not, we'll take the full 20 minutes on this.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Kelly, for putting this on the agenda. I appreciate it. So this is a good governance thing. What this is completely about. What we know is that we make recommendations, or anybody makes recommendations, and the government says it's going to implement that policy. And the question is, do they actually in the end go ahead and implement that policy as it was suggested? So as we know, we write recommendations on the cabs. We look some of the numbers, we find out that, you know, the majority of what we recommend, they somehow accept, at least partially, which is a good thing. But the follow-up question to that is, well, once they accept it, do they actually implement it as it's been suggested it be done? And that's what this is about. We wrote a recommendation that was accepted by our folks, that there is a report done. Well, yeah, there's reporting done about for the last 5 years of recommendations. How have they implemented? I guess is the way to put it. And we've asked that they report to that over the last 5 years, and they keep it on it. We're still, I think, kind of working out what the process is going to be, because it's kind of it's a moving target. The way we've worked it out now is that they update us in our subcommittee. So we have 4 subcommittees now. We have 3, but they would update us. Whoever the subject matter expert was would update us regularly in our subcommittee meetings about what had been implemented and how it was going. If they spent money on something and all of a sudden ran out, they would update us on that. Or if the project had been completed, they'd say it's been completed. Or if they, they just stopped and completely didn't do it, something along those lines. And sometimes things go idle for a little bit and then they're restarted. So we've started this process, I guess we did this last year sometime, it was middle of the year. And we're, like I said, we're trying to work up this process and get it figured out. When we had written it, I think what the original vision was on our website. We've got a page that has all of our recommendations and the DOE response to it. And then I think the original vision had been that there would be some sort of document that would say, okay, this has been implemented completely as planned, something like that. Or, it had called for $100 to be spent and we only had $80 to spend or something like that, and keep an ongoing record of it. The way we're doing it, like I said, is verbally. I don't think that's quite as effective as if there was a written record of it. But at the same time, I understand because these things are changing over time, it's kind of difficult to keep that updated on a regular basis like that. So like I said, we're still trying to figure it out. In the end, this is a good government thing. When we make recommendations, when we spend our time making recommendations, and they say they're going to accept it, then I think we need to know how it's been done and what they've done with it or not done with it. So that's the basis of the recommendation, without just reading the recommendation to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a clarifier?
Sure.
when you talk about this, are you talking about that this board makes recommendations or individual cabs make?
Oh, we've done it in our cab. We've got a recommendation for this. This is for this board. We can only make recommendations for this board.
And you want to be able to understand when the whole dispensation of the thing, right? So if the government can't implement the thing that you recommend, that's just an accounting back that it can't be done for whatever reason. Or is it only for the ones that you think we've accepted, and then once we accept it, then we should report out on?
That's a great question. The way we wrote it was the ones that had been accepted or partially accepted. And what partially accepted basically means is if there were 5 parts to a recommendation and they accepted 3 of them, we want to know what happened with the 3 that they said they had accepted.
And you actually get a response back from the department on your
We did.
recommendations that say, we'll do these 3 and not these 2.
Don't you guys do that?
We do.
Do they make a
internally.
recommendation?
Internally, I just want to make sure I understand. When I was at headquarters, we used to do these full responses,
Right.
but I just wanted to make sure it
All
hadn't
right.
changed.
Just as a quick point of clarification.
To be in compliance with the Federal Advisory Committee Act, when a board makes a recommendation, the department is required to respond in writing, and it has to clearly state if the recommendations were fully accepted, partially accepted, or rejected. And that goes into a national database where you can look at all of the recommendations made by all of the advisory boards. So that's something that we track at headquarters, is making sure that all recommendations receive written responses in order to be compliant. There are some situations where the responses may not be as clear as we could be. And that's one of the things that I've been trying to make sure that we are clear in understanding if that it's clear to the community if a recommendation was responded to in terms of partially, fully, or rejected status.
Right.
So that's the regulation side of it.
Right. What we're hoping to do is take it one step further. If the department says they're going to accept something, what they actually do to implement that acceptance. That's what this is about.
So did anybody else notice that Kelly said partially respected or almost did? And I was like, never been more like nail on the head statement. I'm just kidding. We accept it, but we partially respect it. That's it. The rest of it, so, you
And I can take a little bit further, just one step, that each of the boards does it a little differently. I know some of the boards at the end of their fiscal year do provide, at the end of the fiscal year, the sites do provide a wrap up and say, okay, these are the recommendations you gave us this year. We've already formally responded in a letter, but now we're going to tell you, okay, it's been 6 months. This is the status of the recommendation. What has changed since the recommendation was originally given? So some do that during their public meetings, like you mentioned, you get an update during your subcommittee meetings. So boards are doing it a little differently. From the headquarters perspective, what we do is when you give us a national recommendation, we do a formal response and you get a letter back, usually from the assistant secretary telling you, like I just said about the fully, partially, or rejected status. And then we follow up, well, at least we try to during these chairs meetings, give you an update, but it's not a formal process, which it appears your letter is requesting there.
Right. Well, and the idea behind the ongoing, just a verbal update is because we all are rotating out every 6 years. So there's a lack of institutional memory. So if it's verbal, the current group might remember it, but a group 3 years from now, which will be probably a pretty much new group in here, they're not going to have that institutional memory of what's happened. So that's the idea behind it.
Okay, so a couple things. One, we have about 10, 15 minutes tops to kind of figure out where we're going. 2, how does this work? We got a lot of new faces at the table, right? So this recommendation has been proposed. We will kind of do a loose discussion and see if you like it, right? If you all agree to the recommendation in either as it's presented or slightly edited or sometimes tremendously edited, we'll kind of go around site by site and ask if you're comfortable taking it as presented or edited back to your boards. We'll kind of give some thumbs up. And then whatever comes out of this group goes back as is to your individual boards and you vote on it, whether or not they're going to allow the chair to sign. Does that make sense? So it's any changes or editing to this has to take place over the next day and a half, and then collectively we'll decide whether you want to go forward with it. So that's just process how it works. That makes sense, Mark? Yeah.
Well, yes, it makes sense, but I had some clarifying questions.
Perfect. So what we need to do is decide first and foremost, one, how do we feel about this? Are we generally good with it? Are we really good with it? Where do we stand? What's kind of a temperature gauge across the room?
I'm saying, I think you made I think he made a good point that if you don't put something in writing, you're just going to go, you're going to be redundant years from now and stuff like that. So I tell you, you go through the same problems and issues every so much time. And if you have it in writing, you can always reference back to it and you see that you don't need to make the same recommendation.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Mark, we'll come back to your question. Are there any showstoppers? Anybody look at this and go like, absolutely no way does this fly at my board? Or some version thereof? Okay, so we're good to proceed. There's an interest, there's a want, okay, just making sure. You guys are all looking at me like, what are you doing? Last thing I want to do is spend a lot of time and for like, Eddie to go, I hate it. I don't want to be part of this. All right, so we're gonna get Mark and come over to Don. Mark, what are you thinking?
We already have this in Nevada.
Okay.
So I wanted to know, what would it look like? We get letters from the secretary for some of our recommendations. We get letters from the local for some of our recommendations. Some, they just say, hey, don't even bother. But they do talk to us. They do respond in writing. And in preparation for my round robin, I had something that I was going to bring up. Found out that 2 cycles ago, it had been brought up and had been addressed by the board at that time, the collective board. And Barb found it for me in the historical records. So there is stuff for us in Nevada. I don't know about the rest of the boards. So
real quick,
what would this look like?
Real quick, you were asking about how this look. This, if I understand right, Greg, this is for recommendations specific for this particular group, the EMSSAB, not the individual side.
Okay.
So if that helps the clarification. Go ahead.
So what this group recommends.
Yes.
Okay.
And then what would be done for this board? Even if this group recommends it, if I understand right, Kelly, it won't be implemented like at your site unless your site goes to DOE and issues a similar recommendation. Is that correct?
And I'm good.
Right, unless they put
But
that in
this
the
is a request
recommendation.
for you as the DFO of the EMSSAB to follow this process for the national chairs.
Yeah, that's what I think that you're asking for. And so
That makes sense.
if you guys choose to pursue this, maybe that clarification in the recommendation would be helpful. So that this recommendation, the purview of this recommendation, that you're only asking for national SSAB chairs recommendations.
So I think
If that is in fact what it is, then I'm okay.
But I don't think it's the intent of this recommendation to change how Nevada functions or Savannah River or, Portsmouth. This is just
this group, this
little group of friends.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay. So, and if we need to clarify that, we can make some edits. All right, Don, and then we'll come back to Ed. Don?
When I first read this, I was very pleased to see this. Let me explain why. As I said, I've been on the board a while. My wife was 6 years before me. And so she understands all the hours that have been spent on recommendations. Even hours during your meetings, trying to tweak the language to appease a wide variety of boards. Because the last time this group met in Idaho, Kelly, prior to your times, my question to that time, to your predecessor, was, what happens to all the recommendations we make?
I remember that. I was there.
And he would get back to us. I'm still waiting for the response. And so when I saw this, I thought, that's exactly what I was asking, was what happens? If you want us to make recommendations, that's fine. But you have to let us know ultimately what does happen. Don't just send us a letter. We received it. We can send it to you certified mail. We know you received it. What becomes of it? And I guess you can say, in a timely manner, what becomes of it. Because some things that can't occur quickly because we're working with government. but, you know, you say, well, we're still working on it, and it's been 10 years. Then you wonder, are you still working on it? So I was, Greg and the Savannah Riverside, I was very pleased when I read this.
Eddie, you look like you had a question?
Just one other quick, and I'll be through, it's because I'm new. This is Kelly. Once the headquarters accept the individual sites recommendation, does that mean, since we just went through the budget process, does that mean now it's gonna be funded?
No.
So that the sites can move forward and get that accomplished?
No.
Okay.
The one key thing to understand about our advisory board is you are giving us recommendations.
Okay.
We do not have to accept them and fund whatever you are asking for. It is, when we say we accept something or partially accept it, what we are saying is, we agree with you, we will pursue this.
Oh,
And so it's not a guarantee that it will actually come to fruition. It might be one of those things where we fully accept it, and then we hit a roadblock somewhere else, and we then have to no longer pursue it. So to remember, what you're giving us is advice.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Other thoughts and questions on this recommendation?
Can I add one? I'm sorry. So I can totally see this manifesting itself, just like our priorities do. How he lays out the priorities at the beginning of the year, and then throughout the year, just as Eric said, at our corporate strategy board meetings, we have the status on, like, once a quarter, we have to get on the phone to take 15 minutes and walk down through where we stand on every one. I could see that happening. How many meetings do you have a year with this group? Two?
This group is 2 times a year.
So, I mean, I could see easily having a status in each of those. It wouldn't, I mean, I could see it just being like ours is like a spreadsheet that we do with the priorities. So we fill it all in, we talk through it. We kind of keep track as things progress and what the issues are and what you're doing to overcome the issues.
Other thoughts, questions? Yes, Mark.
I like it because it tells me that it's accountability, documentation, proof of implementation of our recommendations. I like it.
And you rhymed the whole way through.
I worked at that.
Smooth. I like it. Yes, Fran.
When I saw it, I'm with everybody else. I thought it was excellent because it makes us important that they are actually going to do these recommendations, and they're going to implement them, and we're not wasting our time. And I think the buzzword right now is transparency. And I think that's what we need to know, that it's not a waste of our time, and they're not just sitting there throwing them in a pile, that they are really trying to implement what we recommend and take it seriously. And I think they need this.
Okay. How are we with the status of how the recommendation is written right now? You were to take it back to your board. Is it in the state you want it, or are there some changes we need to make? Don?
Based on past experience, the one piece that's missing is the information that we've developed years ago.
Who we are?
That says who we are.
We can always add that in.
I mean, it doesn't change any of the wording there. It just is that,
Sure.
you know, what are the SSABs?
Are there other, yes, ma'am?
Just for clarification, your recommendations at the chairs level go to Ike. So just keep that in mind as to who your audience is. If there's anything useful that you want to include in the letter, knowing it's going to go to Ike, that might be helpful. And so I think with Don, what you're saying, and I think it's very valid, we put these on the website. And so if somebody's looking at this recommendation that is not in the know regarding who this group is, that's a very great thing to put in the letter as background information for somebody who is, cold to the program. But also remember, it is going to Ike. So if there's any other messages that you want to include in there, I think audience is always important to remember who you're talking to.
Yes, sometimes we add the who we are being on budget recommendations or some metal recycling recommendation where we knew the audience, even though we have to send them to Ike, the audience is really somebody outside these walls. And so you want them to be aware of who we is. All right, yes.
What is this specific group, these 16 people? What do we call
Fellowship of the, no, it's
The EMSSAB, this group right here is the EMSSAB chairs and vice chairs. However, you are chartered as the Environmental Management Site-Specific Advisory Board. So that is who sends this letter. We know internally that we have the 8 smaller boards that make up this board, but your formal title is the EM Site-Specific Advisory Board. And so you're the EMSSAB at Savannah River or at Oak Ridge. But so this title, if you're going to put it in this letter, it should say the EMSSAB and not distinguish chairs and vice chairs, because you are representing all of your boards, because this goes back to your local boards for vote. So once we get the thumbs up from all of your local boards, you are now as a whole the EMSSAB.
Okay, point 1 on the back for the recommendation says implementation of EMSSAB recommendation. So maybe the verbiage is technically correct then.
I would make a suggestion that you add national recommendations, because if you leave it as is right here, you are counting the local recommendations too.
I was actually leaning towards just put applicability : and then just simply say, this applies to
Yeah, somewhere in the.
national EM recommendation, EMSSAB recommendations. That way it's real clear.
All right.
I move that we do that. Either way, either just say EMSSAB national recommendations, or as Susan would suggest, some other word verbiage.
Just applicable, this applies to something, just so it's real clear.
Okay, so here's my question is we can take another 10 or 15 minutes, but we're going to go over. Right. And that's okay if that's what you want to do. I think. Are we going to get kicked out of the building?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
I don't know. I know. I work in Las Vegas. I don't know.
Like you said, we can keep going. Or if you want, we can, what was pretty typical is we charge 2 or 3 of you to clean up the verbiage just a little bit, make those minor tweaks, and we'll bring it back to everyone in the group tomorrow, and we'll make sure it reads how you want, and we can go forward. So what's your preference?
Let's get it wrapped up if we can.
All right, so
We have Verona. She can do live.
Verona,
live
you
rec-
now have the worst job in the world. Typing
We're all watching you.
Okay. So Greg, you want to walk us through the changes you
Well, the only thing I'd go to point 1 in the recommendation. And what is that, the first sentence?
So page 2.
Yeah.
Number 1.
And if you just left it up to me, it would say right between EMSSAB recommendations, I put national. So it'd say EMSSAB national recommendations.
Between SSAB and
I told you they're going to yell at you the whole time. It's gonna.
I warned her.
You're gonna be scarred by the time. Should just be one. Just national. Yeah.
For the last 5 years.
And
And I guess
it's already on there.
Okay.
And then I guess just to make it consistent on number 2, you'd say DOE report to the national EMMS, I guess. EMSSAB at least annually a summary of all.
You good with that, or do we need to
EMSSAB
clarify?
national
Does that say board chairs?
Or there would be on the status of all EM.
I think that one could, you don't need the word national, because it, yeah.
It's
So here's the big deal. I want to make sure Kelly understands so that when she takes it and says he accepts it and puts it on her plate, that she knows what we want. That's ultimately what's really important. So.
And I understand. I thoroughly understand what you're looking for here.
At the end of that first sentence, or the sentence number.
Tommy, I'm
item
gonna take your
number
chair
2.
away.
Huh?
Nothing.
At the end of that very first line, right there. On the status of all the EMSSAB national recommendation items, would that be?
That would be consistent with number 1.
Okay. What other changes do you guys see that need to be made? What would make you really happy?
Are we going to add the piece to the to the end?
Yes, we can do that. We will.
Cool. I won't make her type it all in. Well.
Okay, we'll cut and paste that. And if you haven't seen it, we'll get you a copy of that, but it's basically, we're a conglomeration of 15 states with so many congressmen, roughly so many people, and we're really important and cool, and you should listen to us. If not, we will wield the power of the EMSSAB. What other changes do you guys have?
And to me, that would be the true background. What's in here listed as background really isn't background. That's kind of your introductory statement.
That's how we ride them in Savannah.
What he's wanting to add in is the true background of what we were on about. Like,
I'm ambivalent is where you put it. You can put it in the background section. You put it. I don't know where we don't do that on ours. I don't think. Do we do that? No, we don't do that.
No, we don't.
So wherever you put it is fine.
And for whatever reason, we just started slapping it on at the bottom.
Yeah.
It was just maybe a point of convenience, almost like a
we
water.
kind of go all different ways. We're kind of shifting right now with the current piece of advice we're working on. We're shifting to kind of an executive summary type style with putting the advice up front so that it's easier, to digest, and then putting all the history and the background further down.
So I understand we have the need to do recommendations and you have the need to provide responses, but I am of the opinion recommendations are kind of, right? Like the dialogue is way more important. Don't quote me on that because I just said that. That is really the crux of this, right? That I need Kelly to leave the meeting hearing exactly what you said and being able to find out whether or not she can implement. I mean, that's ultimately what we're trying to do. Not send a letter.
This is the way a lawyer would write it. Background recommendation.
Does that work for you?
I'm not.
Do I get to bill more
I'm
for
not a
that?
lawyer, but I'm just saying.
Okay, perfect. All right, what other changes? I'm not gonna beat this dead horse. If you guys are good with this, as it's presented, if we, Carrie's like, yes, he done. All right, so if we add the who we are statement at the back, are you guys good taking this back to Nevada?
I will take it back.
Okay. Mark?
Yes, sir.
Good. Greg, are you good with it?
Yes, we are.
Don?
No problem at all.
Susan?
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Aye, sir.
Excellent. Well done, guys. Good job. All right, so tomorrow. Thanks, Greg. Thanks for bringing this
Thank
forward.
you.
Thanks for the
Thank you all
work.
for your kind work.
Thanks for the discussion. And it is always pleasant when someone brings forth a recommendation and you hear folks say, I was glad to see you wrote this, right? Like the premise of the idea of supporting the agenda. All right, so let's take a look at tomorrow. Tomorrow you'll come back over and you'll go back through the visitors line and get the new visitors badge. A new one, yeah, this is gone. And so I think they will actually collect them every week in visitors badge, right? But then every should they destroy them? Yeah. So we are back tomorrow at 1:30. Try to be heading this way, like in the building. 125, somewhere in that neighborhood. One, because it takes a little bit to get everybody from security back up here. And then we'll have kind of our afternoon to go from there. What else you got for us today?
I would like to extend an offer that Jocelyn, who is also our refreshment provider, I mentioned earlier, she is offering for anybody who's interested tomorrow at 10 a.m. to meet outside the building, and she will lead anybody who's interested over to the tidal basin. So they can have a quick look over there and see the cherry blossoms and some of the monuments, and then make sure that we are back here in enough time for people to go get lunch before the meeting starts. I do want to apologize that the White House tour did not come to fruition. Essentially, it's during spring break for a lot of the schools. And so there were a lot of students in schools who had requested to tour at the same time. And so unfortunately, that did not work out. But Jocelyn was kind enough to offer an alternate if anybody is interested.
This is practical cruise director over there.
Well, I figured we were sitting for most of the day today and sitting tomorrow, so it's good to take advantage of our location here in beautiful Washington, D.C., surrounded by the monuments and Mother Nature and the weather cooperating. So we'll take a quick stroll over to the tidal basin to the cherry blossom and we'll back.
And if I remember correctly.
10
you
a.m.
said-
right outside the door, correct?
And you said it's about a 15-minute walk to the basin. And then, you could.
Walk around, take pictures, just don't pull any of the cherry blossom trees, try to take anything that would have much trees in their home, don't do that. But
So-
take pictures.
Quick clarification on where to meet in the morning. I had a couple folks at
Yeah, so
10
10
a.m.
a.m. outside of the, yeah.
outside the visitors interest here. There's seating. Will just be right in that area. All right. Oh, Michelle Hudson, ladies and gentlemen, everybody go crazy.
They come in on, they don't come in on the main doorway. I'm just trying to make sure everybody is clear. They're coming off of FAA, most of them coming that back way.
So this is the main entrance on the other side by L'Enfant, like kind of where we went out today to go up the street.
So where you got your badge, in front of those, in front of the building there with it's full glass on the bottom.
Yeah, where the road goes
Underneath?
between our building.
Yeah.
That side.
Look for all the other confused people.
We've got a communication issue. What's going on? All right. Thank you, Michelle.
You're welcome.
All right, guys. Anything else from you guys before we call it a night? Stuff here. You can leave anything that you don't mind, like walking away. So like laptops, phones.
No.
No, don't leave anything.
Do not leave any of your electronic. You can leave your
We can leave.
paper. No.
Pick 'em up.
Yeah, I don't want to leave laptops unattended just for security issues.
The book, the binder.
Binders are fine. Everything's good. Thank you, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Right? Smooth and easy. Smooth and easy. We talked about water and way to make sure you get refreshed if you need to. I know the room's tight. It's a little warmer today, so if you need to get up, you need to stretch your legs, you need to go find the restroom. You know they're at the end of the hall. You know this is going on. Again, let me remind you that in the event that we do hear an alarm, we do hear anything, follow one of the folks. Use the stairs, not the elevator. And then if you happen to have to break through an emergency door and it's wired shut, that's okay, right? So just covering some of the minor logistics before we get rolling. Anything from you guys before we get started today? All right, you look like we've already been meeting all day at this point. There's some sleepy face. Holy cow. So we are lucky enough that we've got some folks that we don't always get a chance to hear from that are going to be with us today, right? And this one, the real benefits of meeting. So we have the international program. We're going to hear from the national lab. We're going to hear from technology development, which are three areas that are important to what we do and how we stay successful with the environmental management program. But sometimes it's just hard to make those connections with everybody on a routine basis at the chairs meeting. So we're really looking forward to that. There is going to be a chance for us to have some open discussion later on. So if there are things that you've heard today you really want to talk about, I know we also talked about some of the stuff that we talked about holding what Greg had brought up yesterday, some of this member retention and what's going on. You know, are we seeing similar things, and is our messaging and what we're providing to you scratching the itch that you feel like your board needs, right? And in particular, not you guys are highly engaged, but on the roster of 20 board members, 17, 18, 19 are less engaged, right? Who are less interested. Like, what do we do to pull those folks in and get equal engagement from them? So I'd really like to have some discussion about that later on. And then whatever else you want to talk about. Does that sound good? All right. So in order to kick off our discussion on the international program, I think it's probably best that we let Jocelyn introduce it, right? So not only is she the nicest person in the room, but she kind of runs all these programs that we deal with, all right? Because she is the big boss man, right? You would never know as a servant leader. That's so important to all we do. So Jocelyn, if you want to come forward and kind of you just want to step back there and introduce the international program and your folks. And
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So again, I'm Jocelyn Nahigian, so I lead the Intergovernmental and Stakeholder Programs Office, and I know you're very familiar with our office because of the advisory board. So that's one of our portfolios. We also have responsibility for our tribal engagement, national intergovernmental groups, our engagement with academia, and an international program as well, where we facilitate engagement, domestically and internationally, but we also have responsibility for foreign travel as well in our EM organization. So with that, I've got two of my team members here today. Another one was supposed to be here, but she is out sick, so we are missing Lisa Pope. But I've got Anahan and Ben Rivera, and I will let them introduce themselves because they have very interesting backgrounds, and then we'll let you guys get started with your presentation. Go ahead.
I'm Anahan. I'm the Foreign Affairs Specialist for the Office of Environmental Management. I've been in the Department of Energy for maybe 27 years. I started actually working as a contractor. I've worked with various offices, Office of International Affairs, Office of Nuclear Energy, and lastly, and my favorite, Office of Environmental Management. Before that, I worked for Florida International University, where I went to school. I was the director of the Hemispheric Center for Environmental Technology, promoting environmental technologies between the US and Latin America. And I'm very excited to be here today to talk to you about EM's international program, but I'll let Ben Rivera introduce himself.
I'm Ben Rivera. I've been with the government for 23 years. First in human capital with the Office of Personnel Management for many years, and then transferred to Department of Energy, worked here for a few years in human resources, and then back then I met Anna and others, and then did in detail actually with the international program, and I loved it, and I've been working with the international program for about 8 years. So originally from Puerto Rico and have a master's degree in public administration. So
thank you. Thank you, Ben. And Lisa, who can't be here today, who is responsible for the foreign travel. Very nice. I don't know what she would say. I'm sure she's missing not being here. So Ben and I, we're a team with Lisa. As I mentioned, Lisa does the foreign travel for EM headquarters and for the sites. It's very complicated. I don't even know what she does, but very difficult job, I'm sure. Ben and I kind of divide the region, like the countries. So for example, Ben is responsible for United Kingdom work that the EM is doing, Canada. There's also like a trilateral agreement. He's also responsible because EM does a lot of activities with international organizations. So for example, he does work with IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency in Vienna. I do more Japan issues, specifically related to Fukushima, helping them on that front, and France, and I think that's it. Japan just takes a lot of time, but I'll talk about that when we get to the Japan slide. I think all of you should have a deck in front of you, and I just kind of wanted to give you a little bit. I don't know how much you guys know about the importance for the department on international collaboration. The department actually has attachés, what we call energy attachés, are all over the world. There's about 22 energy attachés in our US embassies abroad. They represent the department. We engage with them whenever we're traveling there to promote a collaboration of any type. We have, for example, attachés in the United Kingdom, in Japan, in Korea, in France, China. We used to have one in Russia. I'm not going to tell you why we pulled them. There's still an embassy there, but we don't do that much energy work like we used to. We did, but with the current political situation, we don't. And other various countries, EM is actually a member of the OPAP, Overseas Presence Advisory Board, that reports directly to S2, our secretary, and a deputy secretary. And we meet on a regular basis to identify the places where the department needs to be to promote energy, climate, and various DOE-centric priorities. The EM international program has been pretty solid for about 20 plus years. We've had our ups and downs, you know, like anything, depending on who's the Secretary of Energy. You have some EM ones that are very pro international collaboration. I've had, you know, like I said, I've been here 25 years. You have some that are not, you know, the belief of the last person, which I will not say, but the administration was that the technology in the US was by far the best technology. And there was really no need to go outside of the US to collaborate and engage with other scientific research organizations. We had what we call off-the-shelf technologies that could be applied. There has been a change in this current administration where there is more promotion of international activities in various, not only EM areas, but especially when we are addressing climate change issues. As you know, climate change is not something that just the U.S. can deal with. It takes all of us to address climate change. And if we're to meet our goals that have been set of, no CO2 or decrease it by the amount that they want, which it's going to take all of us to do that in order to reach our goals. So these activities that EM does are very different than the other offices. As I mentioned, I work with the Office of International Affairs. If you read the mission of the Office of International Affairs, it says right there, engage internationally, collaborate internationally, facilitate activities within the department internationally. Office of Nuclear Energy also has a huge international office, right? They promote nuclear development, peaceful uses of nuclear energy. SMRs, small modular reactor technologies. Their mission, if you go into the Office of Nuclear Energy, says international. If you look at the EM mission, you will not find international in there, right? Because our mission is domestic. How do we clean up our site, right? And what the international program brings is that to address the site cleanup in the US. And we look to identify those partnerships that will help us clean it up, always with safety in mind as number one priority, but also looking at, can we reduce the cost of what this is going to cost us, and can we reduce the time frame of what this is going to cost us, and or how long this is going to take for us to clean up our sites. And that's where we identify partners like Ben will talk about our longest standing relationship, which is with the United Kingdom, and also how we collaborate with countries that look to us for our expertise in decommissioning. As I briefly mentioned during my opening remarks, that example would be Japan. So when the Fukushima incident occurred in 2011, where a big tsunami hit, the U.S. Department of Energy was intricately involved in that to try and help assist. And just last week, I was with the Japanese delegation in Hanford because they were very keen in learning about EM and how we clean up so that they can apply it to their need in cleaning up the Fukushima site. So in this first slide, second slide, it gives you examples of how we promote these collaborative activities. So we do have EM-centric agreements in place, like I mentioned, with the United Kingdom, but we also try to use agreements that are in place with other offices to leverage those agreements so that we don't necessarily, EM doesn't go out and start drafting international agreements all over the place. And the reason is, for what I kind of briefly mentioned, we're not an international, our mission is not international. So where we can leverage existing agreements, we do. We also hosted numerous workshops. I remember when COVID hit, we did, I want to say maybe 5, 6 workshops on a monthly basis with Japan, for example. We also had meetings we have a trilateral agreement, so we would have meetings on Zoom with our partners from the UK and Canada. So we try to keep and continue those collaborations, during the COVID when everything was closed down and we realized that maybe it was going to be for the long run. We did a lot of everybody on the Zoom, and we're still doing that. And it also saves on travel because before we'd have to go in person and it took a lot of time and funding. So one good thing that came out of COVID is that we realized you could use Zoom. Before, I didn't even know how to turn it on the first couple of days, but now I'm an expert. Like, that's pretty good. And as I mentioned, we do participate in IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency. That's a multilateral organization that promotes nuclear power to a wide range of countries, from countries who have an actual nuclear technology knowledge to countries who want nuclear for their energy mix because they're lacking it, right? And we also work very closely with the OECD NEA, Nuclear Energy Agency, which is in Paris, France. They're a smaller group that actually is made up of countries who have the nuclear technology and want to make sure that they continue to promote it in a non-proliferation safety way. So we do a lot of work with those organizations in particular. On slide 3, let's see. I kind of referenced all this information already, what's here, how we engage through international agreements. But I would like to say a big difference that EM has been seeing lately with international partners. At the beginning, the focus was very technology driven. What are the technologies that you have in DMD? What are the technologies that you have in solar and boiling water? What's your pump and treat? You know, and how do you guys do that? Do you entomb? Do you cocoon? All these things. Now, more and more, we're seeing a lot of issues that is not only affecting the US, but it's affecting our partners, which is workforce planning. Stakeholder engagement is very key to other countries like it is to us. The Japanese, when they came last week, as I mentioned, I thought, you know, we did the tour and the whole thing, and most of the conversation was, how do you do your contracts? We want to learn how you do your contracts because we have, you know, amount of money that's getting funneled and we're just not sure what is successful. And, you know, trying to explain what's successful to us may not be successful to them. A cultural, as an international foreign affairs specialist, I realized that you just have to take everything into the mix, including culture. Sometimes things that work here may not work over there. And, explaining that to them so that they understand. So I probably spoke too much because Ben said to speak a lot, but I don't know. Now he's kind of, I'm feeling a vibe. We've known each other. I get the, but I think Ben can talk about the UK collaboration, which is one of the best and strongest that we've done.
Thank you, Anna. Yes, and in addition to what Anna mentioned, we have a document called the EM International Engagement Strategy. And basically, since we have so many areas of collaboration and also countries, the engagement strategy serves as a roadmap, and it's on the website too. To find it on our website. And so what we do is we try to align the EM priorities that we have for, let's say, 2023 with the countries that we are interacting and what their priorities are too. So it's a win-win situation for both countries. So we just developed that recently, 2 years ago, and then we update that every year when the new priorities come from EM. So as Anna mentioned, we have a long-standing relationship with UK, the Nuclear Decommissioning Authority, and with the National Nuclear Laboratory. And actually since 2007, so that's more than 15 years. And we work on different areas on in situ decommissioning. We have actually 2 joint projects that our technology office is working with the UK NDA, and they might you might hear more about that in the presentation of the technology development the afternoon. And then so we work also with stakeholder engagements and next slide. And with Canada, we have a statement of intent that we signed in 2013, and we've been working with Canada on in situ decommissioning. It's a high priority area for them. So we had in 2020, we have a workshop on in situ decommissioning, and we are planning our next workshop later this year in the fall. We're working, and also we work with the Canadian Nuclear Laboratory as well. Next slide. So since we have a bilateral relationship with these two countries, we realized that it would be good to have benefit for the three countries to have all on board and have collaborations in different areas where we can, benefit from their expertise, the technical experts from the three, instead of working on silos with only the UK and with Canada independently. So in 2020, we signed a bilateral agreement with the UK and with Canada as well. And then we have monthly meetings on technical areas, and the areas that we covered under the trilat are sustainability, how as it relates to the waste management cleanup, how do we reduce the footprint? What strategies can we use to incorporate in our cleanup? Also, we work with workforce planning, with the wave of retirement that we have in the federal government, especially in EM2. How can we retain that institutional knowledge, and how can we recruit and work with colleges and universities to recruit new talent, new people to work in our program. Also, stakeholder engagement. We also had a workshop in 2021 on stakeholder engagement, a virtual workshop, and we're planning our next workshop is going to be in July of this year in London. And also we are working with ISD, as I mentioned, with Canada, and also with aging infrastructure and DMV. So every year during the Waste Management Conference, we have what we call the Standing Committee meeting. And it's basically representative from the three countries, the subject matter experts, and also the principals of those countries. And we have a meeting in which we discussed all our accomplishments throughout the year. And then we look for areas, challenges that we have that we want to incorporate in our list of collaborations. So yes, with all of these countries, we have monthly meetings, doing bilateral, collaborations, and also we have the trilat meetings. So the next slide, you see that was during a Waste Management Conference in 2022, during the Standing Committee meeting, and you have the principals of those three countries and our whole staff that participated in the meeting. We did the same thing this year in 2023. A month ago, we were there in Phoenix. So I'm going to turn it over to you.
This comes again. So now I'll talk to you about, which I kind of already did. I spoke a little bit about Japan. I spoke about, the issues that they have. I know that soil and groundwater remediation is a big issue for them, but I also mentioned stakeholder. There's a very big mistrust of the government by the people of Fukushima Prefecture. So there has been a lot of interest from the Japanese delegations that have come in from various agencies about how we deal with stakeholder, this open communication. How do you have trust? How do you build trust? Because there's a big mistrust on the Fukushima Prefecture people who have not been able to come back. And now, I don't know how much you guys know, but there is plans that during the pump and treat, there's going to be release of contaminated water into the ocean. So that has been in the press. It's not secret information or anything. So now there's mistrust by the fishing industry, the Japanese fishing industry, which is very big, about, even though the government is saying that what's being dumped will be diluted to whatever amount, because I'm not trying to put anything, but there has been a lot of research and a lot of numbers done, and what they're saying, what the government of Japan is saying is they'll be diluted so much that you won't have radioactive fish. But they're having a big distrust, not only from the fishing industry, but from the country, especially China. There's never been any love lost there about what this means, and they put out statements, and so if you Google, it's very interesting. And so the Japanese government is trying just to figure out how they move forward on this. And they have every year, and EM has supported this, what is called a Fukushima stakeholder forum. It happens in the summer. And we have presented on EM stakeholder program. And this year, they expect EM participation, I'm sure, of some kind. They did brief White in 2 weeks ago, and they did bring up the stakeholder forum again for Japan. So it's something that they're going to need a lot of, I think, planning and lessons learned, not only from us, they also work very closely with the same organizations that we work with in the UK. The UK NBA, for example, is also part of this forum, and they give their expertise and their lessons learned. I saw Ming Su walk in here. Where's Ming? There's Ming. Ming is the lab network person, so he works very closely with Japan to identify the right lab. I know that there's a lot of work that happens at Savannah River National Laboratory. If you ask me a question about what that is, I'll hand it over to Ming, because I know that SRNL works very closely with our lab, has actually had people from Japan technical arms do details there, spend time there. So it's a very, very solid program and very solid interaction that the labs have with the Japanese technical arms. And I think everything else that I wanted to say on my notes, I kind of already said during my Japan spiel at the beginning. So next slide, number 9. The IAEA Joint Convention is something that we work on, not in here in the international program. That's part of Doug Tunkay's responsibility, which is a treaty. The Joint Convention is an international treaty that looks at the safety of spent fuel management. We go every year and we support this conference, EM does. The JASNICs, which are called the Joint Standing Committee of Nuclear Energy Cooperation, is something that we also support. For example, Ben does do the JASNICs for Taiwan. Taiwan is decommissioning all their nuclear plants. Ben can give you information on that if you ask questions about Taiwan, I'm sure Ben is very knowledgeable. And the Arctic Council Monitoring and Assessment Program, Radioactivity Expert Group, we collaborate on that. And the last one happens every year, which is the IAEA, International Energy Agency General Conference. The Secretary of Energy is the U.S. head. She usually reads the statement from the president. And I will say that for many years participating in the General Conference, it was all about promoting nuclear technology. In the last couple of conferences that we've had, especially addressing climate change and realizing that nuclear is probably going to have to be part of the energy mix for many countries, people are not shy to address decommissioning and waste management anymore. It's in a lot of the IAEA workshops, seminars that we participate, where we send our experts to share the U.S. information, but also to learn from other countries. So it's a way of the United States promoting the good work that we're doing. And there's a lot of workshops and a lot of meetings that also delve into stakeholder and lessons learned from that. So it's something that we continue to support. The Nuclear Energy Agency that I briefly mentioned during my opening focuses on nuclear safety, technology, science, and environment. And it's another of the organizations, as I said, that is key to our international sharing. So we briefly discussed a few countries, but these forums like the IAEA and MEA allows us, EM, to share our successes with other countries and also to get back from the expertise of the other countries. And I think with that, we have hit Lisa's slide 10. Do you want me to talk about it if you want to?
Okay. Yeah, so in addition to all of the international collaboration that Ben and Anna just shared with you, you know, we take all of our direction from the administration. We work collaboratively with others in the department. We work closely with the State Department. So there's nothing that we do on our own without coordinating with other entities in the U.S. government. In order to facilitate a lot of the travel, to enable a lot of the discussions overseas, we have to facilitate travel for our EM employees, both federal and contractor employees, to travel overseas. So that's a responsibility that lies in our office. It's complicated because, you know, when you travel overseas on official business, you have to travel on an official passport. So Lisa Pope on our office coordinates all of that. There's country clearances, there's cables that are required, working closely with the State Department. So many different requirements for foreign travel, and that's something that we do in our office to support and enable the international collaboration, because what we deal with here domestically, a lot of our international partners deal with as well, whether it's specific to the D&D areas, whether it's specific to stakeholder engagement. For example, like in Canada, they have Indigenous communities, so we can learn from them and their interactions with Indigenous communities. We have tribes here in the U.S. that we interact with as well. So there's lots of information sharing, best practices, and opportunities for us to learn from our international partners. So the foreign travel is just another aspect of it to enable it. We facilitate delegation visits. So when different countries want to send their folks over to the U.S. to see what we're doing, because we've got the largest environmental cleanup program in the world, our office plays a big role in that to support it. So I can tell you one area that I think, Anna, you might want to touch on is we're strengthening relations with France right now. So, you know, France is limited in their footprint when it comes to nuclear. There's a big push from their president to be all nuclear again and really build up their nuclear posture. So I know we're working collaboratively with them on various technologies for spent nuclear fuel and other environmental remediation activities. So yeah, that's about it. Everything she said.
And please visit our website. We have all the information. I mean, a lot of information there. Our agreements are there. We have each part of the country. So, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out.
Yeah, and just a couple of last words is, you know, the U.S. Department of Energy, I think, nuclear waste management and cleanup today has been successful, but we still have a lot to do, And where those partnerships with other countries can help us cut the cost and reduce the time, I think are key. And I think that this administration is keen on making sure that we use these partnerships to promote our mission. So with that, we'll open it up to any questions you guys may have.
Yeah, we got 6 or 7 minutes today. So Mark, yeah.
Thank you, Eric. Anna, or whoever can answer. International partnerships interest me, particularly Japan. And if we agree that the best cleanup is the prevention of an accident, what are the Fukushima lessons learned? What precautions are now in place? And what went wrong? Then the last question is, do we have a U.S. modular nuclear power vessel?
You can answer that question in the next 17 hours, right? Is there a short answer to any of those?
We have documentation on those in different places because we have, you know, they're working with their communities now after the Fukushima accident. There's lessons learned in terms of the accident, what happened, and so on, more in the technical areas. And that's why we are collaborating, and many other countries are collaborating with Japan to avoid for an accident like that to happen again, okay? And to also reassure all these other countries and communities that work with, that have nuclear plants and so on, that nuclear energy is safe and So that's part of what, yeah, I hope that works and respond to your question. But we have also Ming here too. It's Ming here.
What I would like to say is this is really beyond the scope of work for Office of Environmental Management. It's really for our sister office, Nuclear Energy, to address the safety of the reactor operation is really in their portfolio.
Go check the website.
Well, and also, who could have predicted that? Like that tsunami that hit, it was like something, I mean, they knew about earthquakes because I visited their nuclear power plants but there was always something, right, with any energy source that you can sit down and you can come up with the worst case scenarios. And let me tell you, the powers up there will prove you wrong, that there's actually something worse, right?
The war in Ukraine.
Yeah, and how it's affected. Yeah, so I think at least it did show, like Ben kind of mentioned, the international community coming together to try and help, and still helping Japan, not only with the technology, but with the big stakeholder issues that they're going to have for a very long time. So I think it's a lesson learned. And like Ben said, yes, check the website, but if you guys have an opportunity, I don't know, Kelly, throw it out there, to maybe do one of these meetings in Fukushima. So I'm just saying,
Fortunately, just going to give up their spot. I'm going to say that for Simon before we get in the car.
Write that one down.
All right, so we have about 5 minutes. I saw Eddie and Mark, and we'll try to get to you.
Quick question down for me. You said if Fukushima happened in 2011, and Japan had been a long-standing American ally with the United States, and the Department of Energy has been in the nuclear cleanup for a few decades now. And you said that the Japanese delegation means that you attended internationally, because I always had a lot of questions. So my question really is why haven't there been more cooperation working with them since the incident happened in 2011?
why hasn't there been more?
Cooperation is.
Well, because Japan is very Japan, they're it's very hard. We've had many discussions with them promoting our talking points are our national labs and our industry are here to help, right? But either I don't want to say it's trust, and this is my personal opinion. I'm not speaking for the US government. I think that they get funding, a lot of money, funds, and just like us, when we get congressional funding, it's hard for us to say we're going to give money to the United Kingdom because they have the technology. Why are you giving your taxpayer money to a foreign entity? So Japan has kind of like that same issue, but they don't have the expertise, but they'll never say they don't know, right? Mm-hmm. So it's like a very sensitive engagement that goes, it's like a dance that goes back and forth, right? But I will say that the laboratory network has been very instrumental in making a crack on that. It's slow, but it takes time. And like I mentioned a little bit about culture, they're not gonna go and give a US company whatever, $5 million. They're just not. It takes time. You have to go. If I was a US company, I would be visiting Japan every month, meeting with the people, with the, TEPCO people. TEPCO is the organization that distributes the money. The American style is, for me, sometimes, I'm American, I was born in New York, but it's like, I have the expertise, give me the money, I'll fix it for you. Culture-wise, that doesn't go very far. You have to be more Japanese style.
And I'll just add, so it's all about building that relationship. And also, there have been some of the U.S. industries who have penetrated or, are working in the Fukushima and assisting Japan as well. We do a lot of collaboration with the Department of Commerce to enable and identify some of these industry partners of which work around our sites to go into that market as well and to support. So there are various collaborations, both from the US and with some international partners that are supporting.
And US companies that have gone in small contracts. There's sometimes big companies, US companies that, and then because I've seen it, that's not enough. Like, I want the big one, right? And then the Japanese are in a way turned off by that. And I said this to many US companies when I meet with them. You just can't come in here with your cowboy hat and that, it doesn't work like that in Japan.
Why are you looking at me when you? I didn't know the Cowboys. All right, so Mark and Bob, quick questions.
Quick question. Quickly, can you speak to us about your university recruiting efforts and what you found there? Might it be applicable to this symbol board for our recruiting efforts?
Good question. Recruitment effort.
Part of the
For-
trilateral.
For nuclear, as part of the recruitment efforts that EM has done to bring new people on board.
So you probably heard a little bit yesterday from Nicole Nelson-John on the minority serving partnership. So that's one aspect. Anna referenced that she's a graduate from the Florida International University. That's another pipeline that we use. We also collaborate with the Consortium for Risk Evaluation and Stakeholder Participation, which is a consortium of 17 different universities across the US that support independently some EM activities, to help drive and advance our cleanup. So we have some of those activities already in place. We have an EM Pathways program where we collaborate with some universities to create opportunities to bring on new students on board. Recently, during our trilateral engagement activities, there have been workshops focused specifically on workforce and on recruitment. And one of the areas that we're learning from our international partners is their development and their utilization of apprenticeship programs. So they're bypassing the 4-year, requirement for colleges. They're going right into the high school level to bring some of these students on board, train them, and then put them in directly into, areas for that are needed to work. And they're even looking outside of the STEM fields, or they're looking outside of the nuclear industry, because if sometimes you might be looking for a skill set that an operator from an automobile industry could come in and operate your plant. So you don't have to be a nuclear engineer or a chemical engineer.
Or
So
a
they
comms
are-
person, right?
Yeah,
You
so
need
there's
to
all
be able
kinds-
to,
yeah.
to speak and engage with other people. Sometimes that most techie people are not the best at engaging. And also what we talked about is with the UK is maybe have some kind at a university level or at a very junior level in exchange. Because I know that would entice, if we had a US person go to a UK Sellafield and a Sellafield person come to Idaho or Savannah Riverside, the younger generation looks at as that and it would attract them, right? It would make them more likely.
That would be applicable to us. And then just as an aside, I'm retired Homeland Security. I've been to Fukushima, I've been to Chernobyl, and I'm available for consulting.
Oh. The Japanese.
Right, Bob,
Do you guys work with the American Nuclear Society? Reason I ask is the technology that they're doing deep geologic disposal, they're doing vitrification in other countries. Can we bring that here instead of trying to invent it ourselves?
I'm sure we're working with, yes, we are.
DD probably, technology
Well,
development.
yeah, there are
office.
various DOE offices, both at headquarters and our sites that collaborate with the American Nuclear, with the ANS. So, yeah.
Mhm. Yes.
Yeah. And actually, when you talk about some of these deep geologic repositories, when we look at our partners overseas, some of our US counterparts are the ones that were actually instrumental in helping them get their programs off the ground. So really a lot of that expertise is here in the US.
Yeah, that technology was invented by us. They're using it and we were afraid to, so hopefully we can bring it back.
Yeah.
hey, I want to thank Anna and Ben for being here. Anna told me yesterday she was going to keep us awake and she could not wait for
I
He told me this morning he wanted to go part of it. So he was awful.
Leave a fun
So
presentation.
you did a great job. You did a great job. And of course, you guys know I'm a fanboy of Jocelyn. I always ask if she needs like a junior assistant because I think she can do great. And she just passed me on and on, says, go back to your meeting. But it's okay. One of these days, I found her in a moment of weakness, right? So thank you guys so much.
Thank you, thank you.
Hey, so as Museum makes his way up front, I was thinking during their presentations, and I want you guys to jump in like the way back machines and go with me to like early 2017, right? The administration at that time was looking at ways to downsize the federal government. And one of the potential targets was the Department of Energy, right? This is a place where we can cut some programs, save some money, right? And so there's an author, Michael Lewis, wrote Moneyball, wrote The Big Short and other things. He did an investigative piece looking at trying to confirm that that was the right answer to downsize the Department of Energy, right? And so you find it in Vanity Fair online. But his article found, as he dug into the environmental management program, that it was really critical to what we do in the United States, right? In particular, our international programs, right? Because not only do we learn and keep an eye on disposal and demolition and all this of other sites, because you can't leave some of these things just laying around, right? But also because we learn a little bit and we keep an eye on what's going on, because we're all interconnected, right? So it was a big deal, right? It was really one of the key pieces of it. And he said, but that's all buoyed by our technological developments and what we do, right? So it was these confirmatory things on why, in towns like Oak Ridge or Hanford or Portsmouth, we know EM's important, right? We know DOE is important because of the job they do. But for the average citizen, for the common good is the word we used last time. Knowing the role we play internationally, knowing the role we play and what it means to our country as a whole is sometimes undersold. So with that, I want to introduce Mr. Reed. We haven't met before. Hello, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Excellent. So one of the things that pops up a lot at these meetings are our national labs, right? Everybody wants to know what's going on. What do they do? How do we get one? But it's understanding their role in this process, right? And if you had a chance if you got a national lab in your area or had a chance to do anything with them, you see that they do amazing things across the complex. So this is a great opportunity to learn about a program that is highly invested in by DOE, right? Because it's needed. And so, sir, the floor is yours. We're glad to have you, and look forward to it.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. My name is Min Shu, Senior Advisor for Public Policy, working for UN, reporting to UN for EPBAS. But just for disclosure, I'm a product of financial labs. I started out as a graduate student researcher at Morris Berkeley years ago. And before I came to the department headquarters, I was managing part of that work, technical work for Sandia National Lab in support of the license application for the Yakima repository about 14 years ago. So glad to talk about this area. That's really near and dear to my heart. So second slide. Thank you. As you know, DOE's environmental liability is still estimated to be about $520 billion long. A major part of that, 406, is always diminish. Of that, 60%, the majority, is associated with the tank waste. So throughout my talk, I will talk about that element a lot. As you are also aware, Kinley, I think, we have closed down, I think, 96 sites over the last 3 decades or so, but we still have 18 to go, and the 15 is the toughest. We have to wrestle with. And I don't need to emphasize this to you. It's really starting from the establishment of the Los Alamos National Lab for supporting a weapons production program. National labs throughout their history have demonstrated their capability to provide expertise to support the deployment missions in various ways, particularly in this phase of environmental cleanup. Next, please. I'll just give you a little bit information about how we structure the national lab activities in the EM program. The upper left is the top level org chart. As you can see, there's a lab policy office tagged to EM2, reporting to EM2. But in practice, actually, we report 3 and 4 on a day-to-day basis. There are two mission functions at our office, Lab Policy Office. One is to provide federal stewardship for the Southern River National Lab, which is EM's corporate lab. And secondly, equally important is to work with 8 other national labs under the SNL leadership to support the site cleanup throughout the complex. And I'm the senior advisor in that office, and we are trying to actually staff up the office with federal staff. Right now, I'm just relying on a couple of details from the national lab, and also in the past, a fellow from NSA to fulfill the functions. Next, please. Just a little bit update on SNL activities. As you may be aware, about 2 years, a little more than 2 years ago, we separated out the operation and management of the lab from the SNS site-wide MNO contract for the very purpose to position the lab for an enduring mission after our environmental cleanup mission is completed in the next few decades. So we're looking for the lab to grow in energy security and science discovery areas beyond what they're doing already to support us as well as NSA. It's a 5-year contract, a 5-year base with potentially 5 more years as terms, and for a total value of about $4 billion over 10 years. And I was the one who led that procurement effort for the department. SNS also, SNL also manages the Minority Serving Institution program that was mentioned a little earlier. Happy to report, as you might have heard from Nicole already, there was a plaza in 22 adding $50 million to that program that the lab administers. So as part of that element, I just want to highlight for you, we added a postdoc element in hope to build a pipeline to enhance the workforce at the lab, our lab. Also, as you may be aware, lab infrastructure has been an issue. I will talk a little about that a little more. I'm happy also to mention that the Advanced Manufacturing Collaborative effort was funded in FY21 and also FY22. So I get into that a little bit. And along that line, I'm also happy to share with you to fulfill part of their contract proposal. The SRA, Patel Savannah River Alliance, worked very closely with the state of South Carolina, and South Carolina governor got the okay or approval from the legislature to put in $20 million to construct a workforce development center in downtown Aiken for the lab to utilize. So both facilities, I think, will provide a very much needed infrastructure of the lab in future years. Another highlight I want to make is in 2022, with the approval of EM4 EPBAT, my boss, Jay Wallace was acting that role, approved the charter to establish the Regulatory Center of Excellence. The purpose of that is to help facilitate some of the communications of very technical, very complex issues with regulators, other stakeholders on behalf of our sites or in collaboration with our sites. I'll get into that a little bit too. The final bullet on that slide is fusion energy. As you know, SNL has grown from its expertise of supporting the fusion research at SNS. So that's really their stronghold area. And with that expertise, I'm happy to share with you that the lab is playing a very important role in the department's decadal effort looking into the opportunities to help commercial sectors, private sectors to develop fusion energy. sufficient source, clean source. Next, please. So AMC. There are two drivers for establishing this initiative. One is a few years ago, about 5 or 6 years ago, Department did a complex-wide review of the infrastructure status of all national labs. Of the 17 national labs, SNLs has the most or the largest proportion of Asian facilities. 2/3 of the facilities were rated substandard or inadequate for conducting modern mining. Number two, the Secretary's Energy Advisory Board also in 2014 conducted its own assessment, and it's concluded, I'm quoting here, without the application of mature technologies from chemical and manufacturing industries, it is not clear that the cleanup can be completed satisfactorily or at any reasonable cost. So with those two drivers, we took great effort to convince OMB and through Congress with our stakeholders support the need to beef up the infrastructure for the lab. So happy to report MC came to fruition because of that effort. Congress put in $50 million in two appropriations in 21-22 for the construction of the facility. Also, there's a past press release that Amy produced this morning, reporting that Northwind started just yesterday, started the site prep for the field work. So we're really getting to the construction phase. If everything goes, as scheduled, fingers crossed, in 2025, we'll be able to see this beautiful building or facility erected on SNL soil. I'm not going to dwell on the other benefits. It goes without saying, with the construction of the facility, it provides a lot of opportunities to collaborate with other national labs, industry partners, and community stakeholders who also want to bring their technologies for demonstration at this facility. So there's a lot that can be done with this facility. Next, please. RCE, I mentioned a little earlier, the main purpose is to help us with the recognition that we have not had the best working relationship with some of our regulators and stakeholders. There was a little bit of loss of trust over the years due to various reasons. The hope of extending this out as a third party, a little more objective organization run by SNL with its technical capabilities is hope to bring the technology, their know-how to the discussion and review the information more objectively with the regulators and the stakeholders, and hopefully for the other who are involved in the process, understand a little more clearly what the department wants to do. So currently, it's only a few months since that RC was established. Currently, they are already working with us on developing the so-called National Groundwater Management Strategy, which I will get into a little bit for us. And also, they're working for Office of Nuclear Energy in supporting of the consent-based siting initiative, who you may have heard already. Next, please. Now, let me talk a little bit about how we're also working with the rest of the National Lab complex. As mentioned, my office has two functions. One is to provide stewardship of the SNL lab, but more importantly, or equally importantly, is to work with the other labs to support our site activities. So in 2016, I think it's 2016, Dr. Monica Raguto, when she was in one, established the lab policy office. Also established through that office, established a network to engage 6 core labs who are co-located with us at PNNL, at Timberside, PNNL, 7 Riverside, XNL, Idaho National Lab, Lab, Sandia National Lab, Oak Ridge National Lab. So 6 core labs have worked with us to support our activities in 2021. With the support from our leadership, we expanded that network to 11 of the 17 labs. So what we did was we brought in 5 labs who are also partnering with our sister organization, Office of Legacy Management, into the fold. So that now there are 11 labs strong, supporting both programs, environmental cleanup, long-term environmental stewardship. At that time, BNL, Brookhaven National Lab, signed up to the charter. Now they have phased out. Instead, Livermore Lab has formally joined us. Actually, in the last few months, Fermi Lab has also participated in a lot of discussions, interested in conducting PFAS research. Next, please. Organization-wise, it's reported through our chain. On my side, through my chain, we report to Mike, who is our sponsor at the top. On the legacy management side, sorry, couldn't see it. I hope you can see it on your hard copy. Mark Kowski, my counterpart, reports to Carmelo for coordinating for the FAT team. On the lab team, it's led permanently by the SNL lab director, Dr. Eve G. And on a rotational basis, one of the 6 core lab director, currently it's Sandia National Lab Director, Perry, James Perry, who is playing at the role as co-chair with me. And they're supported by the executive director, Catherine, and also there's another coordinator working with LN. His name is Brian Mooney. And then 11 labs each have a representative participating in the coordination of the effort. Next, please. I just want to give you a little bit of flavor in the next couple of slides. I don't have time to get into too much detail about many of them, but just a little bit of flavor about what has been done through the network since it started. In 2019, the 6 core labs, lab director got together, look at the department's proposal at that time to reinterpret high-level waste definition. And they, from the technical standpoint, they put all their weight behind. They wrote a nice letter to the secretary at that time, Secretary Perry, endorsing the approach. That's one. And the lab network also look at the treatment options for dealing with the residual waste at the WCS site that originally originated from the Baltimore site. So they provide input to that, particularly with the potential of using the mobile plutonium facility as a prototype to treat that waste, using a remote technology. And they also look at, they also work with the cost back office, evaluating options for a true shipment. Just last month, they also completed another small scale roadmap to identify the characterization needs for this particular material. So an exchange material called crystalline silicon titanium. I don't know whether you have been to the other side lately. As you can see, as part of the TISCA operation, the ion exchange column has already been piling up. So there's going to be more and more of that, which require final disposition. The pathway for that has not been finalized. That effort, the national lab effort, is to provide input to identify the disposition path for that. Very important for us. Next, please. Some ongoing work, which we also discussed in 3 panel sessions at the recent waste management conferences, include the completion of the supplemental low activity waste treatment options for input, which I will discuss in a little more detail. The various groundwater and soil evaluations conducted for MOAB, Los Alamos, ETAC, which I will also discuss in a little more detail. And more importantly, the development of a pretty comprehensive R&D roadmap for handling the treatment and disposition of the tank waste at Hanford site, we call it. R&D roadmap for accelerating that tank waste emission, which I will also get into a little more detail. Next, please. Okay, supplemental law study. As I mentioned, tank waste remains as our top priority because of the sheer scale, right, associated with the environmental liability. And about half of the low activity waste law at the Hamburg site, including the secondary waste that's going to be generated during the WTP treatment operations, is still lacking the treatment capabilities. What we have in book for treating that portion of low waste will only be able to handle half of the projected capability. So we need a pathway to treat the other half. That's a key driver for this study. Congress directed actually the National Lab Network to study this issue back in 2017. There was a early report that was done in 2019, that was unfortunately not very conclusive. There were a couple of kind of loose issues outstanding at that time. So with GAO providing input and the National Academy pushing for it, Congress wrote in 2021 NDA language directing the department to enter into agreements with FFRDC as well as the National Academy to do a follow-on study, trying to bring this to home, to inform the decision maker with the right information. So the FFRDC team again is led this time by SNL, but this time it includes not only the 5 core national labs, but also IDA, which is a Department of Defense FFRDC. It also included press that you had put a little earlier, the University Consortium, who has been supporting us for years, and some industry partners that SNL has been working with. They did a very thorough job this time, considering all the evaluation criteria that Congress laid out for them, and also took lessons learned from the previous study. And they even reached out to Washington College this time formally. And they also reached out to commercial facilities, disposal facilities, to evaluate some of the some of the options that they were considering. In January, they issued a final report and recommended early action on using grout instead of the costly education. And also, they are recommending to start off-site disposal instead being bogged down with discussion on technical issues or regulatory issues associated with on-site option. And this report I should really highlight. It seems to me that has led to a paradigm shift in regulatory and stakeholder acceptance for the grout technology. There seems to be universal, appears to me at least, universal alignment for the recommended approach from the National Lab Network. Particularly, I want to highlight Washington State and Oregon State regulators have both stated publicly in National Academy conducted public meetings that they are behind this recommended approach. Also want to mention that if it successfully implemented 70% of the key inventory, waste inventory, including Tech 99 and item 129, the R1 will be removed from the site. That was a very strong selling point for the state acceptance. We also successfully implemented the options that they recommended would reduce the life cycle cost by at least $10 billion and accelerate emission completion by at least $8 billion. Next, please. I want to give you a little bit of flavor about the various groundwater and soil evaluations that the network had conducted for our sites in response to their request. I don't know whether you're aware, but I, in various internal meetings, has stressed to us that he sees after the tank waste, issues, got under control, the very challenging topic that we need to work on as a program is groundwater. Obviously, groundwater is is critical concern to the regulators and the stakeholders because that's something that they can really relate to, right? So this is our second top priority for R&D as well. And in response to the various size needs, the National Life Network has conducted quite a few reviews in the last year or two. And for Los Alamos side, I want to mention that I look at the management strategy for chromium 6 or hexane, chromium, and RDX plume, the explosive plumes, at the site, and they have recommended the development of the strategy that will consider the site as a complex site with a adaptive management approach, which I don't have time to get into, but that's becoming more and more widely accepted by the scientific community, and I think also by the regulators. For MOAB, they also developed a very comprehensive strategy that will include time-phased tasks, each with a very specific goals or objectives for reducing the risk. The information will be used to inform the site development of the groundwater corrective action plan that the MOAB site is working on in association with their stakeholders. For ETAC, as some of you may be aware, we have been in discussion with California State, DTSC in particular, about the treatment for the remaining soil. And the National Life Network, there was a small team of experts looked at the very technical issues, and they have concluded that some of the lookup table values that were originally recommended by DTSC were based on instrument detection limits only that are not really technically achievable, considering particularly the backfield availability. So instead, the National Life Network is recommending a more risk-based approach and also considering the backfield availability. I think their input is being heard by DTSC. As I understand, the state is negotiating with us through our lawyers and understand there is some movement on their position in considering some alternatives with the lab's input. Next, please.
Dr. Zhu, we've got 5 more minutes.
Okay, all right. So I probably will not spend too much time on this slide, but I want to highlight, National Lab also provide input to the climate issue, particularly looking at potential impacts of climate change to our treatment systems, to our facilities. So that's in support of the big overall department effort in implementing the climate adaptation and resilience plan. Next, please. National groundwater strategy. So taking a step back, taking a look at the site, it's become we all are aware that we are far away from the point that we can provide the technical basis for closing the site. So National Lab Network is developing a strategy for how to get there in 3 phases. Phase 1, they identify the technical needs for addressing that particular area. They also conducted a series of interviews with the sites, collecting your input, and now they are in process of developing the document, providing the specific matrix to EM management on how to track it, how to link to information that other folks can access to make their own judgment, to be able to reach agreement on the end state and move forward. I want to take a few minutes because I know some of you may also be involved later on helping us to review the Empress Tankways roadmap. Next, please. So I want to spend a few minutes to talk about that a little later. There was a charter signed by EM1 tasking us, a small group of federal managers, to work with the National Lab to look into top to bottom what we can do in identifying the R&D needs in hope to develop game-changing technologies over time that will really affect the bottom line, cut down the risk, accelerating the cleanup schedule for that very critical element of the program. Next, please. Again, I don't have time to get into too much detail, but I want to mention that it was a team of 50 experts from all national labs, including IDA, as mentioned earlier, PRAS, and the 3 industry partners from industry. And they came up with originally 300 ideas, which were grouped into 35 focus areas that complements the 7 ideas that have already been built into the baseline. Next, please. Among them are the 5 so-called quick win ideas that could potentially be beneficial to meet some of the near-term needs, including the study of LDR organics, which will address some of the issues that Washington State has about treatment on site, and development of sludge preparation, tank waste, tank integrity evaluation, retrieval technology, and also long-term monitoring technology. Next, please. In addition to the 5 quick win ideas, which will probably cost about $12 million to get started, to get started, the lab network also recommended quite a few other so-called priority areas that can be explored if additional funding is available, including developing system models to evaluate infrastructure and technology costs, developing a cementitious material, particularly the waste form, for ensuring long-term performance, improving the models for projecting long-term behavior, improving equipment, decom, providing options for doing that, so on and so forth. Next, please. I don't intend for you to look at any of this. I just want to show you in a little chart that their comprehensive work can be summarized into this portfolio that we're serious about. That can be grouped into the various areas. I want to mention this is going to be innovation that has been long-term effort with support from all of you, and hopefully also I can demonstrate with the lab network and others participants work in the coming years that can be maintained really to produce meaningful input, and then that can be inserted into the baseline when the technology is mature. Just to close up, next, please. Just a little bit words on the status. So year 1 has chartered EM advisory board to review this roadmap to provide high-level feedback to us about the feasibility of doing this or any other thoughts that they may have. We're also engaging with APA-E and Office of Science, our colleagues, in developing the competitive process and also gaining their involvement in reviewing potential proposals from national labs, universities, and industry partners down the road. We envision this to be a competitive process because we want to make sure that the work that we pick to support will really stand on its technical merit. It's not us pick and choose, but collectively working across the department. It's the best we need to invest on. Happy to report, although it's really a short turnaround effort, but it has already gained support from Congress. Congress has allocated $50 million as part of FY23 appropriation for us to kick off this effort. We're currently developing the scope work. We are targeting to get the money out, all the $50 million out to the participants by the end of September. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Excellent. Who has questions? Yes, Bob. Excuse me, Mark.
Yes, sir. Early on in your talk, you said that parts of the lab had been rated substandard. My question is, who is that rating agency?
It's an internal group.
So it's not assessment?
Yeah, DOE internal group conducting the assessment. So not only us, not only EM, but also across the complex.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Mark.
Dr. Bingzu, you would have page number 13 talked about some of the climate vulnerability and resilience assessments, for various sites and various causes. One of the ones not mentioned, for instance, for WIP, was human-generated change, like in Ohio, Oklahoma, and the Dakotas, resulting from fracking industries, which is all around Carlsbad, South New Mexico. I don't see it here, and I don't really ever hear it being addressed as a potential issue.
Yeah, I'm not aware of the technical detail, to be honest. I think there are certain criteria that the department work plan for conducting the BART, so-called vulnerability assessment and resilience assessment, dictate them to do, dictate each of the sites to do. The lab network provided the technical input based on those very specific criteria. I can look into that and get back to you, but I'm not aware that was part of the criteria.
Yeah, we were told not to worry about it. The other plume I saw on page 12 was the one at Los Alamos for the complex site thing. And I've asked Mike Whitedress, and he deferred to the experts, and I'm assuming he was referring to you. And that is, what is the best groundwater mitigation model to use for groundwater cleanup? And second, has a hydro barrier ever been successful?
Yeah, okay. On the first question, I would have to say, I'm a modeler, to be honest. I developed a three-dimensional numeric model for treating multi-component reactive chemical transport at Berkeley Lab decades ago. And on YACA, I managed the one of the 5 teams to support the lessons patient looking into the performance issues. I have to tell you, the model has to be developed for the intended purposes. So it's going to vary from site to site. To say a particular model is best to generalize that way, I think that may not be appropriate for Los Alamos site. For the Los Alamos site, I would have to say that the model that they have used, which is based on FAN, the Los Alamos lab, homegrown model, has passed the various scrutiny on the Yakamoto project in support of high-level waste disposal. And in my personal humble opinion, I don't think there is anything technically wrong with the use of that model. But I would also have to add, for your evaluation purposes or the NMED study evaluation purposes, if other models would like to be used for various reasons, as long as they address the particular site hydrogeologic conditions, you can make a judgment based on that comparison.
Good. Other questions?
Thank you. On page 5, sir, you're talking about the SRNL. The facilities are rated as substandard and inadequate at the rate of 2/3 of them. And then we're building the Advanced Manufacturing Collaborative. Is that going to bring all of those facilities up to standard?
Not overnight. This new facility, MC facility, is going to take 2 more years to construct, right? And it took us 3 years to get the funding for starting construction. So we envision this is going to be a kind of long-term goal that we have to address. Long-term need we have to address, and the site, the lab is working through the site and us, and we, through the program and with OMB and others, we are trying to make sure that we allocate part of the so-called IGPP funds to address various needs gradually, so that we don't have the gap, in a few years down the road, for instance.
So EM's national lab has 2/3 of its facilities rated as substandard and inadequate. We've got a 50, that was almost 10 years ago. We've got a 50 million. I mean, this seems like maybe there's something more urgent that needs to be going on than this sort of activity.
Yeah, well, I want to address 2 ways. We support environmental cleanup, and the lab also support national security missions. For those critical mission activities, I would have to say we have what we need. And the lab has been operating safely to address those day-to-day needs. But there are 2/3 that the lab network, the 17 lab team that has reviewed by addressing some other less critical issues. But as I said, we are prioritizing the need and addressing them on a kind of time-based manner, one by one, over time.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions? So Dr. Z, can I throw you what I hope is a softball question? And I realize I should never ask a question that long. So when we think research and development, oftentimes we see what we see in commercials or technology or things like that, and it is cutting edge and it is throwing wild dollars at a project, knowing that it could. However, the federal government is moved at a different pace and is much more controlled. Do you see a tension between maybe perception and the reality of research and development in your world? And how do you manage that? Clearly you're being successful. So how have you overcome those challenges, I guess?
Yeah, I would defer to others, maybe my managers, to speak on the program level. At regional level and my level, on behalf of the lab policy office, in the last few years, as mentioned, we stood up Netherlands, the newly expanded network. We have streamlined the business practice, trying to get money through the network to the lab, various labs. I'm personally, responsible for issuing the work authorizations to the participants. Working very closely with the site. For instance, for the Hanford, various Hanford activities, I work very closely with our OFP office. System managers at OFP office. We identify the needs, we agree on the needs, and we transfer the funds, and then through the work authorization process we develop here. We can get the money out within within days once the funds has been transferred to Hanford. So that's not an issue. But I guess for the big issue that you may be asking, there is always going to be a phase lag, right, to R&D work. How soon the work is conducted, how soon the results will be able to evaluate it and be incorporated into the baseline. That takes time. So we're working on that as well. My current boss, Randy Hendrickson, actually for KPS, is frequently leading a EM-wide effort to look into the strategy, how to integrate the effort across the complex, whether there are ways to streamline some of the processes, to hopefully address some of those challenges, to make the use of the lab products, information the lab generate, to be more meaningful, to have more direct impact to our bottom line across the complex.
Your answer was way better than my question. You did perfect. Anything else for Dr. Zhu? Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Eric, can I?
Yes. Please. Time goes crazy.
While we're transitioning speakers here, I did want to speak to one of the things that Ming mentioned. He mentioned our Environmental Management Advisory Board is conducting a review of the tank waste roadmap. And I realize that a lot of people sitting at this table are probably not familiar with what he was referring to. And so when he mentioned the Environmental Management Advisory Board, there are 2 advisory boards within the EM program. The one here today with our site-specific advisory board that has the 8 local chapters. And then Ike White has an additional advisory board that makes recommendations directly to him on policy and large program leadership activities. And so that is the Environmental Management Advisory Board. They typically meet twice a year, and they are given charges that are at a policy level or a major program level. And so I wanted to make sure it was clear when he covered that bullet what he was referring to for the advisory board, because I realized a lot of people sitting at the table may not be aware of that advisory board.
Sorry if I missed Caused the confusion.
No, it was my fault because I had not brought them up to speed on the other advisory board, so you did great.
All right. For the one about after this. It's confusing. Like I can't even know.
Like, we can maybe ask
Hey,
Michelle to cover it.
sometimes in life you get really pleasant surprises, right? Like you look up and it's like the world just shines on you. It's like John Moon is with us, right? So we're excited to have him. I don't have a bio. I've never met you. Good to meet you, John.
Nice to meet you.
Right. So filling in, I guess, for Kurt, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. So as we start talking about the research and development, we start applying actual technologies to the field, right? And seeing what can we do to move ahead. It's an area that at various times in the history of the EM program, we have been encouraged to put more efforts, spend more dollars, right? Like outside anything, so we got to come up with this, and so it's a continual challenge. You guys know at your sites, we have some of the most difficult cleanup problems to solve in the world, right? Some really unique situations, and we have really great people working very hard to come up with solutions and answers, right? And so one of the things we like to do is occasionally keep you updated on the technology side and what we're looking at, how things are going. So John, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself, sir, and glad you're with us.
I will. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is John Moon. I'm a senior staff from the Technology and Development Office. I know you have heard many acronyms today and yesterday. I don't want to miss this opportunity to provide you with another one. It's PD for Technology Development, and I'll use that acronym quite a bit. It's relatively easy, right? 2 letters, TDD, Technology Development. So our PD Office Director, Kirk Curtis, he had the doctor's appointment and but he could not miss. And so at the last minute, I was a substitute, and my apologies. But I'm lucky to be chosen. Next slide, please. Yeah.
I am sure we're going to get a message soon that you need to speak louder.
Oh,
I bet folks online can't hear you. So just trying to be.
is there mic?
There's not. You just have to yell.
Oh,
There's microphones in the ceiling, so you just,
okay.
and this is being projected live on Zoom.
Sure.
Thank you, John.
Sure. Next slide, please. This slide is an outline for the presentation consisting of Technology and Development Organization, Technology Development Office of Mission and Function, mission challenges and opportunities, and overall program framework. And note that the framework is a high-level document that describes how we run the program. History and brief summary of TD program, and more importantly, TD program funding and other programs at our TD office. Next slide, please. I know this is a busy chart. I wasn't sure how familiar you are with TD Group and where we are in the organization. So in EM organization, with EM1 at the top. TD program falls under field operations, EM3, AP DAS, Nicole Nelson John is looking behind me. And we are technology office that supports the field sites. The field, of course, field sites report to EM3 through liaison, and including other support offices such as AP, QA, engineering, and PD. Next slide, please. Next 2 slides are copied directly from the mission function statement that we developed for the EM organization when it was reorganized into the current reporting structure back in July of 2016. Technology Development Office provides leadership, develops mission strategy, policy, guidance for technology development to support the DOE EM's cleanup mission. We support the use of state-of-the-art technology to reduce costs, accelerate schedule, mitigate risk, and vulnerability. PD Office also promotes transfer of commercially available technologies and newly developed technologies to support cleanup. PD Office has
the responsibility to support field sites by empowering the effective execution of mission regarding technology. And in addition, integrating best practice across the DOE complex. Our TD office is in best position to do that, to transfer from one field site to another, especially from headquarters. We see that transferring international technologies from out of the country to the field, interagency transfer of technology as well, and academic partnership. This identifies advancing technologies, solution to our challenges, such as tank waste, material handling, and processing. Next slide, please. This slide detail items that is part of our office function itself. TD office recommend complex-wide technology strategies and supports implementation of specialized technology. TD office also supports technology rating assessments and assess field offices implementing that technology. We also support STEM and MISIP, and I will provide more details of that later in the presentation. For the best practice on the slide, it identifies TD programs such as Laboratory Directed Research and Development Portfolio and represents EM in Interagency Science and Technology Agreement. TD office also facilitates mission innovation and lifecycle technology advancement and advises EM senior leadership on technical issues. Regarding national laboratory activity, we coordinate technology development activity performed by the National Laboratory and Technology Centers, including the use of EM resources by researchers who may need them, but it's too costly to purchase. And this happens at Savannah Riverside National Lab and PNNL as well. Later in the slide, I'll provide some examples. Next slide, please. This slide is the ongoing mission challenges, and Dr. Zhu provided something similar to this. This graph shows that in 2019, life cycle cost expected for the cleanup mission is around $400 billion, and more than 50 years of cleanup. By the way, this information came from National Academy of Science in their 2019 study, and actually we provided them, and it was approved to be on their paper. Of course, technology can change the future, and the cost can change as we know more about the challenges ahead. But I believe everyone here will agree that technology can shorten the profile and lower the cost. On the graph, the highest liability risk is tank waste and D&D, and that's deactivation and decommissioning. And TD office is focused on that. And the point of this slide is that there is a lot of time and cost involved in EM cleanup mission. And there is also a lot of opportunities for technology and innovation to make the difference. Next slide, please. Note that in previous slide, we put together TD framework document, and this document provides our TD program itself, looking at the focus areas and enablers. That's one way of looking at the program, right? Focus areas are challenging areas, such as tank waste, treatment, soil, groundwater, D&D, material fuel, material transition, and enablers are tools that we can use as solutions. Things like robotics, artificial intelligence, true waste characterization equipment, and portfolio that's listed on the slide is how we carry out the solution. For example, for technical assistance for the field side, we use experts from National Lab, including National Laboratory Network, that we talked about, headquarters and for experts from headquarters as well as national labs and other field sites. Testbed program is for in-field testing at the site. Also, research and development projects such as smaller scale labs, we look at engineering for larger scale work. We also leverage other programs such as science legacy management, universities and research facilities. We leverage all of that in our program. This includes programs that are funded through other organizations as well. And we don't have to fund that, but we are the beneficiaries, such as ARPA-E, and ARPA-E stands for Advanced Research Project Management Agency, and SBIR, Small Business Innovative Research. Next slide, please. In summary, TD program provides strategy and guidance for technology development to support EM mission. TD office supports deployment of technology to reduce costs, accelerate schedule, and mitigate risk and vulnerabilities and support field sites. Since TD's inception in 1990, the technology development budget has started out with somewhere around $400 million at that time. Currently, it's about $30 million per year. Now, this year we received $10 million bump up, so we're extremely excited about that. Next slide, please. This slide, I know it's a busy slide, but it gets us into detail of the TD program. We are investing $5 million on aluminum-clad spent nuclear fuel, extended dry storage at Idaho National Laboratory. We have CRESP, which is a collection of universities led by Vanderbilt to carry out a number of projects relevant to EM. And although the funding shows zero for this year, they have sufficient carryover funds from previous years. On the HEPA, high efficiency particulate air filters, this program is with Mississippi State University. They are capable of testing HEPA filter technology at AQA level 1. And that's nuclear quality assurance level 1, which much of that certification and technology and capability we have lost in the US. But we have it at Mississippi State University for the HEPA filters. Regarding wearable robotic device, this is funded through us, the Sandia National Laboratory, who's leading this effort. These devices, there are many of them, can assist workers in the field that are carrying out activities that may cause fatigue and strain. And obviously at somewhere like Hanford, where there are a lot of tanks buried, and there are a lot of the workers are wearing scuba gears. Those are 20 to 40 pounds. That's a lot of stress on your body, and these wearable robotics could help and assist that. And again, similar to CRESP, this carryover, but their funding is zero, but carryover funding will get them through this year. And I'll talk about SBIR before we go to discretionary activities. SBIR is Small Business Innovative Research, as I stated. It's a tax that's federally required by law, that we coordinate with Office of Science on the scope and what we're going to spend. And science puts out a solicitation. We participate in the review. And for example, we noticed that last couple of SBIR reviews, we had innovation on in situ method of measuring fluids and particles in the ground. We also saw that robotic crawlers for inspecting tanks. Those are very challenging things that came through SBIR, and we just love it. So let's go to the discretionary TD activity, meaning that this is flexible. However, TD will focus on supporting such activities as waste tanks, groundwater, surface contamination, D&D, that are challenged at the field sites. And process for this is as follows. Next slide, please. So we start with the field site needs. Around January, we request technology needs from the field site. ED office then consolidate and send out the needs list to national labs. And other capable entities such as Mississippi State University, for example, around March. And proposals are due around May while we prepare a review team. Proposals and presentations are evaluated by the review team, and we rank and prioritize them and make selection around July or August. Awardees will then develop updates, of course, to assure that we have certain requirements and milestones as well, how long it would take to get this thing done. And we will then fund them before September 30th, before the fiscal year ends for DOE. To tie it all together, I want to give you one example. Ultimus. Ultimus is an acronym, stands for Advanced Long-Term Monitoring System. You don't have to memorize that, but I'll just use it once or twice. This uses in situ groundwater sensors, geophysics, drone and satellite-based remote sensing, reactive transport modeling, and artificial intelligence. And this is spatially integrated technology for monitoring groundwater and surface water interfaces. Basically, what does it do? It simply detects changes associated in the groundwater, like the plume, before the concentration happens in the ground. Before concentration happens, before a lot of these facilities or a lot of this groundwater, it's already there, but this detects before it gets to that point. And to me, it's exciting. This project is very exciting in a way that there are so many people involved. I mean, we're talking about DOE-EM, we're talking about Savannah Riverside, Hanford, Savannah Riverside National Lab staff, PNNL staff, Berkeley Lab, MIT. This is multi-lab, multi-field sites all working together. It's very impressive. Another example is UDAS. And this is Universal Drum Assay and Sensing System from the United Kingdom. And that combines 3 proven nuclear waste characterization systems into one system for true and low-level waste detection. This internationally recognized equipment is being utilized at Los Alamos National Lab, Los Alamos EM, for our cleanup. Next slide, please. As part of the TD office, 2 entities are also funded. One is FIU, Florida International University. They support EM in environmental remediation, such as robotics for tank inspection for high-level tank inspection and high-level waste at Savannah Riverside and Hanford. Also tank waste transfer and soil and groundwater and D&D such as Savannah Riverside 235F. Second is the MISIP, Minority Serving Institute Partnership Program. And you heard yesterday from our AP desk, Nicole Nelson-John, that this is a program congressionally directed and funded. And we fund this program for grants, competitive research award, internships, graduate fellowship, postdoctoral program. We try to cover everything from all the programs from undergraduate through postdoctorate. This program allowed opportunity for students in Minority Serving Institute for research, field studies at DOE headquarters, field site, national laboratory, and we're so happy that this funding has been increased from $5 million to $56 million last year and beginning this year. We are shaping this program to support field sites, technical needs as well, to support DOE STEM program and plan in the way for next generation of DOE EM staff at headquarters, field sites, and national labs. Next slide, please. Well, before that, Thank you. So we come to the end of the overview of Technology Development Office. Before your time, if you have any questions, I'm sure Kurt Curtis, who is at the doctor's office, will be happy to answer your questions.
So we're just gonna FaceTime him in?
Yeah.
All right, what questions do you have for John?
I have one.
Oh, yeah, we'll hit that later, we'll come over there. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question. Ultima sounds really neat. And is that being used or is it in testing or?
It's being tested right now at Savannah Riverside.
Okay.
We're putting the monitors in, we have the program set up. All of it is being combined all at once.
What are the contaminants that you're targeting for monitoring?
So this is state of the art before anything happens, before we have contaminants. Before that happens, we want to detect it so that we could prevent that from happening. That's what this is about. So that's where the artificial intelligence comes in, where it detects various chemicals and nuclides and so forth, and it tracks it. And then if it gets to a certain point, then it will let us know that, hey, this is happening here. We need to take a look at it, see what's going on. Then we have to look at other aspects of it. Surface water. Is there additional runoff through that area? There are so many factors to this. That's why we need the artificial intelligence to make it so that some of the simple things, the computer program will decide for us to say, hey, this is what our concerns are.
Eddie?
Yeah, on page 9, there's just a budgetary type questions and the directed,
We can always use more.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna use more. I was looking at your fiscal year 21 through 23, and you got $5 million across all 3 fiscal years. And I'm like, what about inflation?
So yes, there are. And we call them PIs, principal investigators. They have to count for them. They have to count for them.
Okay.
So they have to look into what their program is, how long it's gonna take, and they have to count for inflation, and they have to count for their budget.
And it just happened to come out the same amount each one of these 3 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, what various portion of the program will be different.
Okay.
And so even though we fund them that, then they will, for some funding will be carried over to next year. And so then we
Okay.
fund additional $5 million to go
Okay.
through the continuation of that particular activity.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Sure.
What other questions? Yeah, Don.
Question for you. In many of our sites, we got various technology being used in cleanup. Some of it works in varying degrees, but let's say it's working okay. Are you still constantly working to find something even better? Or you say, we can move on, this is working okay?
Great question. We absolutely do.
Can you give me an example of where that's taken place?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. So at Hanford, of course, there is a technetium concerns. And so we have placed what we call appetite. And that holds on to technetium because that's one of the primary constituents that we are concerned about because it's very mobile in the groundwater. And appetite takes care of that. It holds on to it, but it takes tremendous amount of appetite. It's almost like a barrier where the flow is expected. We put a huge barrier. We dug trenches all along and we put appetite in there and we buried it to make sure that any water coming through with technetium, it would be held at appetite and not contaminate the Columbia River. So recently, and I would give you even now what's happening. When I went to waste management symposium and I was listening to graduate students provide their papers, and I was one of the judges for that. And one in particular, this is just one. There's many others. One in particular was looking into a compound that would hold on to technetium. And that compound, it holds on well. The thing about it is, we don't know how long, especially in terms of holding that technetium compound. We don't know in the compound, we don't know how long it will hold on for. So those are some of the things that student, this doctor student is looking into to see what's the longevity. Because we don't want it to hold on to it for 5 years and then release. We don't want that to happen. We want it to hold on to it for many years as possible, 500 years, 1,000 years, or just permanently. So those are some of the things that we're working on. And this is just one paper that we have supplied $320,000 to look into. Thank you. That's it.
Other questions?
Thank you. So I'm interested in your process on page 10, the program development process. So I wanted to make sure I understand. So somebody at HQ calls out and says, what do you guys in the field need? Basically, right?
Yeah.
And then it all comes in, and then the TD director puts it all together in a proposal. So do you all in your office, you say, we got, how many proposals do you typically get? Or requests do you get?
So last year, I'm picturing how many from Savannah Riverside and how many from PNNL and others. We probably had about 50 or 60.
Okay. Do you all prioritize? I mean, let me put it this way. Do you filter them anyway and say, okay, that's a great idea, but there's no way we could ever afford to fund it, or it's a bad idea and we're just not, I mean, do you send out a request for proposals for everything, or do you filter it some?
Okay, so after we get this, and it does have dollar value, it's estimated dollar value.
In the field request?
Yes.
Okay.
In the proposal.
Okay.
So we look at that, and we looked at all 50 or 60 papers, and we rank them. And so each individual person will read them and rank them, and then we combine all of them. And we get together and we talk about it. What do you like about this? What do you dislike about this? What's the cost? We talk about all of this. Do we have this technology commercially available? Do we have this technology internationally? And maybe we clean that. We look at all of that, and then we look at and we prioritize as a group to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we had some things that were rather costly. As we were going down, there was one that was $2 million, but then there were 4 other ones just below that were somewhere around 500,000 range. So for $2 million, we could divide for 4. So we talked about it at length in order to make that decision. And we ended up with 4 smaller studies.
And in all fairness, they engage with the sites. They'll call us if we've submitted something in and we're in one of these predicaments. It's like, hey, instead of the 2 million, could you make any progress with 300,000 or something? So they'll work with us pretty close to coordinate and make sure. Plus, there's other money that we at the site spend out of our cleanup dollars that kind of looks like TD. You know what I mean? It's to sort of solve something. Like I might have a groundwater plume or something that we're having to work on. And so, they get to take credit for some of those things that we get to participate in as well. But they work pretty closely with us when they go through that prioritization and ask us a lot of questions. And could you put this off till next year and those kind of things? They work really hard with this. It's not like just 5 guys sit in a room and say, no, too bad for you. Like it doesn't go quite like that.
No.
So if there's already a commercially available product, would you say go buy it off from those folks over there?
We look into it. And it may be beneficial to go with commercial.
And then I'm assuming then all these proposals that you fund, the projects that you fund, all comes out of your budget.
It comes out of, some come out of the field office and some come from us.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, there are different pockets.
You got a really cool job.
We like it. We enjoy it.
Thank you.
He's clearly a really cool guy. Right?
Oh, yeah, really interesting.
Hey, John, thanks for being here with us, especially on short notice, and thanks for all you brought to the table. We really appreciate it so much. And stop in anytime because you're now one of us, so we appreciate it.
I will.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hey, so we are right at 3:30. We're a couple minutes early. Do I need to wait till 3:30 to do public comment? Or can we- All right, so we have no public comment, right? So we've officially covered that. We're going to ask our next speaker to come in, Jennifer Clemens, who is our, make sure I get this right, Office of Congressional and Intergovernmental Affairs. We're going to have a little meet and greet time with her. We got 15, 20 minutes that we can spend and we can talk. So just as an introduction, if I get my phone to work. Obviously, Cram is an intergovernmental and external affairs specialist in the DOE Office of Congressional and Intergovernmental Affairs. In the DOE since 2016. And maybe most interestingly, at least to me, she's got a bachelor's degree in mining engineering. So made that very common jump from mining engineering to intergovernmental affairs. So, ma'am, welcome.
Thank you very much. Good to see several of you again after the nice walk this morning, and good to meet the rest of you. So I'm Jen Cram. I'm with our Congressional and Intergov office. I hope you don't ask me too many questions about the congressional side, because I don't necessarily work with them a whole lot. But basically, our office is two sort of components. We've got congressional liaisons that whenever members of Congress have questions for EM, for any other office in the department, they help coordinate those responses, make sure that we're tracking any sort of questions that are asked and get those answers so that Congress can make informed decisions on whatever topics they're considering. On the intergovernmental side, we're more about relationship building. We build relationships with elected, state, local, tribal officials, with nonprofits, with other sorts of stakeholder groups that are interested in what the department is doing. And sometimes we're actually building these relationships because folks don't know that they're interested. They might not have heard about DOE. Our portfolio is so vast, everything from cleanup, which of course you're doing a big deep dive on, to Office of Science and this cutting edge research and energy deployment and technical assistance. So we have so much that's out there. It's almost impossible for anybody coming in and say, hey, I've got a question about energy, or I've got something in my community I want to solve. What's out there for me? So our office helps coordinate and make sure that we get them connected to the experts around the agency. A lot of what we're doing right now is focused on bipartisan infrastructure law and Inflation Reduction Act. As you can see, I don't have any slides, so I hope you don't ask me too many specific questions about numbers, but we can definitely get back to you if you do have any. There's a lot of money right now on resilience and energy deployment, addressing climate change issues. And so we are helping field questions on that and making sure that communities get connected to those resources and that information. So at a really high level, that's what we do. On the intergovernmental side, we've got 7 people on our staff right now. I support the EM office, what that looks like at a granular level. Let's say there's an announcement coming out, I'll sit down with them and we'll make sure that I usually take a look at the communication plan. I want to make sure it's in plain English. As you know, we get you can talk in a lot of acronyms, so just try to make sure it's understandable to a broad audience. Of course, our team is very excellent at doing that in folks. So I might, for example, help send out these announcements to the governor's DC representative just to make sure that they get whatever that notification is in a timely manner. We also help plan events. And we do this for a number of offices around the agency. I support a few other offices, and one of the big things on my portfolio is supporting some of our tribal engagement work. My colleagues do more of a regional coverage. We have a regional specialist, for example, for the West, Christian Bachin, who covers a number of the Western states, one for the Northeast. So we've got some folks that cover different regions. And in addition to just helping get a better understanding of what each of those states are, what their main industries are, then they can more effectively keep them in touch as new opportunities come up or announced that would make sense for those particular states or communities. So that's a really quick overview of what we do. I wanted to see if you all have any questions.
Yeah, anybody have questions for Jim? Yeah, Bob.
So how do you handle if you have let's say a senator who is on your side and you've been grooming's totally bad. But you've been informing for many years and they kind of, you're excited and then all of a sudden that senator's loses his election. And then do you try to start over? Do you hope the senator turns over information or how do you work that?
Well, so I can't answer in great detail because I don't work exactly on the congressional side, but really we are there to answer any sort of questions. We offer briefings. Let's say a new elected member of Congress is interested in environmental management issues. We would perhaps, if somebody's new, set up some introductory conversations. Okay, this is a briefing on what you have going on in your area. And a lot of times this is with the member of Congress's staffers who probably have a bit more of a,
You really do the work, yeah.
well, I'm not going to say it that way, but they're more in the weeds, perhaps. So they'll be able to help make their member of Congress understand the big picture of what's going on. So we do continue. Whoever is holding that office, we work with them.
The bottom line, you don't have to know all the answers. You have to call to get the.
Exactly. So we make sure that we get them connected to subject matter experts.
Great question. Thanks, Bob. We got about 10 more minutes. Mark, we got it.
Yes, ma'am. How far down do you go? State and local?
And local, yes. Sometimes we have city, county officials. Maybe let's say they'll do a fly into DC. Hey, we've got a microgrid project and this is where we stand. Show us the money. Where's the technical assistance? How can you help us? And we'll do what we can to connect them to any relevant opportunities. And really, it's a lot of what our role is, just getting them connected to the subject matter experts. If you ask me great detail on how to do technical assistance, I'd be like, no. So that's a lot of what the role is. But it's really anybody. We're sort of I wouldn't say that we're the front door, but we're a door to the agency, and just trying to make sure it's easy to get folks to whoever they need to talk with.
Excellent. Thank you, ma'am.
Kelly?
I wanted to point out one of the things that we do from Joseline's group with Jennifer's group is there is a weekly call that takes place, and Joseline is on that for our office, and she provides updates to Jennifer and her team, the regional specialists, about when your board meetings are taking place. And so often, especially now that we have hybrid, those regional specialists will be able to tune into your meetings to get a sense of what's happening in your advisory board and happening in your community. So I wanted to show you how that kind of connection takes place.
Other questions? So while you're thinking of your questions, as kind of a guy who's been around this for a little bit, right? This is, to the best of my recollection, and correct me, the first time we've had anybody from this office present with the SSAB. You think of it like it?
I think that's correct.
And I say that because I think it's a big deal. It's part of the maturation of the program, part of the maturation of this board. You're starting to see like we're all in the same boat, right? And all the pieces kind of coming together and realizing that there is a connectivity between us. And for so long, it felt like there wasn't always one there. And I say that lovingly as we've grown, but sometimes in our youth and childhood, we like, and this organization was, we kind of hang on to what's ours a little tight instead of realizing we're all in this together. So I'm very glad you're here. Yeah, great.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Sorry.
just pretend. Were you just waving at me? What other questions do you guys have? Yeah, Mark.
Jennifer, have you gotten any questions regarding the impact of climate change on state issues?
I myself have not, but I know some states are definitely looking at that. One area, so a lot of my work is with, for example, tribes. So I know that we have some tribes that are contacting us saying, let's say in Alaska, sea level rise is impacting our community. It's been eating away at our shoreline, and issues with permafrost and so forth. And these are communities that deal with very high costs of energy. So just to get, let's say, a gallon of diesel up there costs an astronomical amount compared to what it does here in the lower 48. So they have been contacting some of our offices, or we get them in touch with them to figure out what the options are. And some of those are going to be interagency, but many of those climate change related questions will be interagency questions. It's going to depend on if you're looking at water issues, heat, cold, and so forth. So the short answer is yes.
And there's several examples in New Mexico where we said maybe doing prescribed burns during the windy months of March, April, and May would not be a good idea. We had the largest fire in history of New Mexico last year. And now because of the scar burns, we have a lot of flooding. So the severity is starting to tip another direction. The royals that we have might be now under the lack of insurance to give homeowner insurance for floods. That's one. And then the other one is a lot of the tribes are saying, hey, Colorado River's awful low. We want our water. I don't know if you've stepped in on those things.
I'm aware of them, and I think one of the things that's been, for me, very illuminating is as we talk with communities around the country and get them connected again to the DOE resources, is hearing what do these situations look like on the ground. And we've certainly spoken to a number of communities that have been affected by fires or floods or 20 feet of snow, so we're trying to understand better the context, and that's certainly like one of the we try to seek input from communities. And so let's say on tribal engagement, again, most of them is an area being posted. We've got some funding for home energy rebates, basically appliances for low and modest income families. And we understand that in the case of tribes, we're trying to make sure that whatever funding allocation we do for these formula grants makes sense for tribes that are looking at a different number of situations in different areas. Alaska, for example, because of the Alaska Native Settlement Claims Act, has a lot of situations and ways that communities are organized that might differ from other parts of the country. So we're doing a listening session with tribal leaders later this month, just to get a better understanding of what makes sense on their end, so that our experts can be informed by folks there on the ground to make a decision that makes sense for everybody as much as possible.
Anybody ask about a pilot plant for a village based on hydrogen as a fuel?
There probably are some. I know that some tribes have been interested in hydrogen. I don't know specifically off the top of my head who though. And other communities, of course, as well, very interested.
Bob, you're saying?
If somebody in the community calls you, and you connect them with the expert, is there any feedback of that information back to that state or to that board, so we know that somebody's concerned and that maybe we can do something with that?
That is an interesting question. We do definitely where we have sites, we often work with our sites, so those are the DOE folks that are closest to the communities that might be reaching out. So if it was something adjacent to one of your sites, we'd certainly be in touch, for example, with EM or depending on the site, maybe at NSA, NE, whoever is at those locations. So we do try to coordinate. And I'm not sure exactly how that gets back to you guys.
Any other questions? So, Jen, we are scheduled to hit a break in a few minutes. Are you willing to stick around? And if anybody has any questions during the break, can talk to you like one-on-one in a small group? Is that okay? Yeah. So why don't we do that? We'll give you guys a chance to have good discussions, and you can talk about specifics on your congressional initiatives and who's going to do bad and all that stuff. Still the team, as the kids say. Hey, so as we prepare for a break, and we'll be back at 3:55. Kelly, are you aware of any board business? You handled the recommendation yesterday. Is there anything else that we have to discuss? I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, I was just going to announce the chair's dates.
Okay. Do you want to do that now? We'll do it a little bit. Let's go do it now.
So just for everybody's calendar, the fall chairs meeting will be in Oak Ridge. And they are in the process of finalizing all of the details, but so please pencil in on your calendar October 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So that would be for the tour as well as our meeting dates.
So is it like the tour on the 3rd, the meeting on the 4th, and your staff meeting on the 5th? Or are we doing?
No, it will be, well, typically it's the tour the first day on the 3rd, and then a full day meeting on the 4th, and half a day meeting on the 5th.
Thank you.
So we try and keep these a day and a half for advisory board. And then when we can, and it works out, we try and put a staff meeting in there. But for your planning purposes, all day, the first 2 days, and half a day on the last day.
What was your date again?
3rd, 4th, and 5th.
October.
Yes.
And what city then?
Oak Ridge.
So that is a city as well as a site, okay.
And we'll send out more information as we get it. We'll do a room block again, give you all the details that we can, but I wanted to at least get that on your calendar so you could mark it off.
You just plan on coming down the weekend before and watch student seat whoop up on South Carolina. As a guy that doesn't like Tennessee, but I like South Carolina less, like that would make me happy. We'll tailgate with Leon, it'd be great. So good question. All right, is there anything in particular you guys want to talk about? If not, I've got a couple things, but we'll start with what you guys might want.
I have one more question.
Yeah.
Process wise. Remember, new kids.
Oh, that's great.
The recommendation that we worked on yesterday, are you going to be sending it out to us and then we have to take it to our boards for approval to buy into it?
Yes. So my office will take care of sending it out to everybody. We're going to make sure to add the background that Dawn reminded us to add. So that will be added on there. And then you will take it to your individual boards. And we do this as a thumbs up, thumbs down approval. There is not an opportunity to wordsmith or change the content since the chairs have already said, yes, we support this. So when you take it back to your board, you are just asking if they approve it as is. And so once you have your full board meeting and you have voted on that, we will collect everybody's response. Hopefully, we get approval from all of the sites. And then once we have that, then it goes forward as an actual submission. So based on people's schedule for when they're going to have a full board meeting, it could take up to 3 months, 4 months or so, depending on once everybody has a full board meeting.
Just to follow up for procedure precedence, does it take a unanimous or just a majority?
No, it doesn't have to be unanimous. I mean, that's what we strive for. We're hoping that we get, a recommendation that's supported by all of the boards. But there have been certain situations where a board was not comfortable approving it. And so it does move forward if it has the majority of the board. My experience, and I think I mentioned earlier, I've been around for a while with the boards, and I don't think that we've ever had more than 2 of the boards not sign a letter. So it's usually, we haven't had many issues like that.
And I think but I think in situations where not all the boards, we usually touch base and say, we still want to go forward, even though it's not, is that
absolutely
pretty standard,
yeah.
right?
I'll give you a status update when we're at the time where it's okay. We've heard from everybody. This is the situation.
Do you note in the letter the boards that don't agree? Sending voice to you, please make a sentence that says these did not agree.
No, we haven't put the that specifically in there, but you can see on the bottom who approved it. But I don't think, not that I recall, I don't think that the chairs have asked us to put that language in.
I don't remember what the recommendation was on, but there was one that the Portsmouth board, because of our membership package, we couldn't meet for an extended period of time for whatever reason. And so whatever the topic, it was relevant and important, maybe administration transition of those lines. And collectively, we decided to go forward 7-1 because Portsmouth intentionally said, we don't want to be the ones holding this up. This is, say that we probably will, or however you could word it, but go forward. And, so that happens on that. It's a good question. It's one of the great things about getting new folks. We have to recover our process and make sure it works well, right? And it's a lot of maybe it's not as formalized as you have on the board. You just kind of do it the same way every time. Kelly lets me make it up as I go. All right. So what other questions do you guys have? Yes, ma'am.
I have a logistical question of everyone else. One of the problems that we have is our coverage area is large. It's apparently not as large as some of yours, but Savannah Riverside is pretty big. And so the people who are affected by it are pretty spread far and wide. Now, we meet in various locations, but we've had complaints a couple of times now at a meeting that we never meet in the area that is affected the most. And one of the reasons it is the most depressed area in our service area as well. But one of the problems, as I understand it, is there are technical requirements from DOE as to where we can meet as far as the facility itself, as far as where we can sleep, because in this particular county, there's no place that you can spend the night.
And by depressed, you mean economically depressed, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
just clarify.
So what do you, I mean, how do you get to remote areas and include them in what you're doing? Do you have representatives? Do they come?
Okay, let's tackle it this way. Mark, you get here. I'm gonna be quiet. Go ahead.
So it's a great question. There's a lot of questions that Los Alamos has about WIP. Do you have capacity? What about the fracking operation that goes around? Is anybody crunching the numbers? They had a public relations fiasco's too strong. Let's say there were a lot of tensions with a lot of people in the area. So now they're outreaching at different places throughout the state. So that is a footprint for WIP to kind of give their PR spin. Now, the CAB has been hamstrung because it is only allowed to have the regional area that includes Los Alamos, not even Sandia, which is in Albuquerque an hour away, much less the entire transuranic shipping route to WIP. So my question was, why is our charter so small? We should be the whole state and try to get representatives all along the way. That's in consideration, it's being reviewed, but I'm not told if it's made any progress. So I'm just thinking we start overseeing it until we're told not to.
Kelly, is there a restriction that you can't go outside of, I mean, we have meetings all over the state of Idaho.
No, you can have a meeting, you can have a meeting wherever you want to have a meeting. I mean, we recommend that it be in an impacted area for your mission. But no, there's no restrictions where you can meet.
So the answer was our scope restricted us, and we can't do that without EMLA, the Los Alamos National Lab, ELM.
So in this situation, their members hail from around the Los Alamos area. And so, and they are charged with providing information related to EM activities at Los Alamos. And so they don't have representatives that are from Carlsbad area, and WIP is outside of that board scope. That scope is to focus on Los Alamos. And so I have had a discussion with the Los Alamos folks, and we understand that, you know, the routes that go down to Los Alamos cross through your area where you guys are pulled from. And so there has been discussion about, you know, if the department has a need for recommendations related to transportation in that area around Los Alamos, even though those shipments are heading to WIP, that would be within the scope because it's in that Los Alamos area. So I've had a number of discussions. I know what you're talking about. So yes, the discussions are happening. They have happened for a while. So it is on everybody's radar.
Excellent, thank you.
But then we're back to, we can't meet in Allendale, as I understand it. And maybe I'm mistaken, but as I understand it, we can't meet in Allendale because first, they don't have a facility that meets DOE criteria.
Well,
And second, they don't have a motel. that
Yeah, and
meets
I'm
DOE.
aware of this. Amy and I have spoke about this. And I mean, logistics are what they are. If there is not a facility that is safe and also at like the capacity that they can, you know, you can't break fire code. And we have our hybrid, you know, we have been encouraged not only from, you know, our organization, the Department of Energy, to be as inclusive as possible, but we're also hearing from you all that you are seeing increased numbers when you have hybrid. So when you look at technology, facility space, making sure that it's a safe facility, yeah, I understand your situation that there's just not a place in that area to meet. And so, you know, one of the things that Amy and I have talked about is making sure, that when you guys do recruitment, that you see if anybody in that area is interested in being on the board, to make sure that, even though there's not a place there to meet, there's, hopefully there's somebody interested in the board. And then that triggers, depending on, and I'm not exactly sure where this town is on the map, but if it's more than 50 miles from where the meeting is, we offer mileage reimbursement.
Right.
And so there are things that we can do to help people, from that community participate in our meetings.
The issue there, though, is getting the word to them, because there's not a real good forum for reaching them unless a community organization happens to have some kind of expo or something
Right.
where we can show up.
Right. And
Which has
and I
happened a couple of times, but not there.
understood. Yeah, Savannah River is really, really creative, in my opinion, of trying to get the word out regarding where meetings are and, activities that are taking place to help people who want to be engaged know about different activities. And so if anybody has ideas for how to get the word out about advisory boards that we're not doing right now, please let us know, because we want to make sure the communities near all of these sites are aware that meetings are taking place, aware that this information is out there. I understand that your primary role is to provide recommendations to us. I mean, that is what you are charged to do. But we also really appreciate the fact that you guys are amazing at getting the word out as well about the advisory board. And so with all of those things, if you do have suggestions, and I understand your frustration, because it's not just at Savannah River, there's other sites that are have communities that are within, the area that we try and recruit, that are very remote and that don't have technology in many situations. And so, yes, this is where we can learn from each other and share information about creative ways. I mean, we've had one board put up a billboard when they were recruiting, so anybody who was driving down the highway would see the billboard. We've had, the standard things where newspaper ads, posters. We've gone to the Greek system, so sororities and fraternities. We've really tried to think outside the box of ways to get people engaged, and just not those that are aware of the site. We're trying to reach people who may not even know, what the site is. You might be trying to reach, people who typically stay home, or you might reach a younger generation or one that's in the trades. I mean, we're really trying to be as diverse and inclusive as we can, but it's hard. It's difficult because there are limitations. Like you were saying, there's not a good way to get that information out there. So if you have recommendations, please, please, please share them, and let's share them with each other too, so that we can learn. There's no point in, each local board recreating the wheel. If we can get that information and share it, like Barb's bringing the orientation book from the Nevada board. I think that's a great idea, so we can see what other boards are doing.
Amy, anything you wanted to add? I saw you. Did we cover everything? Are you good?
Yeah, I think so. I'll add something. So the point that Phyllis is making, we've had a member of the public who's been he's been critical. He basically accuses us of meeting at swank hotels and all these things. His word. And so actually we took that very seriously when he made that comment, and just went back and I said, it has been a while since we looked in some of these smaller towns. So our team actually went out and visited. We looked everywhere. Is there somewhere in this town? Because he was saying you can use the high school gymnasium in this town. Why don't you go to this church? And so we really did say, why not? Let's go look at all those things and see. But, what we found is just everything that's been described. There are technology challenges, there are space limitations. There's certainly nowhere for people to stay. So it just really, but we have changed some of the venues where we're meeting, and I think we've done a great job. And in fact, the same member of the public was at our last meeting, and I said, we are listening to what you have to say. You should have noticed a change in a couple of our venues. And, so he's still here. You're not meeting in Allendale. Okay. We could do like a tent revival, I guess. Yeah. We could glam. Maybe we should do that. Glamping in Allendale. Anyway, thanks, Barbie.
It is one of the challenges. These DOE facilities they were placed in remote areas for a reason, right? And so you typically have some areas that were built up to support folks, but the farther you get away, I think we all run into situations that, you don't have to get far from the site to realize, wow, we're kind of in the backwoods all of a sudden, right? And that's where I live, so I'm good with it, but it's also by design, right? And so it does make it difficult to, as you extend your business, to get out.
I think I can speak to the group here. We are not going to deliverance country.
Wait till next spring when you come to Portsmouth. So it's coming. All right.
You said that with love, right?
With absolute love. It is my favorite place in the world, but it is, you get that the rural Appalachia.
We face that a little bit in Idaho. I mean, the site is sort of south central Idaho, oddly shaped, but it is. And we try to go, we have a meeting in Idaho Falls once a year, and we usually go to Ketchum, Idaho once a year and try to catch people in that sort of central part. We have hardly ever been to Boise, but we've been talking about that. But Debbie and her mom both are on our cab, and they are in Boise. So it doesn't matter where we are. And if you live in Idaho, half of the board is traveling 150 to 200 miles to get to the meeting. And if you go into a different place, the other half of the board, the rest of us, including my whole team, I mean, we never meet anywhere except in Idaho Falls. If my whole team that presents doesn't have to drive 150 miles or so. So it's a commitment, that's for sure. But that's why we don't meet more than 3-4 times a year, just so we can devote 2 days each time and cover a lot of things and be done with it. But it's tough. We make our February meeting is all hybrid. I mean, all virtual, because nobody wants to live anywhere in Idaho in February. More times than not, we'd have to cancel it anyhow, or half of them would go. But even when we have all of our, all of our other meetings we have are fully hybrid. So I ask the members to come in person. But we have had drastic improvement in public engagement since we allowed the hybrid. That's right. But we don't typically, unless somebody's ill or something, the actual cab members come in person no matter where we
are. What other questions do you guys have? By the way, it's a great question. Glad you asked.
Very good.
What other questions?
We didn't solve our problem.
No.
No, but I think we're better when we acknowledge the problem, right? And it is.
Oh, yeah.
It's tough.
So one of the things I've noticed is, and I'm a big fan of like circles of engagement, right? Like, so you guys on your boards are probably some of, if not the most engaged people, right? You're involved, you're obviously here in addition to coming to your meetings, right? And you have folks that are maybe a little less engaged, but still kind of know what's going on. And you got folks that are a little farther out. And it's, so, it's for folks like us that are so involved, sometimes it's hard to be, and I say critical, not in a negative way, but critical isn't a way to term it, because when I say, hey, how is things going with your board? You're going to tell me my staff is great, my feds are great, my board is great. Like, it's because you're passionate about where you are, right? So it's hard sometimes to be self-reflective and cross-cutting, right? So with that, this is a safe space, right? We can have this discussion and it's not reflective of you or your board or your DOE folks. But Greg brought up the fact that they were having retention problems, right? And I think that's membership and getting folks in and getting them up to speed and onboarding and finding ways to make this relevant for people has been a challenge for lots of us. So what are your thoughts? We've got 15, 20 minutes. We'll open it up, and as long as you don't insult anybody personally, it's all fair game, right? Let's just talk, right? So
we appreciate any thoughts you all have.
Yeah, those numbers you showed yesterday were a little striking. Yeah, I appreciate you being willing to share that.
Yes. I thought that was interesting, having metrics like that. And I thought, well, maybe it would be nice to make a little bit of space in our meetings and look at our metrics and see where we can improve, not only in recruitment, but in retention. And do we have a retention problem at all? That just kind of making a little space for that. I think that's.
Have you ever surveyed the members you lost and asked why?
I understand they do exit interviews. Does anybody have any information they're interested or willing to share on
Is
that?
it time or devotion?
You want to come on forward, James? Come on.
I've been actively avoiding this all day. Step up. Okay. So very often people will say time. And that'll be the official answer that they give you. And you know that there's actually maybe something else. It might be a lack of interest. Maybe they have personal conflict with someone on the board. So the most common response we get maybe isn't the most accurate one. So it is tough to say. I've got a handy dandy little chart that has the official explanations. Time commitment is the most common one, but is it really? I don't know for sure.
Do we think, your board meets during the day time, right? Do we think when they say time, is that during their normal work schedule versus our boards meet in the evenings, it's after work? Do we think when they say the word time, is it because they're having to take off work?
I don't know that you could necessarily characterize it. People who don't necessarily have a whole lot of other hobbies and they spend some time. I think that that's a convenient way to use. We do have folks occasionally who do actually, they are full-time employees. I mean, we just had someone who works in education. It was going to be a tough road to hoe for her no matter what, right? And so about 16 months in, she had to give it up.
No, that's great.
For that. Thank you.
You know, prior to doing this with DOE, I was pharmaceuticals and medical sales, and time and money were always smoke screens, right? It was never an issue. That's what everybody said. Keep them down until they told you the real reason. But it's tough when they're, I get it, you know, as much as I say that, if you ask me to serve on something at night, I'm like gonna show up half the time because I'm not getting out because it's just too much time. Like so I get it, but is time the answer? Maybe I just don't see any value in it. So my time becomes.
How many people said in your survey it was the chairman here?
Oh.
No, that's not one that actually ever comes up.
Yeah.
And I might. I'm sorry. He said if I put the little font, that means I'm being nice and quiet. And if I put the one with the bigger font, he's gonna maybe ignore me. So I think Michelle came into the room. She might be able to add to some of this discussion since she does all of our membership tracking so well. But every time we have a resignation, because the sites report to us when they have a resignation, and we always ask why. What was the reasoning that they gave? And the most common things that I'm seeing, and I'm talking about all the boards, is work issues. We get work issues a lot, that the board schedule or the needs of the boards just don't work with somebody's work schedule. And then we also get sickness a lot, that either the person themselves or somebody within their world needs assistance. We do get some people who quit, you know, a couple weeks in, a couple months in, because it's just not what they thought it was going to be. And one of the things that we've talked about is that's where we really want to make sure that when you are interviewing and you're meeting people that, you know, try and give them as best of a good picture of what happens at the meetings, what's the purpose of the board, because it is overwhelming. This is a technical program and it can overwhelm some people. So the more information we can give them up front about what the board is, they won't be in such shock when they start attending meetings. And speaking just from my old hat in Nevada, we would also encourage all applicants to come to a meeting before they say, yes, I want to be a member. So we would always highly encourage that in Nevada. The other thing that I've noticed is depending on how long the recruitment takes, you might have somebody who's interested and say they were interviewed in January, but that package was not approved until October or wherever the date was. And they have found something else to do because they are volunteers. And, you know, this is limited time. People can only volunteer so much. And so on my end and on the site's end, we're trying very hard to crunch that time as much as we can, because we don't want to lose somebody who's interested because they no longer have time. And so those are the things that I'm hearing the most regarding why people are leaving.
Michelle, is there other things that you want to add?
The only additional thing to add is what I've observed the various DFOs advice in my career is also ask them to participate in your subcommittee. And that also gives them a flavor of what you're learning and what you're doing, and in addition to being at a full board meeting, they get to see how and work towards what happens in a full board meeting, even if they're not an actual full member. And that's another way that they can learn and see if they actually want to become a member, is participating in a subcommittee, depending on parameters.
Because as a reminder, a member of the public can be part of the subcommittees, be actively involved in discussions, things like that. So public are invited to participate in subcommittee meetings. One of the other things, depending on how your bylaws are written, if you have, say, your bylaws say between 15 and 20 people, I know some sites purposely over recruit and over request. So they'll like request to get to that top high number of 20, knowing that they're going to lose a couple people so that their numbers don't drastically fall. So if you know that, if you lose all 5, say it's a big recruitment year, you know that you need 10 new people, and you're worried that you're not going to have a fully stocked board, you can always try and get to your top number of applicants in recruitment.
Can I add something on the work schedule thing too?
Yeah.
Kelly mentioned that sometimes people's excuse or reason, not excuse, but their reason for leaving is because of too much of their work commitment. What I've seen with some of our newer recruits, because, we did go out and really make an effort to get some younger, more diverse folks on our board. And what I noticed, these people are really just strong young professionals that are starting out in their careers, and they got a couple of them got promoted. I'm thinking like Yvette and some of the others, that they got more responsibility in their job during the time that they were serving, and their job responsibilities changed. And so it's not like it's a bad thing, like, oh, this is taking up too much time. It's like these folks, couple of them have been very dynamic and come in but then they're the type of people that they were up and comers and, top 30 under 30, or something, because that's the people who are interested in serving and volunteering and being a part of the board. And then they get some other commitment and they say, I got to take a step back. And some of them, we frankly, attendance was an issue for some of our people, because we have 6 meetings, and when they miss, if they've already missed 3 of them, like, look, we need you to be there. If you're not going to be there, let us know. And then, so that just prompted a couple of people to, because some people just want to be on a board. They just want their name and want that appointment. And then when you tell them you actually have to show up, they kind of say, maybe I don't want to do that. So.
That's good. Yes, Michelle.
Like when you speak to the point of the 6 years and they have an opportunity to come back at a time when things have become more settled.
Absolutely. So I think everybody is aware, you get appointed for a 2-year term, and then you can choose to reapply to do an additional 2 years and then an additional 2 years. So you can serve up to a total of 6 years. So for your individuals that may resign midterm or choose not to reapply, and they may say there's a health situation or whatever, their reason is, I encourage everybody to remind them, okay, maybe you're not ready to come back. You still have that total of up to 6 years. You may need a year break, 2-year break, whatever works for your schedule, but they can come back. It does not have to be continuous. It can only total 6 years, but it is okay if they take a year or 2 off for their own personal needs. If they're still interested in participating, reapply when a recruitment's taking place.
Mark, did you have a question? Did you raise your hand earlier?
I do. I wanted to address a few issues. I think the recruiting one's an excellent one. We had some struggle with that as well. I think packaging and selling it, like I was saying, targeting the students. Why do I want to do this? You have to answer that question and how you pitch it. You put that on your resume. You're an organizer, you're a speaker, you're a drafter, you're an interpreter. There's all kinds of things that could be beneficial to a student, but you have to pitch it that way because they have to answer that question for themselves. The billboard's probably not going to work for it. We're the ones that coined Better Call Saul and advertising for lawyers on billboards. Quitting. I think that was a point well taken. You know, what you hear is spend more time with family, whatever that is, to paint a nice rosy picture. But the real reason, what I would anticipate without mentioning names, is that there's no real voice. People think they're trying to progress and do good for the world. And what they find out is they're beaten up over 4 to 6 years and they don't want to come back again. So that is a problem. The concept I wanted to introduce, I am also, because of my background, recognized for sustainability at the TSA level and the federal level. And one of the things we're working on is best practices for sustainable purchasing by federal employees. And I was thinking, well, why don't we apply this to here? Because I've heard some excellent things from Nevada with your recruiting, with your orientation book, with plain English. I mean, these are things we've been struggling with for years, but I think you guys wrote the book on some best practices. And so I did. Thank you for that. Oh, there's others like, so compiling those and adopting those, I think would be a great thing. Because I want to see things written in plain English. I want to see Gantt charts like Portsmouth has. My God, I've been asking for 4 years and I've never seen a single one. And then all of a sudden you have one. That should be adopted. Exchange of information. Why is it like pulling teeth whenever we ask questions? And then accountability. And I think you addressed that well with the recommendations. So thank you for that. But those are the examples I give as best practices.
Hey, so let's get ready to kind of transition over into putting a bow on this and wrapping up the day. And I want to make sure we get a chance for you guys to have plenty of time for a round robin, kind of go around and hear what your thoughts on the day and what's going on. But as for membership, and I realize some of the feds and staff in the back are probably going to grimace at me and right, like, I don't care if my board is like rostered up to the full charge number, right? Like I need 14 to 16 engaged people. Like that's what I do. And I know we worry about the open spots and we worry about people that left. I get it, right? Like there's an emotional issue there. And sometimes members of the public complain that you don't have enough people on the board and this is whatever, right? And from us as staff and folks, you spend a year getting somebody on the board and then they don't pan out for whatever reason. And it's another year to get somebody else back in their place. And it's just, it can be frustrating, be very numb, right? But from a board effectiveness standpoint, from a discussion and dialogue and producing recommendation, you give me 3/4 of who's supposed to be there who are active and want to learn and want to participate. And I will ride with those any day of the week, right? And so, yes, membership can be very frustrating. It can be hard, right? But your boards are all situated in positions where you can be really successful and don't let the ancillary stuff keep you from doing your job. Does that make sense? Now I realize there's a threshold. At one point we were down to 3 members in Portsmouth. Like in Lincoln, we're like, no, like we're not even gonna pretend. Kelly said that's perfectly fine. Like it meets all the requirements. You can do it if you want. We're like, oh, that doesn't feel right, right? But it's
right, exactly.
But we absolutely positively could have. Right. So you need to know where that number is, right? You get to 8 or 9 and I've been there with both my boards. Like it's a little sketchy at points. So you're like, one flew and you're like, boom, no quorums, right? But you get 15 to 16. Some of your boards, it's 18 to 20, depending on the size. Hanford, you need 63. So whatever the number is. But once you have kind of that bullpen, that group, run with it, go with it. Even if you have to back off the work plan a little bit, take it and go. So don't sell yourself short in the numbers. I think sometimes we beat ourselves up and spend time worrying about that instead of doing what we're supposed to do. But that's just my soapbox. So let's hear from the rest of you. Let's take time and we're gonna go around the table and kind of do just an open mic round table, whatever you want to talk about. You can get a couple minutes and whatever's on your heart, whatever's on your mind, we'll let you kind of go through that. Does that sound good? Okay. We're gonna start over here with Debbie, because she's been writing notes and she's got a list of things to say. Debbie, floor is yours, ma'am.
I knew it. Thank you. I think mostly the onboarding, orientation, membership is in my mind. Mostly because I consider myself still kind of new. So I'm interested in, you know, what'd you say?
You're not new.
I feel new. But like looking at the binder and maybe talking with the staff on, you know, looking at some of the membership metrics and how we can improve the quality of our meetings through member engagement, the existing members and in recruiting new members. But it's nice to see everybody's faces and that's all.
Huh?
Well, I enjoyed this very much. It's my first meeting like this. I missed Santa Fe because of other things are going on that were beyond our control. But I got a pocket full of business cards, which I like. I have an active Rolodex. I'm an old guy, so I like a Rolodex. I don't go on my phone and try to find it later, or I have to ask my grandkids to make my phone work right. But so I use a Rolodex, but got some good ideas here. I know a couple times somebody said something and Debbie and I looked at each other. Our kids went like this, so we got some things to take back to our cab and some things to make work. So I appreciate getting instead of seeing people on a screen. One of my jobs is with the National American Legion organization. I had a 3-day, 10-hour-a-day meeting on Zoom. That's more than your butt or your mind or your eyes can stand. But Zoom has its place, but not at my house. So I like to talk to people, go out to dinner with people, find out about their families and stuff like that and what makes people tick. And it's like Leon and I had lunch and luckily Connie come and joined us, and those kind of things just make you a little happier about what you're doing. So people ask me why it takes so long to get your membership approved. I can answer that in 4 words. It's a government system. Not much you can do about that. It just happens. So I've got to meet some people, talk with lots of you individually, and I appreciate that.
Thanks, Bob. It's good to have you. Jody?
Thanks, Bob. 3-day Zoom meeting, tell them your camera's broke.
Well,
That's
some
a sticker
people have
to
a
those.
picture they put up there and then you can go off and do other things. I don't know how to do that. Ask my grandkids, right?
We're gonna put that on the agenda for next meeting. All right, go ahead, Jody.
Anyways, yeah, it's great being here again and meeting several people and everybody. I do want to point out one of the most fascinating presentations to me and the way my brain works. I had no idea. I knew our government, helped around the world, but I had no idea that EM did what they did internationally. So that was really interesting. And of course, we have ups and downs in membership, and maybe it's a little early after COVID to fully assess, but I was interested to learn. We think we have a big site. It's 3,500 acres. So we don't deal with the same troubles everyone else does. And the light bulbs on those didn't go off until you talk about having meetings in other places and have to stay the night. And we don't have to deal with that kind of stuff. So I think everybody can use a little bit of a hybrid model, but it's a tightrope. I'm a believer face-to-face is always better. But I think, the hybrid helps people when it does get in the way of busy lives, because we're all, everyone's busier and getting busier every day. So I think that's some stuff we might explore a little bit to keep attendance up. But I think Eric's right. I think you do I think you do with what you got and positive and keep moving forward and recruiting really glad to see everybody and hear everybody's views. Interested in everything. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks, Jody. Glad you're here. Herman?
I'm still pretty new at this, so it's been a real learning experience for me. One thing I'll mention is that I know how to run meetings and control meetings and deal with suggestions and stuff like that, because that's what we do every day. But the thing with in this role and capacity, what I've found out, there's so much resources and applications in the DOE structure, and it's a great opportunity because you can use those resources, especially now. It seems like there's money. Talk about money all the time, and we're talking millions of dollars, 5 million here, 2 million there, stuff like that. So there's a lot of resources there you could actually tap into. It's just trying to figure out how to do that, and that's a challenge. And it's not just like labor contracts, dealing with labor relations, dealing with members and stuff like that. You're dealing with all these different offices, and they're almost too big and very specialized in what they do, but they have to touch each other every once in a while. And one thing, that might be what's difficult for me, because in a union meeting, the president control the meeting, you can keep people from talking some. That in DOE world, there's so many different offices. It's all this diplomacy. It's really tough. I mean, so that's my big takeaway here.
I'm just happy to be out of COVID and
Amen.
out of my home office and away from the computer and back to being able to share my questions one-on-one with people, and have face-to-face conversations and commiserate when we need to, and have productive learning in just a much more relaxed way, to me, in the room. I value technology. I think many of us grew up professionally before the technology existed. So we do appreciate the value it brings to the table, but it's a tool and it has its place, and it will never replace the one-on-one, face-to-face communication and sharing. Connie, I want to thank you for being here. Bringing the Idaho field manager perspective definitely helped me during that simulation, the budget simulation. But also just you bring a perspective to the table that we don't always get as closely and as much as you did today or the last 2 days. So thank you. Kelly, that would be a great addition to every meeting. It's having one of the field office managers at the meetings to just kind of.
I'm here because my cab asked me to be. I actually had feedback that said they thought at the last chair's meeting there weren't enough federal leadership people in person. So there's going to be one, either me or my deputy or some leader in my office is going to be at every SSAB chair meeting going forward for the duration. So please follow on in my seat. So you might want to just ask your folks.
Thank you, guys.
You might want to just ask your folks.
Yep. Nope. Understand, but I just, like I said, thank you.
I appreciate that.
I'm good.
Yeah, so this is my first meeting here and I really didn't know what to expect. But I found it really comforting, to be honest, and it might sound wrong, but to hear about all of the issues like membership retention and attendance at meetings, and to just realize we aren't alone, because we don't have that connection outside of this space with other boards, I feel. And so it's been like a feeling of community, kind of, and learning from each other and figuring out how we can improve these challenges we face. But there's a really good intention behind it. And so just a really positive feeling after this meeting. So thank you all.
Good, that's very kind. Dunbar.
Yeah, I wish I could say this was my first one and all that, but it's not. But I think one of the things is I listen here. First is I'm just pleased to be back at the table again. And to see people that I haven't seen in some time, or at least since Paducah. When you were all there, and so it's our privilege to serve. But I think one of the things that in listening, we as humans tend to dwell more on some of the times the negative things, this is not working, this is not working. And I think what we need to do in general is to really take time to remember those parts that are working well and take time to pat ourselves on the back and remember that. It's not going to necessarily take away the negative parts, but I think each one of us puts, pardon my English here, but a hell of a lot of hours into this. We know what the pay is. We knew that going in. The pay is you get to come to Washington, D.C. and all of that. Because one of the things that as Fran and I were out wandering around today, we came across remnants of an ancient civilization. We got some ideas for our board from the ancient civilizations. We've challenged Buzz. Now he's got to take that and do something with it. One of the things we found out, these ancient civilizations in Asia did a lot of wine.
There comes the answer.
We're going to bring that up at our next board meeting.
Right.
But you talked about the hybrid model, good or bad or whatever, but it has worked for us in Paducah. It's allowed a presentation by somebody actually in a hotel room in Washington, D.C. do her presentation for us. At least she said she was in a hotel room. We thought there was bar noise in the background, but that's what we said. But anyway, so it's worked. We've had people that have been too ill to attend in person, still attend by that. I wish we had the answer to how to get the people you need. It sometimes can be tough because we look at trying to meet all the various requirements. You know, if you wanted 15 engineers, we could probably get you 15 engineers, but that's not what we want. We need people to represent our various counties. In our case, it's counties, not necessarily states and all of that. Various counties, various educational levels, various, balanced male, female. And so it becomes a little more difficult task, but we continue to work on it. Buzz Smith continues to work on it. I think I've seen him work people at baseball games to see if they're interested. I don't know whether that's working or not. Buy a hot dog for you. Would you join the board? Be able to do that. But it's an ongoing task. And just about the time we think we've got it solved, EM will come and change the rules. I think most of us say that's guaranteed. But thank you all for what you do for your boards.
Thanks, Hal.
Okay.
Franja, how are you, man?
I'm doing good, and I've got a question that's been rolling around the last 2 days in regard to membership, and that is how much support and spotlighting do your elected officials do in your community? Does the mayor or in our case, the county judge executive or whatever, the leadership, do they tout the importance of serving on this board? Did you get any feedback or any support from your elected officials and saying that this is an important board? We need people to serve on it and their input. And
we don't get any on ours. Not much.
So as I was looking around the room, I saw a couple nods and a couple grimaces and a couple. So I think there's definitely an area where we could continue to improve.
Also, I want to thank everybody that worked on planning of this, because I have planned many a thing, and I know it just doesn't happen overnight. They've been working for months to make this happen, and I think they've done a wonderful job. And I would love to see that we have a CAB, national chairs meeting here at least maybe once a year or once every 2 years, something, so that people that aren't acquainted with what goes on in DC can really see and learn about EM and the process of developing a budget, which I think is an exercise. We might do that in our board. But I think it's important for them to come up here, and Mike White was able to be here in person. It's not somebody they hear about. And if there's a possibility that we could do it once a year, once every 2 years or something like that, to have a national affairs meeting, I think it'd be really great. But it's been a pleasure to meet all of you. You are wonderful. And I thank you for the many hours that you have put in for your community. It's awesome.
Ma'am, where do you?
I am, this has been very eye-opening and helpful. I've been on, I think I mentioned yesterday, I've been on the board for 4 years, but I came in as COVID started. Then we spent a year and a half with 6 people on our board because of the DOE wanting to diversify better than most of us have been doing. And so that was tough because I still don't know what I was doing, and to have 6 people making all those decisions, you know, it's just scary. So that's been a curiosity. So it's nice to see, first of all, as I said earlier, that there are more people in our boat than I realized, and that meetings like this are a lot like our meetings. We always have really good presentations from the DOE folks from people who know what they're doing and who can articulate it well. And I think that's been true here the last 2 days. So that's very helpful as well to hear it, because there were a lot of things that I did not realize were part of what DOEEM does. So that's been interesting. It's nice to get to know people who are as dedicated to their boards as I think most of our board is. So I appreciate that as well. As Fran said, you know, I appreciate the organization that went into making this meeting and what goes into every board being able to do what you do. That's great. And I hope maybe I'll have an opportunity again sometime.
Good to go. Great.
Yes, thank you. So I made notes, so I'm ready. It was great seeing Mr. White and Mr. Ailey. It's important that they show their face to us in person at a regular pace. I think that's important. I bragged on our SRS leadership. They come to our meetings, and y'all know we've talked about this. A full board meeting for us is about 9 hours over 2 days. And they sit there with us, field manager and our director of external affairs and a bunch of subject matter experts, and they sit there with us that entire time. And it sends a message to us that, you know, they believe and they're what we do and say and think is important. And I think those guys being here.
Hey, Greg, just to interrupt real quick, I just want to point out on that note, yesterday afternoon, I don't know if you guys caught, Jeff Avery came back and sat quietly in the back. Nicole Nelson-John has been in today, Kristen Allison. So we've seen several of the folks that have popped back in today. And I just want to take that opportunity to point out that.
Well, thank you. And thank you, whoever's here. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. I got a couple of ideas for presentations. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Wait, ideas for future presentations for this?
No, not for well, I mean, I can make suggestions for presentations here if you want, but I was thinking about for my.
If you have ideas, it's on your evaluation sheet.
Okay.
Please put it on there because we want to know what you want to hear about.
Okay, I was thinking back in Savannah River, but I'll think about those two together. Thank you for that invitation. I'm sorry we're still having problems. I know Kelly and other people put a lot of effort into this membership thing. And I can't tell if it's getting better or not. And I'm sorry that's the case. I also got a couple of ideas for recommendations, so that's good. One comment that struck me, and I can't remember who said it exactly, but they were talking about in terms of presentations, in details in presentations. There was something along the lines of they wanted more information, but not technical stuff, or something along those lines.
I was commenting about our cat
Yeah.
had given me comments that they wanted more detail.
Right.
We unfortunately put too much technical in it. I found out that wasn't what they wanted. They just wanted more detail about the non-technical.
And I think that's an important distinction. So that stuck with me for sure. Thanks for your support on the policy implementation recommendation. I hope that goes well. If you have any questions that I can help with, certainly, or Phyllis and I can help with, certainly let us know and we'll provide information that you think might be helpful. Thanks to Jocelyn and Kelly for putting together a productive meeting for us and for all of you folks for contributing to a productive meeting like that. And then finally, I want to thank Phyllis for being here. She didn't find out she was coming until late Sunday afternoon. And she was a trooper and got on that plane the next morning and got here. So I want to thank her for doing that. And I wanted to thank the CAF team for figuring out how to get that pulled off. So anyhow, thank you guys.
Thanks, Greg. Leon, what you got, buddy?
Very short comment for a very impactful 6 years for me. So this will be my last chairs meeting. I'll tenure off at the end of this year. So I come into this walk, want to learn about a history lesson about Oak Ridge, and DOE and EM has provided me so much more walking out of this room today over those 6 years. So special thanks to the moderators that's always making it cheerful here when we come to the chairs meetings. Miss Kelly that works behind the scenes, our SSABs. You know, for a person that comes, I get to learn about all these great things. I get to participate. I get to let my voice be heard, and DOE may make that impact and bring it back to our communities or across the nation. But the one thing that I'm always nervous about, and I don't hear that much about, is what do we do outside of the recommendations? What do we do for DOE to help with membership drives? Have we ever thought that the last 2 years we sat on the board, we should be mentors for the people that's coming on to the first 2 years of the board? And we also look too, that the majority of the people that's on the board now have very seldom got to attend the things that we in this room have attended, visit the sites that we've got to visit. The majority of their tenure on the SSAB or the CABs are all online. So as the older mentors phase off like myself, and Amy gets to come, you know, in those positions as chairs, I feel like it's our responsibility to mentor them. DOE provides us a lot of information, a lot of platforms to help us. But have we ever thought about, are we in charge of finding our replacement? Because we sit here at this table being very passionate about an organization that gives us all the opportunities to think outside the box to help them. Why don't we help them by finding the passionate person to fill our shoes, to proceed while we're gone after our 6 years we walk away, to help them carry the torch of what we've built? Why don't we mentor them with our education that they have so willingly give us? Is it our responsibility, or do we need to sit here at the table and say what has DOE done for us instead of how can we help DOE? So I may have missed that this weekend. I may have missed it in Santa Fe, and I may have missed it at Paducah. But I'm still a strong advocate that give us the opportunities. We need to pass the torch to the next 2-year members. So that way they learn from us and DOE. You know, I learned just as much from some of our mentoring chairs and vice chairs. As our SAB staff is phenomenal. Everybody's going to brag on their home team. But let's find our replacement. We're passionate about it. That's why we come to Washington for the pay we got. We're passionate. We're the people to pick our predecessors. So let's help DOE do that. Thank you for the opportunity, not just to DOE, but thank you for letting me set this table for 6 years. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you for your service.
Thanks, man.
Amy?
Well, let me start off by saying, this being my first meeting, it's been, I've learned a lot. There's been a lot of educational things that I have, I'm going to take back to Oak Ridge, which I really didn't know what to expect. Okay. When when I signed up to come. I really didn't. I didn't realize that it was gonna be 16 people sitting around the table. You know, I thought, well, I'll be back there in the back. I'll be getting to see everyone. I didn't realize I was gonna get to sit at the table. So it's been very informative. It really has. I think one of the favorite things that we did for me was the budget. Okay, that helped. I've done budgets in the past, you know, I've done this, but to sit down and look at that there's 8 areas that have to give up money, and how much money are they going to give up, and what's it going to affect? That taught me a lot. That taught me a lot about everybody. Even though I didn't have all of them, it still showed me that everybody has to compromise a little bit. And I will have to just thank this gentleman back here, because he was the first one to jump up and say, hey, I'll give you money. That was, yeah. Yeah, and a lot of people did that, you know, but it's because we have been there. We know what's going on. We know that was really educational for me. And I think that's the biggest thing I'm taking away from here. But I do want to thank everybody. Your input is great, and I'm taking a lot of that back too. And I want to thank everybody that's put it together, because it does take a lot to put an event together and make sure that everything's lined up, especially in a federal building where we all have to, you know, get that extra clearance to come in. But yeah, thank you a lot.
It's good to have you. Looking forward to seeing you in the fall.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mark?
This is really important. This is where it gets real, and I hear people speaking from the heart. I really like this. The 3 positive takeaways I have from this meeting is, number one, I'm not isolated. For many years, I've been in New Mexico thinking, I wonder what others do. I wonder how they handle it. You know, how do they approach things? I learned some of that today. So the other CAB successes, I absorbed as much as I can from those experiences. For example, the hybrid meeting model and what it can do and how it works for others. That's number 2. And then number 3, I made contacts, and I business cards and maybe even something in my phone. But I've got people that I can reach out to for advice, guidance, and answers. And I did not have that before. So it's a great meeting. Thank you.
Awesome. Hey.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am new. I know Deborah said that she felt like she was kind of like still new, so I am new. Never thought I would have the opportunity to come to this meeting here, and when the chair couldn't come, I needed to raise my hand first, and got it in the Barbara and put the name ahead, and I got the lucky draw. So I cannot appreciate that enough. And when I did come in, Amy, I thought I was gonna be sitting right there, and Mark was gonna be here, and I was just gonna observe him and everything like that. I never realized that I would actually be sitting right next to our vice chair. And so me having the opportunity to sit right next, and people taking the opportunity to listen to what I might have to say or share or ask, still being brand new, I cannot thank everyone around this table enough. But the important thing that I learned is that I always kind of looked at all the things that we do in Nevada, and that's important. But at the same time, when I get this other communication, like I got a lot of stuff on my phone, I think on Idaho right now. Even though I hadn't had a chance to look at it yet, but it's talking about a lot of y'all's accomplishments and everything like that. So when I look at it, I said, wow, okay, what they do in Idaho is important. It's different from what we do better, but it's still important. And I'm a big believer in collaboration. So I feel that I can reach out to each one of y'all sitting around this table, as well as Barbara that's sitting back there, to get anything to help me do what I need to do to be a valuable member of this board. And I'm a big believer in responsibility and accountability. So I know people talk about some presenters do these complex presentations, and I understand that. But my elementary teacher said, Eddie, you need to do homework. So I understand that I need to do homework, and Barbara has mentioned that to us more than once occasion. Do your homework, be prepared when you get to these meetings. Don't come to the meeting like, oh, I know what to do. Nobody didn't feed it to you. So with me, with that being said, I really appreciate the opportunity to meet each and every one of y'all. And I feel like each and every one of y'all are my friends. Thank you very much.
I'm not.
Mark, what you got?
One of the advantages, again, of going last is I get to hear everything that is said. But when I came here on Tuesday, I found out that things in Nevada were not as bad as I thought they might have been. So my sympathies to all of you and your issues. But I do want to tell you that recruiting for us is not as bad as it is for the other boards. A couple years ago, my wife came to me one Sunday, big ad in the paper and said, "Look, you can do this. Get out of the house." So I applied and was accepted. And on that note, I'd like to say thank you. The staff back here are the ones who keep us from doing things that are stupid. So my hat's off. Now, for the board here, I've grown up in public service. First in the Army, then for the Treasury Department, and then later in 2003 in Homeland Security. So public service is important. And I would like to say that the fact that you are here speaks well of all of you. Public service is important, and you're taking advantage of doing just exactly that. So when I see the folks that are sitting at this table, I'm not afraid for the future. As bad and as screwed up as things are, when I see folks like you, I'm not afraid. So I thank all of you.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. Let me go ahead and let you close up, or you want to go ahead and now close up? What you want to do?
I want the last word.
I think. Just a couple things as we wrap up. One, it is always a gut punch when we lose somebody. And Leon, man, it has been great getting to know you, and you have represented Oak Ridge so well. And you have also been able to provide key comments to move discussions forward, and been a consensus builder, and been really tremendous to this board. And that's fantastic. It makes me
Big shoes to fill, I'll just tell you.
he's a good man. So it's outstanding. And so I want to thank again Jocelyn and her group. And one of our favorite movies at our house, and a quote that gets thrown out all the time, is from the show Remember the Titans, in the movie. And there's a point when the team's kind of falling apart and the two players are about to get in a fight, and one guy looks at the other and he said, "You know, what's the problem here? This is all stinking." And the other guy said, "Well, attitude reflects leadership." Right. And so we see from, now things aren't stinking here. That's not what I'm saying. That's not the point. What I'm saying is we see from the leadership that Jocelyn comes down, that the staff at headquarters, Kelly and her group, and where Michelle Hudson, who is my best friend, and Verona, that they are here to help. Right. It is not, we're here to micromanage or put something, but we're here to make you successful. And that comes from leadership and direction. And I'm so thankful for all of it.
She's been sitting in that chair.
She has
Solid days.
along staring me down the whole time. So also, you know, Connie kind of hit onto it, but you know, I was reminded of the phrase, you know, anybody that can't get out of jury duty, you don't want on your jury, right? And yet all the feds and staff show up. And if you wanted to get out of this meeting, you could probably find a way to do it. And yet you chose to be here. And that's a big deal. And it does resonate, and it's important. And we're really thankful that you're here, because that helps, especially all the new folks. And there's several new staff out there. So thanks for letting you guys do great work. I love what Don said about celebrate your successes. And that's a big deal. We've all got our challenges, but there's a lot of things we do well. Kelly, you did great. I know it's never fun to host a meeting in DC, but.
While living in Las Vegas.
Las Vegas?
So I just wanted to point out, in your folder on the very back side is an evaluation form. Please be brutally honest. Tell us what you liked, what you didn't, how we can improve. And then we did add a new question to this one. For future meetings, would I prefer hard copies or electronic? Let us know what you prefer, because we want to make sure we're meeting your needs. So be as honest as you can on here. Use the back if you don't have enough room. I wanted to just go back to one subject we talked about, and that was recruitment and membership. The one thing I want y'all to hear is that, hey guys, they're not done. Regarding recruitment, I know that we have asked a lot of the sites and the boards regarding, making sure your board mirrors the communities that you are in and that it's representing. But I want to make it extremely clear that it's about trying. If we don't actually get applicants, that is okay. I don't want you to think that we're just looking for numbers. We are looking to make sure that people who may be interested or may not even be aware of the board get the opportunity to apply. And so it really is all about that recruitment. I know that the best members are the ones that want to be there. And I fully want you to hear that. Don't feel that it's about numbers. It really isn't. We really just want to make sure that the community knows that there is an opportunity to be on this board. And then it's up to them if they want to apply. So if you could continue to help us get that word out that there's an opportunity, then we are successful, because then it's up to them. So that's what I want to take away for the recruitment. Mr. Shields, thank you so much for your time. It has been a pleasure to get to know you. Remember, our meetings are open to the public. We will be in Oak Ridge in the fall, so if you want to poke your head in, that would be absolutely wonderful. Thank you. This is not an easy job. I know that many people, and maybe including yourself, have used your vacation time to be here. And so thank you. We really do appreciate everything you've brought to the board, both at a local level and nationally. Thank you. I wanted to thank the team who made this happen. Like I jokingly mentioned, I do live in Las Vegas. And so the people who were here in the building and from their homes in DC that were able to support to make all of this happen, I really, really appreciate it. And I debated if I wanted to say the names because I hate to accidentally skip somebody, but Verona and Michelle and Alyssa, and we had Ben, I don't know if Ben's still here, and we had Lisa and Anna and Jocelyn and the management that supported this meeting. It takes a village, and I'm just so proud that I get to be part of this village. And Eric, as always, you've done a fabulous job leading us, making us talk about things that we may not want to talk about, or helping us get our energy out with things that we are really passionate about. You do a great job leading this group, and we are lucky to have you. And of course, board members, I'm so grateful for every one of you. I truly, truly believe in this program. Your voices are important. Your time is valued. If something's not working, please let me know. I want to help. If there's anything that you ever need, I'm a phone call away. I'm happy to do whatever I can. Thank you for your time and your input and your service. And I look forward to seeing everybody in Oak Ridge in the fall.